Greetings and welcome to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue. I am the author of the Savage North Chronicles, and you are about to listen to the sixth and final full-length novel in the Savage North Chronicles series. This is Unbroken, and it's Thea's story. Yes, little Thea is all grown up, and I can't wait to share her adventure with you. But before we get started, please make sure you have listened to books 1 through 5. I promise you the experience will be so much richer and more satisfying if you do. Also, it is a long audiobook like some of the others. It is broken into 2 parts. This is part 1. I'll be sure to link to part 2 below. So, let's get listening. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the other side.
Unbroken. Savage North Chronicles, Book 6. An Ending World Novel. Written by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Andrew Gibson and Rebekah Nemethy. Produced by Stephen Carlock. Prologue. Thea. My fingers tapped ceaselessly on the armrest of the F-250 as I sat alone in the truck, peering out the passenger window at Wren's village. All I could think was, whoa. Bo was right. Wren's people lived in a time capsule, a leftover place from the world before. I understood more than ever why my brother had wanted Wren, unprotected and so far removed out here, to come back to Whitehorse with him. Their village might have been hidden away, off the beaten path of the main road, but it still wasn't safe. Our 9-hour drive from home, down the slushy highway, had been a quiet one. Bo and Wren were nervous to return to the village after 3 months away, especially since my brother had nearly killed Wren and took her away from her family directly after, or so they likely saw it. But a momentary break in the weather made our trip a somewhat urgent one, and with our sudden appearance in the village, I didn't blame Wren and Bo for being anxious. We would be unwanted. We were tainteds. I imagined meeting the parents was difficult for anyone in a relationship, and under these extreme circumstances, I knew my brother wouldn't be greeted with open arms. It didn't matter if Wren thought Whitehorse was the right call, especially for people like her. They'd never had the virus, so they had no abilities, which meant they had no protection against the super-powered crazy people still roaming these lands from time to time. But I guess Wren wasn't exactly like her people anymore. Not since my brother came along. She didn't have an ability, but she was a tainted like the rest of us now. Because of him, she was a carrier of the genetically engineered virus that mutated and changed people. The same one that had changed all of us during the outbreak years ago. But Wren was still alive because of my brother too, and that made me proud of him. I watched through the window as the willow boughs trembled in the wind. Bo was an ass sometimes, for sure, but he wasn't cruel or mean-spirited, and he definitely hadn't known sleeping with Wren could kill her. Knowing how much her family disliked him for what he'd done worried me. But if Hunter was as great as Wren made him sound, I knew her best friend would help her people see that we weren't as bad as some of them seemed to think. In fact, we were normal, all things considered. And if we could relate to anything, it was living in fear. And that was the last thing any of us wanted for Wren and her village. Heaving the door open, I climbed out of the plow truck, my boots landing on the ground with a soggy crunch. It was still cold as hell, and as a gust of wind blew past, I tugged my purple beanie further down over my ears. Pulling out the small tin of lip balm from my back pocket, I unscrewed the top, dabbed my finger in the raspberry-tinted beeswax, and rubbed it on my lips. There were 2 things I would never get used to living in the North. Skin so dry it hurt to move, and lips so chapped they cracked at the slightest twitch. Or maybe it was all just too reminiscent, reminding me of the way the wind whipped around Bo and me in the old forsaken Heston building, the night we thought we might freeze to death in that dank, moldy room. My mother's body, half covered in snow outside the window. I shoved the lip balm into my back pocket, staring dolefully at the village. It was so sad. I didn't know exactly what had happened here years ago, only that survivors with mind-controlling abilities manipulated the village to do horrible things. But I knew Wren's mother and brother were dead, and that her family was scarred in ways I could never fully comprehend. Staring down the muddy road, I eyed the ramshackle homes with frayed tarps on the roofs that flapped in the wind, their eaves dripping with melting snow. I would have assumed the village was abandoned had I not known any better. There were no cars or people walking about. There were no dogs barking, and what little livestock I could see was in a small stable toward the end of the road, across from Wren's house. She and Beau had been in there for nearly 20 minutes. A familiar engine rumbled as the old tour bus we used for trips to Prince Rupert came to a stop behind the truck and horse trailer. At least reinforcements had arrived. Aside from the truck that Beau, Wren, and I had driven to plow the snow from the roads, and the trailer we'd pulled to haul the horses home in, the bus could transport the extra 11 bodies back to Whitehorse with us, along with some of their things. The mechanical doors squeaked open and Jackson stepped out of the bus, the paint-chipped behemoth creaking under his weight. He turned and held out his hand for Jade to step down. The two of them were Beau's buffers, in case things went south and Wren needed people who looked less like us and more like them, with First Nations blood, to help convince her family they were doing the right thing. Jackson zipped up his jacket and scratched his beard absently as he walked toward me, his hazel gaze set in dark, contemplative features as he assessed the surrounding village.
"So," he said, "this is it."
"Yep," I drawled. I imagined Jackson was comparing what would be their new village back home to this one. At Beau's bidding, we'd worked throughout the winter to ensure Wren's people had a safe, comfortable section of Whitehorse to move to. Beau had wrangled all of our friends and family together to help, and made certain everything was in place, that their new village was stocked with enough food and firewood for the remaining weeks of cold, and that his house with Wren was ready so she could be with her family during their transition. It was safe to say that, because of Beau, Wren's people would want for nothing ever again once they got to Whitehorse. If what Beau had done for Wren and her family wasn't love, I didn't know what was. And I hoped her people would recognize that. I'd never seen my brother do anything so selfless or persistent as what he'd orchestrated for her. He was officially a lovesick sucker now, like the rest of them. And I never thought I'd see the day. Jade wrapped her arm around my shoulders, and a waft of lavender filled my nose. It was so Jade and reassuring. She had a way of making everyone feel better, which was exactly why she'd been asked to come on the trip. She rubbed my arm and gave me a brief squeeze. "Which one is Wren's?" Leaning my head against her shoulder, I pointed to the house at the end of the row with brown, peeling paint, a crooked awning over the porch, and a glass wind chime hanging from it, clanking in the breeze. Knowing Wren's father was in a wheelchair, I wondered why there was no ramp in and out of the house. Did he never leave? It was no surprise Wren had gotten so depressed living in a place like this. Everything already felt dismal, heavy, and suffocating, and I hadn't even met a single person yet. "Well," Jade said with an exhale, "how do we think it's going in there? Do we think her grandmother and Hunter have been able to get everyone on board?" I snorted. "They better," I muttered. I liked Wren well enough. I even loved her for making Beau seem more human these past 3 months. But she'd changed him, or rather, what they'd been through had. He'd be gutted if all their hard work had been for nothing and Wren ended up staying here with her people. My chest ached for Beau simply considering it. I don't know if Hunter's even in there. No one's gone in or out, other than Beau and Wren.
"We need to give them time," Jackson said. "They had no warning we were coming. We can't rush them." Bo and Ren will shout if they need us.
I could tell Jackson wanted to go in and make sure things were all right. Every tendon in his neck and jaw seemed to twitch with tension. But he had promised Bo he wouldn't step in unless he needed to. This was Bo and Ren's fight. Jackson lowered the tailgate.
Thea,
He said as he slid a few empty crates from the back.
stack these over there, by the shed, would you?
He gestured toward the barn where a gray horse peeked out at me.
Ren wants to use them to pack their things.
I smiled. A visit with the horses seemed the perfect way to keep my restless mind busy. Gladly. Taking a stack of plastic crates, I trudged down the road, appraising every house I passed, observing outlines of people on the other side of some of the windows. Mostly adults from what I could see in the overcast afternoon glare. Eyeing a small winter garden by the shed, I wondered if Hunter would appreciate the land they would have to sow once the snow melted in the spring. Though I'd never met him, it felt like Hunter was the key to everything that came next. He wasn't only the village leader, but a farmer, one of the only villagers to know a lick about horses, and Ren's best friend and ex-fiancé. As sticky as it all seemed, though, Ren reassured all of us that with Hunter's help, we could convince everyone how important Whitehorse was. They would all understand what needed to come next. As I continued through the mud, door hinges creaked as villagers poked their heads out. Their skin was tanned like Ren's, and they had raven black hair. Many of them looked older, with wrinkles around their eyes and mouths, pinched and hardened with fear and uncertainty. It was palpable, and I took a steadying breath, inhaling the scent of melting snow. Jackson, Bo, and Ren had been preparing for this day, and it was up to us now to make these people feel at ease around us. I flashed my audience a smile. "Hello," I chirped, only to be met with a mix of furrowed brows and narrowed, distrusting gazes. I understood why Ren's people might distrust us, but more than anything, it was a blaring reminder of how vulnerable they were out here. They were defenseless in a way our community never would be, with our fortified walls, an ability-wielding police force, the laws we had in place, and a reinforced prison. As I set the crates down outside the shed, the door to Ren's house opened, and Bo stepped out. His face was shadowed, like he'd aged a decade in mere minutes. He looked down the road to Jackson and Jade by the truck.
Jade,
he said, his voice level but pleading in a way, too.
Jackson.
He waved for them to come. He already needed backup, which didn't seem like a good sign. I swallowed thickly as Bo turned and went directly back into the house, the creak of the porch echoing in the crisp afternoon air. I could hear muffled voices inside, but I couldn't tell if it was as bad, or worse, than they'd assumed it would be. Jackson helped Jade through the mud and up onto the porch before he slowly opened the door and followed her inside. With the clearing of horse nostrils behind me and the squish of hooves in the mud, I turned around to find 3 horses meandering out to greet me. They were shaggy but stocky and beautiful in a way I'd never seen, almost wild. A beautiful gray with dappled black spots lifted his nose to the air in curiosity as he stepped closer. "You must be Cricket," I realized and pulled off my mittens. "I've heard all about you. Your buddy Dancer and I are good friends back home." Hunter's mare had become Cinder's paddock companion over the months. Slowly, I lifted my hand to Cricket's nose. It was silky soft and prickly with whiskers, and his nostrils flared with unease. "It's okay," I told him. "You can bite me if you want, or we could be friends too." I didn't have animal chatting abilities like Bo, but I closed my eyes and left my fate to the broody gray in front of me. "I won't hurt you," I breathed. He lipped the back of my fingers in answer, but he didn't bite me. Instead, he nudged my hand, and when I opened my eyes, he lowered his furry head, waiting for me to pet him. I ran my fingers through his dirty forelock happily, and as I glanced at the other two curious horses, my gaze latched onto a man coming out of the woods behind them. There was a tether of dead rabbits in his hand and a rifle strapped across his back. He froze when he saw me. He was tall with broad shoulders, but it was the longer, ebony hair that hung around his narrowed, distrusting eyes and chiseled features that took my breath away. I'd never seen anyone so severe in all my life, not even my brother. I straightened, my heart racing as I remembered I was in a foreign place with people who didn't like me. "Hello," I said, as he lifted his chin warily. "I'm Thea." The man's dark eyes widened slightly and his jaw clenched. Though he couldn't have been more than 20, he looked as though the world had hardened him beyond his years. Without a word, he strode quickly past me. I bristled as he continued, silent and purposeful, toward a house, 2 homes down from Wren's. Then he disappeared inside. "Nice to meet you, too," I muttered, and huffing out a breath, I looked at Cricket. "You don't seem to mind my being here, at least," I mused. I introduced myself to the Bay and the Chestnut, both excited to have a new visitor as well. But as the minutes ticked on and the wind blew colder, I debated what I should do. I could continue unloading the crates from the truck and then wait in the cab's warmth for God only knew how long. Or... I stared at the front door of Wren's house, cracked slightly open. My feet began moving before I could tell myself I should leave the others to deal with the convincing and the shouting. But I wanted to know what was going on inside. I crossed the road and stepped as quietly as I could onto the porch to listen.
I won't leave. I don't care what you...
"Papa, you have to," Wren said, and when I peeked through the crack, she was kneeling at her father's feet. She gripped the handle of his wheelchair as she peered at him, willing him to listen. I knew he'd lost his arm as a result of their unwanted visitors years ago, but I wasn't sure how exactly. And I hadn't expected the fierceness etched in the lines of his face. "Papa, I promise you."
You trust them so easily,
he protested, throwing his one arm up, as if trusting us was so hard to do after my brother had saved Wren's life. But as I realized his emotional wounds were probably as scarring as his physical ones, it was hard to fault him. "Easily?" Frustration sharpened Wren's voice as she peered up at Jackson and Jade by the door, then at Beau, sitting on the couch with his hands gripping his hair. "They've taken me in and cared for me the last 3 months. They've organized all of this for us. I was able to come back so soon because of them. Why shouldn't I trust them?" Her father's eyebrows lifted slightly, like he finally heard and processed her words and felt her frustration. With a slow exhale, Wren rubbed her brow. "Papa," she said more calmly, "you know me. I would not ask you to do this if it wasn't important, if it wasn't the right thing." He huffed and shook his head.
Your judgment has been clouded since you met this boy.
Wren rose to her feet. "Well, think what you want, but I'm going back," she quipped, and her father's eyes widened with a fearful sort of surprise. I wordlessly cheered Wren on. "And I would like you to come back with me too," she added, "to do what's best for everyone. They'll follow our family, and we need to stick together. This village isn't the safest place for us anymore." An old woman stepped out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron as she scanned the room. Her brow furrowed slightly when she spotted me outside the door, but I didn't move, and she gave nothing away as she glanced back at Wren's father.
I told her to go back with the boy, Otto,
she said as if she were reminding him, and the old woman rested her hand on his shoulder.
The least we can do is listen to what she has to say.
It was Henny, I realized. Wren's grandmother's voice was rough, and I got the impression she rarely smiled. She was intriguing, though. I could see where Wren got her gumption. When Otto finally dragged his stare away from his daughter and registered everyone's expectant faces, his expression hardened again.
"Everyone out," he said. "This is still my house. Out!"
With reluctance, Bo nodded for Jackson and Jade to go, but Bo stayed where he was. Otto glared at him.
"I'm not leaving Wren unless she asks me to,"
my brother told him, obstinate. Wren flashed Bo a grateful smile, and as Jade and Jackson made their way toward the door, I backed away. When they stepped outside again, Jackson ran his hand over his closely cropped beard.
"Otto will come around,"
he said, his voice a quiet rumble as he clicked the door shut. But it sounded like Jackson was trying to reassure himself more than us.
"He's just afraid."
Yes, Jade agreed.
"It's obvious they've suffered greatly."
Her eyes shifted down the road, over the houses and the winter-ravaged trees in the yards. A reluctant inner voice cut into my thoughts. Where is the other key player in all of this? What about Hunter? I asked. He should be in there with them, helping Wren convince her father this is the right thing to do. If Otto sees Wren, her grandmother, and Hunter standing together in this, he would have to agree, right? Jade offered me an uncertain smile and looked to Jackson.
"Perhaps we should go to the safe house at Watson Lake for the night and give Wren time with her family. It's a lot for them to have us here so suddenly. We could come back tomorrow to see if they've gotten everything sorted." "Maybe,"
Jackson said, but he seemed reluctant. He stared at the bus and truck. I knew we didn't bring enough biodiesel for numerous trips back and forth, and the safe house was nearly 2 hours away.
"Let's give it more time before we make any decisions,"
he said, thoughtful. I could imagine how helpless Jackson felt, because I was beginning to feel that way too. And we were wasting time and daylight. "I'm going to wait in the truck," I told them. I was one more new face the villagers didn't want to see at the moment. "Wave if you need me." Jade's gray eyes crinkled in the corners, and she swept my long brown hair over my shoulder. She leaned in to kiss my forehead.
"Take a nap for me while you're in there, would you? That bus is about as comfortable as a bed of rocks."
"Sure," I said with a breathy laugh, but I was too restless to nap. Jackson winked at me, and I plodded down the steps and up the sludgy road toward the truck. I still didn't understand why Hunter wasn't inside helping Wren. The way she always talked about him, a man of worth and practicality who had been groomed to lead this place with her one day. I figured he'd be in there fighting for this. For Wren. For his family and his people's safety. He had to have known we'd arrived. The rest of the village surely did. A chilling thought filled me. The man with the rabbits was Hunter's age. He hadn't looked happy to see me. But that didn't make sense. Not if he and Henny had been the ones encouraging Wren to go to Whitehorse. I could feel the attention of onlookers as I continued walking back to the truck. But I didn't look at them this time. Instead, I kept my focus on the slush at my feet, wondering if I shouldn't have come. It wasn't as if they really needed me. Even if Wren thought I could help with the horses and she and Hunter would have other things to worry about. "Don't like it," a woman bit out. I stopped in my tracks and stared at the door to the house where the severe-faced man had disappeared. The window was cracked open, and I strained to listen as the tattered drapes rustled in a gust of wind. "They can't be trusted."
"No, they can't,"
a man, whom I assumed was Hunter, replied.
"But we have no choice."
My eyes rounded and my heart raced with a strange mixture of sadness and indignation. Hunter was supposed to be Wren's ally in this. Even Bo had said they'd parted on semi-civil terms. I knew they didn't like or trust us. But to hear them say it, and feel the bitterness in their voices like a rake over my skin was more upsetting than I'd anticipated. "I still don't like it," the woman said. The grudge she held against us was an anvil weighing each of her words. "We need to think about our family, not Wren's fascination with this man. He nearly killed her, Hunter. I can't believe you even let her leave with him." "I didn't let her do anything, Mother. Wren's going to do what she wants. You know that. She was always going to leave with him. It was only a matter of time. I just encouraged her to go before winter set in so she didn't freeze to death." He paused, and my blood began to boil. Hunter wasn't supportive of Wren's decision to go to Whitehorse at all. In fact, he sounded as angry as Otto had looked. "Bullheaded, foolish girl," his mother bit out. "She's going to get us all killed. You should have killed that tainted when you had the chance. None of this would be happening right now. That's enough, Mother. You're getting yourself worked up." My heart thudded harder and faster in my chest. Should have killed Beau. Heat flooded through me. "Of course I'm getting worked up. This is our lives. You're just blind when it comes to that girl," she snapped. "I'm not blind," Hunter bit out, and I could hear the anger in his voice. "This is what needs to be done, even if we don't like it. Beau knows where we live. They all do now, regardless of their intentions. We're even more exposed than before. Opposing this will only make things worse." I glared at both of them through the wall as all hope and intrigue to meet the amazing Hunter withered. He looked as cuddly as a snake, and he sounded like one too. "You're as bad as the rest of them," I muttered. Clenching my hands into fists, I was about to continue to the truck to stew someplace where my tongue wouldn't get me into trouble, when his front door opened. The instant Hunter stepped outside, I felt a wash of relief. I wanted him to know I'd heard him, and that I knew what he really thought of us and Wren. "Can't be trusted?" I seethed. Hunter stopped short on the porch, though his severe expression gave nothing away. "You're an asshole," I blurted, a little shocked when the words left my lips, but it felt good all the same. His dark eyes narrowed on me. "What did you call me?" "Did you already forget that my brother was the one who saved Wren?" I said, practically foaming at the mouth. "That it was Beau's idea to use the Devil's Club in the first place? Or did that slip your mind these past few months?" He took a step closer. "She wouldn't have needed saving if it wasn't for him," Hunter reminded me. His gaze flicked over me, coldly appraising. "You have no idea what Wren and my brother have been doing all winter, what we've all been doing, for you," I fumed, my hands fisting at my sides. "She thought you, of all people, would appreciate the lengths we've gone to make you all feel welcome in Whitehorse. But you don't even want to go." "You're making it so appealing," Hunter said sharply. His mother stepped outside with a stern expression pinching her features, and a younger boy was at her side. "Hunter," she said with more chill than the north wind as she assessed me. She took the boy's hand in hers protectively. "Go inside," Hunter told his mother, his glare fixed on me. It was practically a command, and though she scowled in my direction, she did as Hunter said and shut the door behind her. Hunter stepped to the edge of the porch. "Get out of my way." It was all I could do to not let my tongue run away from me again, but I knew I had to let this go before I made things worse. Shaking my head in disbelief, I stepped out of his way. "You're such a disappointment," I muttered, but if Hunter heard me, he had no reply. In 2 heavy footsteps, he was striding through the mud toward Wren's house. "Oh," I started, and I spun around, unable to help myself. "And your horse looked half-starved when she got to Whitehorse, so I fattened her up for you." Hunter stilled, his back to me. "You know, in case you want to add that to the list of reasons we're so untrustworthy." Hunter didn't bother looking back as he marched down the road. He stalked past Jackson, who was making his way toward me, without a word, and disappeared inside Wren's house. I noticed Jade wasn't on the porch anymore. "Making friends already?" Jackson asked wryly, and his furrowed brow raised a little. I glared at the closed front door, my heart racing with fury. Something like that, I bit out. Jackson glanced from me toward the house again.
Are you going to tell me what that was about?
I met his gaze. What was I supposed to tell him? That all of our hard work was probably for nothing? I'd known none of it was going to be easy, so I wasn't sure why I was letting Hunter's words affect me so much. But I couldn't help but feel unfairly judged and bitter that my expectations had fallen so short. I cleared my throat. We just have a difference of opinion, I told him. Jackson's eyebrows lifted, skeptical, but he didn't press me on it.
Jade's in there now, he explained. Annie is pulling rank. She and Wren are going to speak with the other villagers. Hopefully, we'll be home by tomorrow evening.
Hearing the hope in Jackson's voice made me feel like I should be more excited, and part of me was, for Wren. But I realized this was only the beginning of a messy, complicated situation. Regardless, I forced a smile. Good. Because I couldn't get away from this place fast enough.
A year and a half later. Chapter 1. Hunter. My father raised me to be a man of worth, to provide for and defend my family, even if it was my father I had to protect my mother from sometimes. Even if some nights a meal on the table was forgotten when my mother couldn't get out of bed, and he'd had too much to drink. But my father never taught me how to fight against something I couldn't see. He'd never told me how to protect a town from madmen who were hell-bent on terrorizing us, hurting us, killing us. A woman's shriek echoed outside the house, her sobbing making my heart thrum like a dribbling basketball inside my chest. It was Nessa. I'd seen the men take her into the house after they bashed Otto's arm to pieces. I'd watched them take her before they'd taken me. Bile rose in my throat, and tears filled my vision. I could still feel the cool glass against my skin and the tear of my flesh before I'd lost consciousness. Then I'd woken up in my house, uncertain what happened during the missing moments in between. Feeling a skin-chilling dread, I squeezed Wren more tightly against me, pain shooting through the raw, raging wounds on my back. I'd been a plaything, and when they'd finished with Nessa, I knew they would come back, for all of us. Without the mind haze the adults all felt from the madmen's puppet master, everyone could see more clearly. There was no reason for the men to pretend, not anymore. Shh. Annie tried to soothe my mother, clinging to little Milo on the couch, completely petrified. My father had been dead for over a year, and still my mother called his name in fear, as if he could hear her, as if he might come. I'd been relieved when he'd died. Now, though, with strangers in the village and Wren, my mother, and Milo in danger, I thought I might miss him too. His rage made him as formidable as any of the madmen out there. "I want my papa," Wren pleaded as we shuddered against the wall between the couch and the furnace. I shook my head and squeezed her tighter. "You can't go out there. What if he's dead? What if they get him like they got Colt?" Colt's face flashed to mind, fury and fear in his eyes as he aimed the revolver at the man leading Nessa away. I recalled the sudden lurch of his body and the trembling of his arm as he'd fought against the need to turn the gun away from himself. The mind control was stronger, though, and Colt aimed the revolver at his own chest. He pulled the trigger and fell. But even in his last moments, his determination and bravery had won, and with his final breaths, he pulled the trigger again. The moment Colt disabled the mind controller, the veil of oblivion lifted and chaos ensued. Colt was dead, but our community of 20 was no longer under their control, and the screams and torment only worsened. Wren sobbed. "Your father's not dead," I promised, though I had no way of knowing. I tried to make my 9-year-old voice sound reassuring, but it was pathetically weak. "I got you. It will be okay." "Doesn't he shoot them? Why?" my mother shrieked in complete hysterics. I could barely make out her words over my brother's mewling cries. "Why don't they do something?" Sweat beaded on my skin, and fear ripped through me as I thought about Otto's crushed arm and Colt's bloodied body. My vision blurred with tears until I couldn't see Wren anymore. Who was left to save us? Who would stop them from coming back in here? I looked at my mother's swollen face and choked out a sob. I knew the answer was no one. No one was coming. We were going to die. All of us were. It was only a matter of time. Wren sniveled and jumped as another scream pierced the air outside. My mind told me to get up and do something, but my body wouldn't move. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to watch them hurt my mother, or Wren, or Henny. Another scream, guttural and ear-splitting. Still, I couldn't move. They will come. They won't stop until they've taken everything from all of us. Another shout and crash outside. Another scream. When I heard Nessa begging and a cry so despairing it was as if it was ripped from my own throat, I lurched to my feet. "No!" Wren grabbed hold of my arm. "Hunter!" Her big brown eyes were red-rimmed and pleading. My chest heaved, and a cry ripped from my chest. "I have to do something," I choked out. I was torn, too petrified to leave, but too guilt-ridden not to. There was a way out, an oversized hole behind the washing machine my father had never gotten around to fixing. I'd used it to get out of the house when I needed Otto's help with my father. I tried not to think about the tight squeeze and the feel of jagged wood scraping against the raw flesh on my back. With another shrill cry outside, my feet were moving. I knew what they were doing to Nessa. The cries were too much like my mother's had been when my father had his way with her. They were too haunting, and I needed them to stop. "Go to your grandmother," I told Wren, lifting her to her feet. I pushed her into Henny's arms, and heart-hammering, I ran for my mother's room, ignoring Wren's pleas. I grabbed the shotgun discarded on the bed. "What?" Henny rushed into the room. "What are you doing, child?" She tugged at the shotgun, but I gripped it tighter. "Let go," she ordered. I shook my head and tore the gun from her grasp. "No," I told her. "I have to do something." "Hunter," she said more calmly. "Your mother needs you." I'd never seen the staunch woman so scared and sickly looking in all my life. She looked like a shell of the healer I knew. "There are no bullets," she said. "There is nothing you can do. You'll get yourself killed if they see you with that, you foolish boy." But I knew something Henny didn't. "There are bullets," I breathed. Her eyes widened. "And only I know how to get out of here," I told her. I could tell Henny was torn between the two scenarios, all of us staying in the house to be tortured and killed, or a 9-year-old boy risking his life to save everyone. I lugged the shotgun into my bedroom. It was heavy, but all I needed to do was injure the madmen. For now, to wound them if I couldn't kill them. Dropping the shotgun on my bed, I crawled under and retrieved the cracker box that hid my most secret possessions. $18 I'd stolen from my father for emergencies, the stone necklace I'd weaved at Colt's shop for Wren, my future wife, when I was 7, a rap CD I'd gotten from a boy at school which I was forbidden to listen to, and 3 shotgun shells I kept for the day I might have to protect my family from my father, or in this case, someone worse. I couldn't hear Henny's commanding tone over my own whirring blood and rapid heartbeat, and in a blur, the shotgun was loaded and I was running into the laundry room. I pulled the washing machine away from the wall, feeling the raw flesh on my back burn and stretch. I'm not sure how much time it took me to get through the hole after I broke a slab of wood to fit, but in what felt like seconds, I was out in the cold. Another scream, then a gunshot. Rocks cut into my bare feet as I ran around the house and out into the open. I ran and ran, past Colt's cold, dead body, gaping mouth and blood-stained chest, toward his house where they had Nessa, his wife. Only there were no more screams. There was no more shouting. The screen door of Colt's house opened, and one of the men stepped out, laughing with wild eyes and a bleeding scratch from his temple to his cheek. The other man came stumbling out behind him, and before they even noticed me, I strained and lifted the shotgun. I had 3 bullets, and I was determined to make them count. Holding my breath, I pulled the trigger. When I opened my eyes, the overwhelmingly vivid memories of 12 years ago dissipated, leaving behind a restlessness I was all too familiar with, and I stared into a dark room filled with moon shadows. A bed, a dresser, a closet, a different room, a different place and time. But the nightmares still made it feel like it was yesterday. Each time I dreamed of that day, I could hear my mother's sobs and Nessa's screams like they were in the room beside me. I could hear my little brother and Wren's cries commingling in toxic air that filled me with sweat-drenching fear. I could imagine what those men had done to Wren's mother and Nessa, to the women in the village who were raped, beaten, and killed. Flinging the blanket off me, the early morning air sent chills trickling over my bare skin. I sat up and ran my hand over my head and down my face with a sigh. No matter the uncertainty I sometimes had living in Whitehorse, I knew my family was safe from madmen at least, and while that gave me a semblance of comfort, I knew I would always hear the screams. Whether they were my penance or just a haunting reminder of our reality, the deafening sounds would never go away, no matter how far we retreated from that place. The carpeted floors were warm between my toes as I rose to my feet, and I grabbed the sweatshirt draped over the end of my bed and tugged it on. It was an unforgettable feeling, terror. It was both numbing and all-consuming. It was a cold sweat and a burning fear. It was a haunting memory I could never forget, no matter how much I wished I could. Walking down the hall, I glanced at my mother's room, glad the door was closed and she was still asleep. I didn't want her asking why I was up so early again. I stopped outside Milo's bedroom, still shrouded in darkness. I could hear his heavy breaths and see the rise and fall of his back as he slept. Continuing into the living room, I checked the lock on the front door, the floor creaking under my feet. I walked to the side door that led to the garage next, which we used for canning and food storage, and after I checked the locks on the windows in the kitchen, I made my way to the large dining room, ensuring those windows were secured too. This house was larger than what I was used to, But size had nothing to do with the uneasiness and doubt I always seemed to have, and as the days and weeks ticked on, I realized it wasn't going away either. I stopped at the French doors that faced the fields in the back of the house, stretching an acre deep toward the foothills. The wheat fields were shrouded in mist, and the tunnel-like greenhouse coverings disappeared into the fog. The cobweb on the screen door glistened in the moonlight, and everything was calm. Everything was quiet. Everything is fine. Opening the back door, I stepped outside in my pants and sweatshirt. I needed the bite of early morning air to chase away the stalking shadows of my dream. I needed the stillness. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I peered around at the woods that surrounded the fields. When I was a boy, the old trapper from our village, Sven, taught Ren and me how to listen to the woods. And because of him, I'd learned how to hunt. My father was too worthless to know how to do it, let alone teach me. Because of Sven, Ren and I survived and provided for our people, long enough to get here and live a life of unfathomable ease after so much struggle. Now, Sven was gone, my father was dead, and the old village hidden in the woods was a lifetime behind me. So much was different, and I was grateful for it, more grateful than I knew how to express or could ever repay. Whitehorse was a place my brother could have an actual childhood and play with kids his age, and one day he'd have a real future. My mother had a chance to start over too, if she'd let go of the past. So how was it we had all of this land and our safety, and yet it didn't feel like home, and it didn't make me happy? Still, as I peered out at the fields dressed in morning fog, I felt something a little bit like hope.
Chapter 2. Thea. I stood at the trough, filling it with fresh water for Captain and Benedict, our only remaining horses at the facility. Now that more and more people were riding instead of walking around Whitehorse, we couldn't seem to keep community horses for very long. Those who had space wanted one of their own, and traded goods and services for them in exchange. Captain, though, was old and gray, and perfect for new riders to practice on. Benedict, on the other hand, was a runner, sorrel and slick as a dart, and I hadn't met someone yet who I thought could handle the young blood. So they were the only two that remained. Inhaling the comforting scent of hay and horses, I glanced at the paddocks and arena that spread across the west side of the prison. It was still more of a reinforced, just-in-case location that changed based on Whitehorse's needs. The prison had gone from our fortress against General Harrodson to the rehabilitation facility when the rogue gangs were popping up everywhere, and now the property was a catch-all, a vehicle parking lot, a storage facility with loading bays, and most importantly, a proper stable area, large enough to accommodate a dozen horses and riders at once. It had become my second home in many ways. I worked with Kat, the townspeople, and the horses more than I was at the lodge some weeks, especially between summer storms when everyone was outside, enjoying what precious time we had without the Arctic wind whipping through. Benedict and Captain clomped up behind me, and Benedict nipped at my shoulder, like a demanding child. "Quit," I told him, nudging his muzzle away with my shoulder. When he nipped at me again, just being ornery, I sprayed him with the hose, laughing as he jolted and trotted off. "Yeah, that's what I thought," I muttered. Reaching over, I rubbed Captain's withers as he slurped from the trough. "Teach him some manners, would you?" The old boy blinked and slurped again in answer. When the trough was full, I turned off the hose, grateful as always for the hydro plant that kept this entire town up and running, as if modern civilization hadn't come to a screeching halt 12 years ago. "I'm getting more next week," Kat said, startling me, and the side door to the old prison shut behind her. She wore riding jeans like always, a tank top like mine, and her long blonde hair was up in a bun, her sunglasses perched against it. Kat nodded to Captain. "Horses," she clarified. "You're getting more horses?" That was surprising. Where, in Prince Rupert? Usually trips were few and far between, and it felt like she and Woody had just returned from their mid-year trip down to check in with Huck and visit with Phil, who had moved to the trading post a few years ago. Kat shook her head. "New bodega. Instead of sending supplies down with the next shipment, we're going to take them ourselves. That way we can pick up some more horses while we're at it." "That's smart," I said, hosing the dirt and horsehair off my hands. "You take the supplies down in the horse trailer and bring the horses back." 2 trailers, Kat clarified, and she rested her arms on the fence rail. "And Bert needs to check on one of the radio towers between here and Prince Rupert, since the signal has been spotty the past couple months." Prince Rupert was the only community we could communicate with because of distance, terrain, and the elements that worked against what few towers we could maintain and keep functioning. They ran off military-grade solar panels and cooling tech to keep things functioning as much as the weather allowed. But routine maintenance wasn't always possible, so it wasn't surprising we'd been having issues. "So," I said, drying my hands off on my pants, "it will be a multi-purpose trip." "Yes, which is why it can't wait." I nodded. "New bodega this summer and then Prince Rupert in the fall? Ross isn't going to like that," I thought aloud. "And new bodega is a way longer trip." "Yes, it is. We'll be gone for a few weeks, I think, but it needs to be done sooner rather than later." I readjusted my sunglasses as Captain meandered closer for more affection. "We're also taking some of Henny's Seneca snake root compound with us, since it's rare down there. And Alex is going," Kat added, reaching out to give Captain a quick pat. "He wants to see his friend Zoe, since we're picking up the vaccine they've been working on." I thought about Wren's fever after she'd slept with my brother for the first time. I couldn't imagine the guilt he would have felt had she died without the Devil's Club. They'd been the lucky ones. There were other couples like them, tainted and untainted couples, who had been intimate but hadn't made it through. At least the vaccine might save people like Wren's family in the future. I leaned against the rail beside Kat, facing her. "So," I said, realizing it had been over a year and a half since Zoe's letter to Alex had arrived, explaining her scientist and doctor friends were going to work on a vaccine to save what lives they could. "New bodega figured it out then?" "I guess," she said, pulling her sunglasses down over her eyes against the blinding afternoon sun. "I'm just the manure shoveler on the trip. Maybe a little ability brawn if we need it. So I don't know much more than that." Kat sighed as I huffed a laugh, and she shook her head, considering something for a moment. "Sometimes it still hits me that this is our reality. It's like I barely remember things from before most of the time. But then there are these moments when..." She bit her lip and reached for Captain absently. "When it all comes rushing back and feels unsettling and unbelievable?" Kat snorted a laugh. "Yeah, that sounds about right." Kat could conduct a lightning show with the flick of her hand, and I could move things with my mind in the same way. That was a strange reality sometimes, even now. Especially for me and Kat. She'd struggled with her ability for years, worried it would hurt someone again, that it was too dangerous and unpredictable after what happened to Ross all those nights ago when he'd tried to save her from Harlan and Cal. And before that, she'd been worried she was broken after she'd zapped Jenny back to life with those same powers, only for Jenny's renewed life to drain away just as quickly when she saved me from Nora. The same way I felt broken after what I'd done to Luna. There was so much heaviness lingering from the past, and yet so much to focus on for the future. It was a constant push and pull I knew Kat could relate to. "So, I guess I'll be running the center while you're gone, I thought aloud. I felt a mixture of pride to be running things in Kat's absence and an unexpected longing to see the world south of Whitehorse. Kat was still and silent for a heartbeat, contemplating. Actually, she started, I thought Susan could do that. That wasn't what I'd expected to hear, and I felt a tinge of disappointment. Whatever burst of importance I felt in being in charge while Kat was away smoldered instantly. Susan? I repeated, incredulous. Besides Wren, she was the most friendly member of the village, so it wasn't that I didn't like Susan. But in the scheme of things, she was new. She'd only been working with us for a handful of months. Yeah, Kat drawled, as if she was waiting for me to catch on. Because you'll be with me this time. It took me a moment to register Kat's words, and my gaze cut to her. She grinned. Go with you? To New Bodega? Really? I couldn't suppress my smile. I would finally get to meet the people I'd heard so much about, like mind-meddling Zoe with the hypnotic eyes, and maybe even meet Alex's friend Iris, who made the best lavender honey I'd ever tasted in my life. My mouth watered just thinking about it. We obviously have to make sure Susan's up for running this place while we're gone, especially since she has Sutton to worry about. He gets into more trouble than any little boy I've ever met, Kat continued. But I'm sure Wren won't mind lending a hand. I'm so excited, I chirped. I hurried out of the gate and wrapped my arms around Kat, earning a little gasp and a tight squeeze before she pulled away. I figured you could use your own adventure for a change, she said with a smirk. And Lord knows it will be nice to have another female on the trip for once. I couldn't stop my grin from widening and my thoughts from drifting. With the accounts I'd heard from Ross and Kat, Beau and Alex, all of them coming back from places I'd never been to over the years, do the landscape and the people justice? Kat pointed toward our horses in the paddock, ready to saddle for our ride home. There's something you should know, though, she admitted, chewing the inside of her cheek as we walked over to them. Lowering my chin, I stared at her over my sunglasses and groaned. I knew that look, half amused and half nervous at the same time. What is it? Her eyebrows rose. Well, since you asked, she started, and I rolled my eyes. Hunter is coming. My excitement drained away a little, but I wouldn't let it vanish completely. Oh. Hunter and I were not friends. We barely spoke to one another, so I could imagine how awkward a 3-week trip together would be. Will that be a problem? I shook my head. No, I admitted, and it wasn't. But it did make a road trip with Bert, Kat, and Alex a little less appealing, knowing Hunter's grumpy face would be there at every turn. We stopped at the covered paddock where Cinder and Puck neighed excitedly, ready to go home. What's he going for anyway? To trade some of his wheat or corn or something? Kat's eyebrows rose. The vaccine is for his people, she reminded me. There's a lot to learn about it. Not to mention, he's got specific orders from Henny about the snake root. Yeah, that makes sense. I forced a bigger smile. Either way, I'm excited to get away from here for a little while and see what the rest of the world looks like, you know? Hell yes. This place can get suffocating. Kat nudged me. Why do you think I go on all these trips? We could all use a little change of scenery once in a while. We saddled the horses without much more discussion, and as Kat and I climbed into our saddles, she asked, Are you ever going to tell me why you dislike him so much? Hunter? I said, glancing over my shoulder at her. I could feel the pink on my shoulders and realized I'd forgotten sun lotion. The weather was so changeable in June. I had a hard time keeping up with it. Yes, Kat drawled. Hunter, what's with you two? You get along with everyone else, so it's weird to see you so icy around him. He's Aggravating, I admitted with a sigh. It was the only thing I could think of to describe him. First impressions really do stick, I guess. Oh, that's right, Kat said, nudging Puck into a walk beside me and Cinder. Her chestnut gelding was almond-colored beside Cinder's brunette mane and tail. We clomped down the road toward the entrance gate. You two had words when you first met. He just rubs me the wrong way. So severe and cold-shouldered all the time. Kat reached for the gate latch. I guess he's standoffish, she said. But I don't think it's personal. He's like that with everyone. She opened the gate for our horses to walk through. Yeah, but you'd think after all we've done for them, he'd drop the judgy, disapproving act, you know? I turned in my saddle to face her. I mean, it wouldn't kill him to smile once in a while to make everyone else more comfortable. Not everyone is as bubbly as you, Thea, Kat chuckled. Unfortunately, she added. And his mother? I asked. She's almost worse than him. I'm telling you, they're just... I couldn't think of the word. Even Milo. Kat looked at me over her sunglasses as she and Puck stopped to latch the gate behind us. I grinned. No, not Milo. He's adorable and a happy kid, despite his unpleasant family. Kat chuckled. He's definitely a cutie. I always have to stop myself from pinching his cheeks. Laughing, I shook my head. And he wants a horse, badly, I told her. He was like me when I was 11 years old. Every time I see Milo in town, or when I go to see my brother at Village Row, Milo rushes over to say hello and lavishes Cinder with attention. That kid could definitely use a little fun in his life. Kat practically snorted again. It's sad. I feel like most of the village is still living like they're in hiding. Yeah, I know, I said quietly. But Elle and Henny are planning a group dinner, I added. And Susan and Leo have warmed up to us, which is a start. In fact, I hear Jade and Dell have visited with them a couple times in the past few months. Wow, tea time with the Ranskins? That's a big step, but not unexpected. They get along with everyone. Except for Took, I said with a laugh. Yeah, except for him. Old and grouchy as he was, Took mostly kept to himself these days. I inhaled a deep breath and thought about Hunter's chiseled, narrowed expression. All jokes aside, I did wonder if he ever smiled. I hope Susan and Leo's gracious spirit catches on, I thought aloud. Because I'm running out of Chipper Thea juju. Kat barked a laugh and shook her head, as if I was the incorrigible one. The clomp of horse hooves on the rutted pavement echoed off the tree line as we continued down the road, using the old abandoned neighborhoods to avoid the people-filled streets in the center of town. While Whitehorse had been 25,000 people strong before the virus, there were only 1,000 of us now, and we concentrated in the areas of the city we used the most in order to keep us all safe. The unused areas of the city were left to fall in ruin. Without the use of power and heat, and with such extreme weather, the old houses were becoming more decrepit every year they remained empty. The roads were in equal disrepair because of the constant hot and cold. Elle and Bernie's abilities to melt the snow on the streets during the winter, when the snowfall was too much for the plow trucks to handle, didn't help the pitted streets either. And while Bert and others ran city projects like hole filling, power plant upkeep, and vehicle maintenance, Jackson didn't want to spend the time and resources needed to upkeep the unused areas. So, abandoned, leaky, and lonely, the outer neighborhoods remained. When the reinforced walls of Riverdale, the largest concentration of neighborhoods in Whitehorse, came into view, Kat glanced over her shoulder at me, a few paces back. Want to take the Riverdale way home? She asked. I'm going to stop by Village Row and talk to Henny and Wren about new bodega. She lifted her eyebrow wryly. I figured you might want to see your brother. I smiled, squinting in the glinting sunlight off the steel walls that stood a few stories high. Yeah, sure. I'll go with you, I conceded, realizing it had been nearly 2 weeks since I'd seen Beau. Between his work at the survival center and living full-time in Village Row with Wren, I felt like I barely saw him anymore. When I felt Kat staring at me, I begrudgingly looked at her. What? Assuming Hunter's there, she started. Try to be nice, would you? Now that we're going to New Bodega together and all. Heaving out an exaggerated sigh, as if Kat were asking for a miracle, I urged Cinder forward. I'll do my best. Chapter 3. Thea. The large metal doors of Riverdale were open, allowing us to traipse into the most populated sector of the city without a second thought. But the lack of bars and guards standing sentry at the community entrance was misleading. A handful of townspeople were always patrolling the perimeter. If not physically, they were doing so with their minds. Guard duty looked a little different when you could feel unnerving abilities nearby or sense danger. Or if you were like Woody, the captain of all security teams, who could block people's abilities with a single thought, just as he'd done during Ross's intervention program some years back. The gangs of renegade youth in the area had been rehabilitated and placed with new families, or they'd moved away from Whitehorse and the surrounding settlements. There was no need for the reform program anymore, and crazy people tended to band together out in the woods, which had given Woody a nice break. Everyone else who'd survived the outbreak had long settled somewhere else or made a safe haven of their own, so our steel walls and Ross's ability-strengthened police force sufficed well enough. Instead of going to the end of the road where Kat and Ross lived, the horses plodded down a street that veered toward Gray Mountain. It had been an unused part of Riverdale until Beau and Wren returned from British Columbia, looking for a settlement large enough for 12 people. The road was pitted like the rest of town, but somehow the area felt like a world of its own. A commune of sorts, where the villagers could remain removed from the rest of us if they wanted. We called it Village Row because it felt like a different world than the rest of Riverdale. Glass wind chimes hung from the spruce trees in some yards, a tinkling welcome that met your ears before the houses came into view, or a warning, depending on who you asked. More wind chimes hung from the eaves of the homes, and many of the villagers sat in their yards, tending to their flower or vegetable gardens, or weaving willow baskets to trade. It was quiet and peaceful. 4 houses lined each side of the road before butting up to the foothills, though only 5 of the homes were occupied. With 11 villagers, not counting Beau and Wren, there wasn't a need for all the houses, not yet anyway. The home at the beginning of the row belonged to 3 older, unmarried women who lived together. Wren joked that they were her crazy aunts, the Spinster sisters. They'd helped raise Hunter and Wren and did the same with Milo and Sutton when they were needed, but otherwise they kept to themselves, speaking in their natural tongue, laughing at inside jokes, and watching the rest of the world with appraising gazes. They seemed happy enough, if a little strange, and liked to weave their baskets on the porch from morning to dusk. Susan and Leo, a young couple, lived with their 7-year-old Sutton across from the sisters. Otto and Henny lived in the house next to them with a large, glassed-in greenhouse between their lots. And Hunter, Milo, and his mother, Letty, had the largest lot at the end of the street, across from Beau and Wren. Beau's ranch-style house was gray with white trim and rusted gutters, small compared to Hunter's settlement with fields that stretched at least an acre. Over the past year, he and Beau had constructed covered garden tunnels to protect the tomatoes, strawberries, and sunflowers from the summer rains and brisk mornings. Aside from Hunter's expectedly cool demeanor, he was predictable too. He worked the land every day, planting something new, like the sapling apricot and plum trees I'd noticed on my last visit. Despite him mistrusting us in the beginning, it was because of Hunter's steadiness that everyone seemed to acclimate as well as they had. Wren had been right about that part at least. The villagers looked to him for guidance, especially in the beginning when so many things were new and uncertain. When the cornfields came into sight, I noticed Letty first, her tanned skin and her long, dark hair braided down her back. She had jeans on and a brimmed hat to shade her shoulders. Her gaze, as always, was unwelcoming. Milo's head popped out from the towering cornstalks beside her, and the moment he saw me, he gave Kat and me an excited wave. Letty didn't chide him for acknowledging me anymore. She hadn't for a while, so I waved back at him with an irrepressible grin. "You're right," Kat said. "He's adorable, and going to be trouble one day soon. Mrs. Sourface over there isn't going to know what to do with him." I flashed Kat a smile, and we clomped closer to the paddock I'd helped Jackson build behind one of the empty houses. Only Hunter, Wren, Letty, and Susan had a horse. Everyone else walked when they had to leave the comfort of the village. Not that they left very often. When we reached the paddock, Kat climbed out of Puck's saddle and handed me his reins. "I'm going to find Wren and Henny." "Sounds good," I said with a head bob. "I'll hunt down my brother." "I'll find you when I'm finished," Kat called over her shoulder, and she disappeared around the side of the house. As I tied the horses up by the trough, Dancer, my old riding friend, plodded out of her stall to greet me. She reached her head over the railing. "Well, hello, beautiful stranger," I cooed, running my hand over Dancer's white forelock. She and Cinder scented each other in greeting, their nostrils flaring. Though I saw Dancer sometimes when I came to visit my brother, it wasn't as often as I liked. I'd grown used to having her around when Wren was staying with us. Even Cinder seemed a bit lonely in the paddock back home with only ornery old Big Red to pal around with. Dancer dipped her head, relishing the attention as I rubbed her velvety pink nose. Picking a straw of hay from her snowy white mane, I smiled. "You look so elegant when you're not sporting a winter coat." Her ears shifted back before I heard footsteps behind me, and Hunter came around the side of the paddock, stopping at the fence when he saw me. His expression didn't change much, severe like always, but I'd grown used to it. The way his t-shirt hugged his body, on the other hand, was unexpected. Sweat dappled his light gray shirt, a sight I didn't see in the cooler months. But his chiseled jaw clenched, and the hard set of his obsidian dark eyes quickly squashed such a pleasant surprise. If I hadn't known he was 21, I might have thought him older and much more terrifying. He rested the shovel in his hand against the side of the barn, and with his bicep he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thea," he said flatly in greeting. He'd cut his black hair months ago, no longer hanging in his face, though I wasn't sure if the cropped look made him look a bit more approachable or more something else. "Hunter," I drawled back. His gaze shifted from me to his horse. "Don't mind me," I said before he could voice his displeasure. "I just thought I'd say hello to my old friend real quick." I rubbed Dancer's nose and dropped my hand, motioning toward Otto's house across the street. Kat needed to talk to Wren and Henny. "About New Bodega?" The interest in Hunter's voice surprised me. "Yes, Without another word, he walked past me and the horses, straight toward Otto's. I tried not to notice Hunter's tanned skin gleaming in the sunlight as he strode across the street, his boots crunching loudly on the gravelly asphalt. With a huff, I looked at Dancer. "He's always so pleasant," I muttered, and with a purpose of my own, I walked around the paddock to cross the street. When I saw Honeybear basking in the sunshine outside of Henny's greenhouse, I headed toward the grizzly. If he was out there, it was safe to assume my brother was too. Honeybear's head lifted when he sensed me coming, and grinning, I hurried over to him. "Howdy, handsome," I chirped. He chuffed in hello, and I crouched down to rub his head, loving the way his long fur felt between my fingers. "You don't come home very much anymore, Honeybear," I told him, realizing how much I missed him. He nuzzled me, knocking me over with playful power, and I giggled as I fell onto my butt on the sidewalk.
It's bear, my brother corrected from somewhere inside the greenhouse, and I rolled my eyes.
You should have named him yourself then, I countered. It wasn't my fault Bo had been so averse to Bear in the beginning. It was laughable now that they were inseparable. Henny stepped out of the greenhouse with a basket of bound herbs in her hand.
Thea, she said in greeting. It's been a while since we've seen you around here.
Although Wren's grandmother was a bit prickly and like Took in many ways, she was more intimidating, and I smiled weakly. I've been busy with work, I explained and shoved my hands into my back pockets. Kat's here to talk to you about new bodega. I nodded toward her house as Bo stepped out of the greenhouse behind her.
Thank you,
Henny said, and she glanced between Bo and me with a dip of her chin and headed across the street. Nice to see you, I called.
You too, she said quietly.
Though Henny wasn't exactly friendly, but more reticent and stone-faced like Hunter and the rest of them, I didn't take Henny's reserve personally. Not even when she stared at me for too long like she often did. It didn't seem as offensive as when Hunter or his mother did it for some reason. On cue, Hunter stepped out of Otto's house, stopping in the road to say something to Henny before he headed back toward the paddocks. His mother and Milo stood at the barn door, their baskets overflowing with ears of corn.
He's not that bad, you know?
I looked at Bo. What?
You always scowl when you see Hunter. He's not that bad.
I rolled my eyes. I don't always scowl.
Yes, he said with a chuckle. You do. It isn't like you, which is why it's so damn obvious.
Bo eyed me carefully. Forcing my expression to soften, I waved his concern away, not wanting to dredge up old issues when things were finally starting to smooth out a bit for Wren and her family. He just rubs me the wrong way. What can I say? I can't like everyone. Bo left the Hunter topic alone and petted Bear's head absently. The grizzly sniffed my brother's pants like he'd been rolling in food, then rubbed his drooly snout against Bo's leg. Bo nudged his face away, as if it were just another day with the grizzly.
Are we doing family dinner tomorrow night?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I glanced at him. Cal and I were going to... As soon as my brother's brow furrowed, I rolled my eyes again. What? I said, throwing up my hands. What is it now?
You're still with him?
He asked, skeptical. Are you for real, Bo? It's like no one is ever good enough for you. The entire town loves Cal.
Yeah, I know. On both accounts.
But you guys don't really. He pursed his lips, like he was searching for the right, perhaps least offensive word. What's wrong with him? I quipped, but no matter what Bo said, it was obvious he'd never fully forgiven Cal for what he and Harlan had done to Kat at her house all those years ago, tying her up and threatening her. It didn't matter that Cal had paid for it, that he still had the fractal scars on his body as a daily reminder of Kat's wrath, or that he was only a kid at the time and his family back then was a gang of miscreants. I knew Bo would never forgive him. Cal has a job with Ross, I said, and began to tick off a list of reasons Cal was wonderful. He's nice to me. We have fun together. He's well-liked.
That's a great resume, Thea. But do you even like him?
I glared at him. Of course I do, I deadpanned. Otherwise, why would I be his girlfriend?
No, I mean, do you really like him? Because you two have nothing in common.
How would you know?
You're right. How would I? You never bring him around.
I rolled my eyes again. Why? So you could be an ass to him? Bo ran his hand over his face and groaned.
Okay, fine. I won't argue with you. Yes, there are worse guys. But I think you can do better.
Whatever,
he said back and nudged my shoulder. Can we please do family dinner tomorrow night? Wren's been helping me and Hunter so much. I think she could use some girl time. And you know she'd never ask for help herself.
That Wren needed me made my heart swell. Of course we can, I said, never wanting to disappoint either of them. But only if you're nice to Cal the next time you see him.
First of all, I'm always nice.
Ha!
What? I am.
I glowered at him. Fine, then I mean friendly.
Bo reached his hand out. I can do friendly. I snorted. Right. Bo scowled at me and took my hand in his. It's a deal, he grumbled.
So, I'm assuming I need to tell Elle we're hosting dinner?
Bo lifted his shoulder in a half shrug. I made a comment to Jackson this morning, so I think she might know, but will you make sure? I've been trying to get this final drip system installed so I can be done with the irrigation for good.
He sighed, as if he was exhausted, and I didn't blame him. The last year had whizzed by, and only half of it had been productive because of all the snowfall. Now that it melted and summer was in full swing, there was a lot to do to get everything ready for the next months of warm days and sunshine. You should be proud of yourself, Bo, I told him, all bantering aside. Against the odds, you and Wren made this happen. I gestured to the neighborhood surrounding us. It's exactly like you said it would be, and they all, even Wren, have you to thank for that.
That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Thea, he joked, and glanced around Village Row like he was taking it all in for the first time.
I know, I said, smiling ruefully. Don't get used to it.
All right, then you better get out of here before my head gets any bigger. He shoved my shoulder playfully.
Good point. It looks like they're wrapping up inside anyway. Good luck finishing. I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya. Bo turned and stepped back into the greenhouse.
With a final ear rub, I said goodbye to Bear and started back for the horses.
Hey,
Bo called from the doorway. I peeked back at him.
I really do appreciate you staying home for dinner tomorrow, he said.
I know. I'm the best sister you could ask for, and you love me, I called back, shoving my hands into my back pockets.
Nuh-uh,
I grinned. Yeah-huh. Bo's chuckle echoed behind me as I headed back down the street to the barn. Bear's grunts and groans followed behind me, and I glanced back to find the grizzly ambling briskly toward the barn, too. When Milo came around the side of the building, I realized the cause of the big lug's sudden excitement. Milo's expression lit up at the sight of Bear lumbering toward him. The old grizzly had finally found a playmate to lavish him with attention, which was heartening. With a grunt, Bear hurried past me to Milo, nudging him playfully. With a laugh and a hearty pet, the two disappeared into the barn. My guess was to sneak Bear a snack, and I grinned. I could hear Bear's chuffing inside the barn as I drew closer, but the horses were unfazed by the 1,000-pound grizzly's presence. Like all of us, they were used to him by now. He was just another one of us, a misfit member of the family.
And things need to change. They can't stay like this, Hunter said.
I stopped where Cinder was tied to the paddock rail and peered over at him and his mother, standing at the gardening shed a dozen yards away. Hunter's mother shifted her glare from him to me. Her scowl was unchanged as she registered my presence. So was Hunter's. I cleared my throat. Don't mind me, I muttered, and untied Cinder and Puck. I could feel their glares searing a hole in my back. Like I said, always so pleasant, I uttered under my breath. I led the horses away as quickly as I could to wait for Kat at Otto's house, only glancing back at the barn as I heard Milo's laughter ring through the afternoon air. I smiled, happy to find him wrestling with Bear in the dirt and hay. Thank goodness for Milo, who brought a bloom of life to the village. It was like he played and laughed and smiled enough for everyone. Whatever he remembered from his past, it hadn't eternally marked him the way it had the rest, and I was relieved Milo could still act like a kid. I considered jumping on Cinder and heading home, leaving Kat to deal with her duties alone as Hunter made his way toward the barn. Hurrying my steps, I flashed a final glance in Milo's direction, registering a blur of images that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end and give me pause. Milo and Bear wrestling in the barn, the horse plow, a rusty plow blade. I saw Milo stumble as he sidestepped Bear's playful swipe, and my adrenaline spiked. "Milo!" I ran toward him, the horses forgotten. Vaguely, I heard Hunter shout for him too, and as Milo registered what was happening, fear flashed across his face. I thrust the plow into the far wall with the flick of my wrist, making the barn quake as it crashed. Everything was loud and panicked. The horses spooked in their stalls as Bear skittered out of sight with a yelp, and Milo tumbled to the ground, red-faced and shrieking. "Are you okay?" I rasped, and fell to my knees beside him. He was unscathed, but the fear in his eyes matched my own as he stared at the bent plow and damaged wall. My heart hammered in my chest. Restless neighs and whinnies filled the barn, and I tried to catch my breath as I realized my hands were trembling, my entire body shaking in the wave of anxiety that flooded through me. A cold sweat doused me as I saw Luna flying through the air all over again, and my mother flying out the window with that same haunting look of fear I could never forget. I stared at the damaged barn wall as I tried to catch my breath. "I'm sorry," I breathed as murmurs and rustling surrounded me. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare them." "Hey." I stirred, blinked, caught my breath and realized Hunter was crouched in front of me. "Are you okay?" He inspected me up and down, confusion wild in his gaze. With a brusque nod, I rose to my feet. "Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I didn't—" I turned to leave. "Thea?" Hunter bit out. Pausing for a single moment, I looked back at him, my chest heaving and emotions I didn't want to feel making it hard to breathe. "Are you sure?" His voice was gentle as he stepped closer. I glanced behind him to see Letty fussing over Milo, and Bear inching his way back into the barn. But Hunter, he was staring at me, his eyes not wide with fear but with concern. "Thea?" he prompted again. "Yes," I rasped, nodding automatically. "I'm fine." He ran his hand over his short hair and heaved out a heavy exhale. "Thank you," he said, glancing back at his brother. Dipping my chin, I turned to leave again. This time, Hunter reached for my arm. I froze and stared at his hand, then looked into his umber irises. There was something unexpectedly steady and calming about them, and I couldn't look away. Slowly, he released his grip on me. "Are you sure you're all right?" he asked again, skeptical. "You don't seem like it." Of course I was fine. I wasn't the one who had almost impaled myself on the plow. "Yes, sorry about your barn," I said, but it was clear I wasn't fine. Every crease in Hunter's brow told me I wasn't. I turned on my heel. "I have to go, but I'll help fix it," I called over my shoulder. "I don't care about the barn," Hunter called back, but I was jogging toward the horses who'd run down the road before I could hear the rest. Chapter 4. Thea. The next day, cross-legged and with piles of pulled weeds beside me, I sat between Luna and Jenny's graves, but it was Rocky's I stared at. The first wolf we'd ever lost, because of Nora and Bear's mother. My mother's grave would have been the first in line if she had been buried there instead of left in the frozen landscape of Whiteley after I'd thrown her to her death. All the graves together would have been every bad decision I'd ever made, lined up in front of me as a constant reminder. My mother, Rocky, Jenny, Luna. When you left remnants of death in your wake, rationality was no longer part of the equation. Regret for certain decisions, yes, Sadness knowing beings I cared about were dead because of them. Definitely. It was impossible to forgive myself. But aside from all the dumb decisions I'd made that led to one horrible outcome or another, my ability haunted me most. I told myself that I wasn't the only child who'd survived the fever, then had to use their newfound capabilities to hurt someone they cared about. That my mom wasn't the only one who'd gone crazy from the virus, even if it felt like it sometimes. It was her face that haunted my thoughts still. That instant her eyes landed on me as an invisible force gripped her, flinging her to her death. The fear and confusion. Telekinesis. Levitation. Mind over matter. Call it what you wanted, but the power in me had been so raw and buzzing. My mind and thoughts swirled and I'd lost control. It was easy to lose control. I could still feel it whirling around deep inside me, fed by my fear. "Hey," Elle chirped as she stepped through the trees. I smiled weakly. "Hi. I thought I saw you come out here." Elle's dark hair was up in a ponytail, away from her neck, and damp soil from working in the greenhouse dirtied her knees and frayed cut-off shorts. I smiled as she sat down beside me, indifferent to the wild grasses and weeds I knew tickled her legs. "So," she said tentatively, "what's up?" It was her concerned mother voice I knew well. She ran her fingers through my hair, long and loose down my back. "Is everything okay?" My gaze drifted toward the graves again. "Oh, fine. Just coming to say hi is all. It's been a while." "It has, hasn't it?" she mused. "I haven't been out here in a while either." There was a hint of sadness in her voice as she stared at her sister's grave, and it needled my heart. "Doesn't mean I don't think about them all the time, though," she said more casually, but the sadness in her eyes gutted me, and I had to look away. "I remember when you used to fall asleep down here," Elle remembered. Her voice was almost whimsical. "I don't know how many times Jackson had to carry you back to the house, your face smushed and your hair a rat's nest from nestling between Rocky and Jenny's graves." Wrapping her arm around my shoulders, Elle hugged me against her. Sometimes I forgot she wasn't my mother. It felt like she was the only mother I'd ever had, and I leaned my head against her. "You don't have to tell me what's wrong," she said. "But you can talk to me about anything, anytime, you know?" "I know, but it's not worth talking about." We'd already discussed my guilt ad nauseum, and I wasn't going to put her through that again. "Well," Elle hedged, "whatever it is, it's bothering you enough to bring you out here." She was thoughtful for a moment. "You know, Jenny used to tell me it was pointless to be sad or regretful because you can't change the past. You have to think about the future instead." I stared at Jenny's lichen-covered headstone. Of course, she always had a bad attitude when we were growing up. So I thought she was just being a brat. And maybe she was at the time. But there's some truth in it, you know? The past can be a killer if we let it. I nodded because Elle expected me to. But it was easier for her to move on, especially with the life she had now. She was always busy with a purpose, all of them were. I was just trying to get through each day without dwelling on my every mistake, praying I wouldn't make another one. Elle tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear, her expression contemplative but certain. "I think this trip with Kat will be good for you." "You do?" She nodded against the top of my head, and we sat in comfortable silence for a little while longer. I felt a flare of hope as I realized Elle might be right. And suddenly, venturing to a new place and creating new memories seemed almost too good to be true. "I'm about to get started on the chili for dinner tonight. You want to help?" "Oh, do I?" I answered emphatically, sitting up straight. Elle chuckled. I'll tell you what, if you take care of the honey cornbread, I'll do everything else. I always burn it. And you can have whatever honey is left. She winked at me. Bribery is frowned upon, I told her. Mothers everywhere would be ashamed of you. Elle groaned as she rose to her feet. You know me. I'm not above coercion, at least, not when it comes to cooking. She held her hand out to me. I grunted as she pulled me to my feet. Clearly. Chapter 5. Thea. Lying on my stomach, I stared down at my sketch of Bear. Either he was getting more ragged in his old age, or I was doing a piss-poor job drawing him tonight. Kansas played acoustic guitar in my ears, singing about dreams as they disappeared like dust in the wind. As depressing as the song was, the oldies playlist felt apt tonight. Whoever the bulky iPod had belonged to before the world ended had quite a collection of music, and depending on my mood, I could find a little bit of everything. The last remaining wolf of Beau's pack, Littlefoot, was curled on the floor beside my bed, his furry white and gray body rising and falling with slumbering breaths. Smiling, I remembered him as a young wolf, sitting with us around the campfire at the Ranskins all those years ago. Time had gone by so quickly, and yet it felt like an entire lifetime ago when we'd all first met. Jackson and Dell, Sophie and Alex, the wolves, and the Ranskins. So much had changed since then. I sketched Bear's muzzle with a pencil, one of the few I had left in my desk drawer. Scavenging trips were few and far between these days since we were self-sustaining, and because so much of the waste left behind was unusable. Clothes were moth-eaten, food had spoiled, buildings were weather-beaten and decaying, as were most things inside of them. So, unless we needed something substantial, we created it ourselves. Shading the crease around Bear's eye, I thought of how empty life would be when he was gone. Always a bundle of fun and cuddles. What would Beau do then? No more wolves? No more honey bear? I forced myself not to think about it. Slowly, my bedroom door opened, and Littlefoot and I glanced at Jackson in the doorway. I tugged my earbuds from my ears, and Littlefoot's tail thumped against the carpet. I knocked, but you didn't answer, he said, his gaze shifting to my sketchbook. I wasn't sure if you were asleep. I smiled and shook my head. Nope, just drawing. Jackson opened the door the rest of the way and peered around my room, lit by the overhead lamp and white Christmas lights twinkling across my window. Fleetingly, I wondered if Wren's family had grown used to the electricity or if they still used fires and candlelight instead. I remember when everything you had was pink, Jackson mused. And bumblebees. You really liked bumblebees. I sat up, crossing my legs, and pulled my sketch pad into my lap as I glanced around my bedroom. The dream catcher Took had made for me hung at the head of my queen bed, the fringe of feathers fluttering in the evening breeze coming through the window. I studied the slightly sun-bleached movie posters pinned to my walls, depictions of heroes who saved the day, like Commando and Terminator, whose adventures Jackson told as bedtime stories when I was little. There were the epic love stories, too, which Elle had often requested, like The Princess Bride and Casablanca. My desk was covered in bits of randomness, and worn novels filled my bookshelves, framed photos that Elle had taken over the years lining the top of it. It definitely wasn't a little girl's bedroom. Not anymore. Yeah, I said with a smirk, remembering all the times Jackson had given in and had a tea party with me and Littlefoot, the image of my pink plastic cups pinched between his fingers making me laugh. I did love pink. I bet you're relieved you don't have to tote pink stuffed animals, sticker books, and Disney princess crap home for me anymore. He lifted his shoulder.
I don't know. I sort of miss the pink, he admitted, and sat down on the bed beside me. Part of me wanted to ask Jackson if he still thought of his own baby girl and wife who hadn't made it through the outbreak. And another part of me thought to leave well enough alone, hoping that raising Beau and me had given him a little solace, even if I knew it was difficult for him at first. Jackson leaned his elbows on his knees, his bearded cheeks lifting with a grin as he stared at my iPod. That thing still works? I scoffed. Barely. I have to keep it plugged in. The battery is shit now. I glanced at him, waiting for Jackson to chastise me for cursing, but he ignored it. Truth be told, I was glad we weren't keeping track of curse words anymore, because I disliked cooking as much as Elle did, and my helping with dinner a few nights a week was plenty for me. You didn't mention what happened at the village yesterday, Jackson said, and suddenly I realized the reason for his visit. Oh, did I forget to mention it? Tell me what's up, Squirt. His hazel eyes met mine, concern brimming in them. While Elle was the one who worried the most, Jackson was the protective one. He hated to see me sad, and he was always in my corner, no matter what. It was nothing, really. I thought Milo was going to hurt himself, so I freaked out. I wouldn't call it freaked out, Thea. That kid could be seriously hurt if it weren't for you. I shrugged. Maybe. Jackson studied me, and inwardly I squirmed. What's this really about? He asked. I don't know, I admitted. I guess I just don't like feeling out of control. It was a shitty feeling to be so powerful and yet feel so powerless at the worst possible times. Acting on raw emotion was terrifying. The incident with Milo could have ended much worse, like it had with Luna. Jackson wrapped his arm around me, pulling me into his side and kissed my forehead. I understand what out of control feels like, in my own way, he said, and his voice deepened. And I know what it's like to feel blame for something that wounds others. I peered up at him. How do you mean? Dropping his arm, Jackson turned to me. When Alex and I left you guys in Slana, and those men came for you, I blamed myself for years for not being there when it happened. You did? Why? You didn't know air-sniffing freaks would show up to harass us? Regardless, they came. And you kids almost died because I couldn't help Elle protect you. Luckily, she's a badass and you didn't need me. But I think about what you all saw and how scared you were. The car accident when you were trying to get away, and I could have helped prevent some of that. I think you won all your points back, though, I said wryly. With us, this place, we have Whitehorse because of you. Jackson shrugged, which was uncharacteristic of him. It doesn't make me feel any better about my failings. Just like nothing I tell you will take your guilt away or make it fade. Not anytime soon, anyway. Great, I muttered. That Jackson wasn't coddling me made me feel grateful, but that he acknowledged my guilt would linger wasn't very heartening either. It's just how we're built, I guess. But the important thing to remember is that you help protect people too. You helped build this town, protected your brother and now Milo, with that same ability that scares you so much. And that's not nothing, Thea. I met Jackson's gaze. His words felt heavy with truth, almost stifling. But I couldn't help but scoff. I think Hunter would say otherwise. I ruined his wall and his plow. He's grateful to you, and he was worried about you when I saw him in town today. Yeah, I snorted. Well, it will pass. Jackson eyed me as I picked at the corner of my sketch paper, and I wanted to ask him what else Hunter had said to him, but I didn't have the guts to. You know, Jackson started. You and Hunter are going on a long trip together. You're going to have to figure out how to tolerate him for more than 5 minutes at a time."
There was amusement in his voice I didn't appreciate, and my eyes narrowed on him. In case you haven't noticed, he's not very friendly.
"Well," Jackson said, raking his fingers through his beard, "you haven't put much effort into getting to know each other either."
He looked at me from the corner of his eye.
"Maybe that will change after this trip."
"Maybe," I echoed, and flashed him a skeptical, sidelong glance in return. "You're okay with me going to New Bodega, right?" I hadn't exactly asked for permission so much as told Jackson and Elle I was going.
"Why? Would you stay behind if I didn't want you to leave?"
He lifted his dark eyebrow curiously. "I don't know," I admitted, though it would definitely give me pause.
"Of course it's fine,"
he said, patting my leg.
"I think it will be good for you. And even if you'll always be chirpy, smiley little Thea to me, you're 19 now. You don't have to ask for permission to start your own life. You're capable of protecting yourself, and you're smart. Even if I don't care for your taste in boys, I trust you. Elle and I both do."
The thought of Donovan made my stomach churn, and once again, Luna flying through the air flashed in my mind. So did Donovan and Bo standing toe to toe because of me. Then I thought of Cal and how he always seemed to make me feel a bit better.
"That doesn't mean we won't worry about you, though," Jackson clarified. "It sort of comes with the territory of being an overprotective parent."
I smiled, but it was weak. This time, my thoughts lingered on Cal. "Why don't you like Cal?" I asked. Unlike my brother, Jackson wasn't one to hold a grudge.
"Are you asking because you know in your gut there's a reason, or because you don't see it?"
I averted my gaze. There were a number of reasons people would question our relationship if they knew all there was to know about us, but none of it had made Cal a bad guy. In fact, I think Jackson and even Bo might have had a newfound respect for him if they knew the truth. You just don't know him as well as I do. He's a really good guy.
"Maybe he is. But neither of you have given us a chance to get to know him that well."
I think you all intimidate him, I admitted. He still feels horrible about what happened with Kat.
"Well, he shouldn't. Kat and Ross have forgiven him. That's what matters. And I know he's not like that anymore. Megan's been a good mother for him."
I stared at Jackson, contemplating whether Cal had been keeping his distance or if I'd been the one to keep him separate from my family. I was ashamed and scared they would learn the truth about what happened while Bo was on his adventure with Bear. "We're going to fix that," I said aloud, surprising myself. "You not knowing him the way I do," I amended. A flush of unease burned inside me, and my stomach churned. I stared down at my charcoal-covered fingers.
"Good," Jackson said. "And I never said I didn't like Cal. But I'm not convinced he makes you happy either."
His eyes crinkled in the corners, glistening with love and protection. Why did everyone keep saying that? Jackson pointed to my iPod.
"What are we listening to tonight?"
I grinned, glad to change the subject to something that truly did make me happy and my heart sing. "Your favorite playlist, actually." I handed him an earbud, and the moment he put it to his ear, a smile filled his handsome face.
"It's been a while,"
Jackson mused with a nostalgic lilt. He sat back against the wall with a contented sigh to listen. Leaning back beside him, I put the other earbud in. There was something so warm and comforting about Jackson. There always had been. And curled up beside him, like when I was a little girl, was exactly what I needed. I rested my head on his shoulder, and he wrapped his arm around me as we shut our eyes and listened to a song about country roads, taking us back to where we belong.
Chapter 6. Hunter. My mother and I rode into town, the cart creaking and protesting behind Dancer. I leaned forward, petting her sleek white neck, and peered over at my mother, silent beside me. She regarded the town from atop her coffee-colored mare, Juniper, eyeing the people and storefronts, always on alert, always watching and waiting for something bad to happen, even if she never admitted it. The worry lines on her face gave her away, though. She was still cautious, still distrusting. After more than a year, she still seemed out of place. But then all of us at the village felt that way sometimes. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, reaching the crook of her elbows. It was grayer now than when we first came to Whitehorse, or maybe I was only just beginning to notice it. But despite how cruel the years had been to her, she was still beautiful, in a stern, grave sort of way. "Stop staring at me," she said without sparing me a glance. I watched her a second longer. "I'm getting Milo a horse," I told her, knowing it wasn't something she particularly agreed with. That got her attention. Her gaze shot to mine. "No," she said. Being in Whitehorse with every necessity we needed at our fingertips, she refused to take more from these people than she'd already had to. "Yes," I replied. "He's getting a horse." "Hunter, it's decided, Mother." My gaze hardened. "He deserves something of his own in this place." "He has everything he could possibly need here, and then some. You act as if he's deprived." "He is deprived. Of friends his own age, of schooling with others since you won't let him." "What's wrong with Jasper?" she said, her brow furrowing. "Nothing, except he's an old, blind man, and Milo should be learning and playing with kids. Sophie has offered he can learn a lot from Jasper." "That's not the point, Mother. And he will have a horse of his own." Dancer's hooves clomped on the rutted asphalt, and the jars of dried herbs clanked in the back of the wagon as it lurched over each bump with a thud. "And it's not charity from anyone or a gift. I'll make sure it's a trade. We won't owe anyone anything." Trade was currency, and between produce, woven baskets and bags, and tinctures, we had plenty in the village to trade with. I peered up the road at Mr. Murphy's store, nestled between the trading post and the basket shop. I could see our 3 produce shelves through the large glass window, practically empty and waiting to be filled with our weekly supply of goods for the townspeople. Root vegetables, a few dozen pounds of corn, and jars of sage, lavender blossoms, and wheat was the least we could provide after everything everyone had done for us. Some people glanced at us as we rode on, but we mostly went unnoticed now that people were more familiar with us in Whitehorse. It wasn't that we dressed all that different, or even because of our darker skin. There were other natives and ethnicities in Whitehorse. But it felt different in town because we were different. We were the minority because of our blood, something we were reminded of each time we saw people moving objects with their minds, or noticed people walking around smiling and laughing at nothing because they were having silent conversations with one another. There were people who could manipulate water and wind, create fire and bend metal. Here, we were outcasts, and it was an indescribable feeling I wasn't sure would ever go away. "I don't like you going on this trip," my mother said. Her voice was wary, but not scolding like it often was. "I don't like you being away from the village and all of us." "It needs to be done." If I was truthful, part of me was glad to be leaving, if only for more space to think and breathe, away from the watchfulness and expectations of my people. I didn't mind being their leader on most days, but others felt asphyxiating, when all I wanted to do was go for a ride or lose myself in the fields without having to worry about setting examples or making decisions, or pissing off my mother. "No, it doesn't need to be done, Hunter," My mother's voice was grating. "You're choosing to go. Don't mistake the two." I had to refrain an eye roll. My mother was a patient woman in so many ways, and yet White Horse, Wren, this town, and everything having to do with this new life kept her on edge unlike I'd ever seen her before. "What does Wren think about you leaving for this vaccine business?" "Wren doesn't know yet," I admitted. My mother looked at me with a disapproving, arched eyebrow. "Afraid to tell her?" she asked with far too much satisfaction. "Not afraid," I said. "Just postponing an argument." "Well, We're not talking about this again," I told her. And when Mr. Murphy stepped into the window and saw us approaching, a wide grin filled his face. "He never smiles at me like that," I said, glancing at her. "He must be happy to see you." "Hush," my mother chided as we pulled our horses to a stop at the sidewalk. There were hitching posts lining both sides of the streets, made from old wood beams and metal posts from unused parts of the city. As my mother dismounted Juniper, it was impossible not to notice the way Mr. Murphy's cheeks reddened, and he seemed to fluster as he fidgeted with his apron. "Letty, good to see you. You decided to join Hunter today, I see." "Yes, hello, Gus," my mother said as she wrapped Juniper's reins around the hitching post. She barely spared him a glance before pointing to the cart. "There's plenty of produce today, and since Hunter is leaving for a new bodega in a couple days, you can come to me if you need more after Tuesday," she offered. "That's kind of you, Letty. Thank you." His grin widened, and he stepped over, his hands on his hips as he peered inside. "Strawberries," he said with excitement. He was a broad-shouldered, talkative man, with glasses that rested at the tip of his nose. "It's amazing how much more we can produce with the greenhouses, isn't it?" My mother's mouth twitched with the barest smile as she began to unload, and I could hardly suppress my amusement. She could fool everyone else, but she couldn't fool me. She was going out of her way not to look at Mr. Murphy, which meant he made her uncomfortable, which meant she might have liked him, but she would never allow herself to admit it. I lifted the crate of jars from the back. "The herbs are from Wren and Henny," I explained as I walked past Mr. Murphy into the shop. "Should I put these by the honey and jam?" I asked, glancing back at him. Mr. Murphy heaved out a crate of freshly pickled beets. "Yes, but be careful you don't break any honey jars. The way Thea goes through them, there's hardly enough for anyone else." As I set the crate down below the lavender honey shipped out from New Bodega, I thought about Thea's love of the stuff and examined the shop, wondering what else she might enjoy. The shop was the size of our living room, kitchen, and dining area combined, and despite the ceiling fan and awning shading the shop from the impending afternoon heat, the faint, earthy sweet scent of overripe fruit hung in the air. The shelves were lined with goods, everything edible, from teas and jams to bread and grains and root vegetables. Fruit, vegetables, and dairy were housed in containers and cooling chests lining the walls, and I looked at our nearly empty bins waiting to be filled. "I didn't bring lemons today. I wasn't sure you needed any, but it looks like you might," I said as I headed back out to the cart. "Yes, well, I wasn't expecting Megan to buy everything up for her graduation cakes," he muttered. "I'll bring you some tomorrow," my mother offered, straining to lift a crate of potatoes. "I'll get it, Letty." Mr. Murphy hurried over to take it from her. Her brow crinkled with indignation. She was about to say something reproving when Mr. Murphy started again. "Now, I hope you'll let me know if you need anything while Hunter's away." Oblivious, he disappeared momentarily into the shop. "Anything at all," he called behind him. "I don't live but 2 blocks from you." He smiled at her as he returned, but my mother glanced away. "That's it then?" she said quickly and looked at me for assurance. There was a quiet plea to leave in her expression. As Mr. Murphy situated another of the crates farther away from the door, I leaned closer to her and muttered, "Could you at least try to be pleasant?" "Why?" she hissed, so only I could hear her. "So he gets the wrong idea?" "You're right," I breathed. "We wouldn't want anyone to think you have a heart." With a deep breath, I decided my mother's attitude was a problem for another day. "We'll bring you some lemons tomorrow, Mr. Murphy," I said, following him inside with the last of the load. "I don't think we have more than a couple pounds, but you're welcome to them." "Thanks, Hunter," he said with a nod, and sneaked a glimpse at my mother. She was already climbing back into Juniper's saddle when I stepped back outside. "I'll get your crates unpacked and have them ready for you to take back when you come tomorrow," he promised. "All right then," my mother said, and with a final, tight-lipped, barely perceptible smile, she turned Juniper in the other direction. Mr. Murphy turned to go back inside. "I have something I need to do, Mother," I told her, and lifted my chin toward home. "You can head back without me." She frowned. "What else is there?" Then her attention drifted past me, and I glanced over my shoulder. Thea and the old man, Bert, rode up the street in an old 4x4, the truck coming to a stop outside of the feed store across the street. Thea was in the driver's seat, and two 55-gallon drums of biodiesel were in the truck bed. Bert climbed out of the passenger's side first, waving when he noticed me. He started across the street toward us as Thea climbed out of the truck and paused. Her long hair was up in its usual high ponytail, more of a tawny blonde than brown in the sunlight. And if I hadn't seen the fire in her when she was angry, I would have assumed petite, pretty little Thea was all smiles and bubbly laughter. Our eyes met for a brief moment, and I thought she might walk over and join Bert before she shoved her hands into the back pockets of her jeans and strode into the feed store. Even after all this time, she felt like the most distant person of her family. And for some reason, it was starting to bother me. "Good afternoon, Letty," Bert said in quick greeting. He had a camo bandana tied around his head, his shaggy gray hair hanging around it. With the dip of his chin, he reached for my hand, giving it a quick shake. "Hunter?" Bert, I'd learned, was sarcastic, but the most friendly of the bunch. "And he's not with you today?" he asked. I shook my head. "She and Ren are finishing the powders and tinctures for new bodega." "Ah, well, that's too bad," he said with a slightly disappointed smile. Uncertain what to think of that, I glanced toward the biodiesel in the back of the truck. "For the trip?" "Yep, we're on our way to the loading bay to drop them off. Thea needed to pick up some provisions for the horses for while she's gone." "You only need the 2 drums?" It didn't seem like enough for 2 trucks and 1,000 miles of road. Bert chuckled. "Hell no. This is our 3rd trip so far today. Hopefully the last. I figure we'll haul them down in the trailers, and with all the goods we're dropping off, we'll have plenty of room for them in the back of the trucks when we return home." He held up his palm. "Well, that's assuming Kat doesn't load up with a bunch of unplanned goods while we're down there, which she often does on her trips." I lifted an eyebrow. "She can't if there's not any room. You'll have 8 horses coming back this time." With a chuckle, Bert rested his hands on his hips. "You might be a little rough around the edges, kid, but I like you know that?" He glanced back toward the feed store. "Well, I better get back there and move Thea along." Bert smiled up at my mother. "Ma'am," he said, dipping his chin again. Bert looked at me. "See you Tuesday, kid," he said as he hustled away. "I hope you don't mind long car rides," he called over his shoulder with another throaty laugh. I wasn't sure. I'd only ridden in a car a few times, but that wasn't what had been on my mind. When I'd heard Thea was joining us, I considered our constant discomfort around each other and wondered how exactly the next few weeks would unfold. "Go ahead, Mother," I told her, motioning toward the village. "I'll be home in a minute." She looked at the feed store and then at me again, which I thought was strange. Then she nudged Juniper into a walk and headed home. I was about to go back into Mr. Murphy's store when I saw Thea's boyfriend, Cal, walking down the sidewalk, a girl I'd seen with him many times by his side. It was the one Bo worked with at the survival center, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. She fidgeted with her long ponytail, and Cal ambled beside her, his hands shoved in his pockets as they laughed at something. I'd heard about what he'd done to Kat years ago, and wondered if someone raised the way he had been, unruly with the ability to appear invisible, could really change for the good. And though I knew I shouldn't care one way or the other if he was seeing Thea, something about the way Cal looked at the girl beside him rubbed me the wrong way. I'd only seen him and Thea together a handful of times, but he was never smiling so much as he always seemed to be with this girl. Cal placed his hand on her lower back, guiding her as they disappeared between two buildings, their laughter echoing behind them. I glanced back at the feed store. Did Thea know Cal spent so much time with another girl, unable to look away from one another? I bristled at the thought. Whatever Cal was or was not doing was none of my business, and turning to the store, I went inside, refusing to think any more about it.
Chapter 7. Thea. The sun was setting behind the mountains, and the sky was pale pink as Cal and I walked through the abandoned neighborhoods. It wasn't the most romantic place to go for our last night together, but it was just outside the walls of Riverdale, away from everyone else, so we were undisturbed. "So," I said, taking Cal's hand in mine, "what are you going to do while I'm gone?" "Perish, of course," Cal joked, and his blonde hair flopped into his eyes as he turned to look at me. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, and my heart melted a little. I was going to miss that cocky smile of his. "Well, that's a given," I said. I shook my head with a grin and peered around at Mother Nature, left to her own devices in this part of our world. Violets grew up through the cracks in the asphalt. Lichen covered rotted roofs. Unchecked garden plants flourishing in the summer warmth shaded old steps and porches. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it, when I slowed down long enough to notice it. The old neighborhoods were lush compared to the steel-lined walls of Riverdale that rose just above the rooftops beyond. "But really, what will you do?" I asked. "I'll be on patrol with Ross mostly," Cal said. With Kat working at the horse facility and going to community meetups, and Jackson helping Bo so much over the past year, Cal had become Ross's newest deputy and right-hand man. "And I told Marika I would help her at the survival center since Bo's been busy with the village." I felt a slight churn in my stomach at the mention of Marika's name, but I said nothing. I'd always felt slightly guilty, knowing they would probably be together if it wasn't for my sudden appearance in Cal's life a year and a half ago, when they'd been dating. And while a part of me thought I should worry they were still friends, I also knew the kind of guy Cal was, and that he would never hurt me. "So," he started, scuffing his shoes against the loose gravel in the road, "what time are you leaving tomorrow?" "Elle and Jackson are taking me to the facility at 7 so we can get things loaded and ready to go," I said with a heavy sigh. "It's going to be an early start to a long day for sure." "Megan said you guys are going to make a pit stop in Vancouver." Cal's voice held a mix of longing and intrigue, which made sense. Vancouver was where he was originally from before his life with Harlan's gang brought him here. "Yeah, we have to check on the radio tower," I explained, studying his profile. "You're never going to call her Mom, are you?" I said. Megan had been the one to take him in when he first came to Whitehorse. A scared, guilt-ridden boy who had hurt the very people who were trying to give him a second chance. Cal shook his head.
No. Probably for the same reason you don't call Elle your mom unless it's for simplicity's sake.
Elle was my mom in every way that mattered, but it always felt strange, ever since I'd been a child, to call her mom. Probably because she'd never pushed the idea and had always just been Elle to me. I leaned my head against his shoulder as we cut through some of the overgrown backyards, headed back for Riverdale.
Are you nervous?
Cal asked in our companionable silence.
About the drive or Hope Valley or anything?
We weaved around an old metal clothesline, covered in vines. I'm not sure if it's nerves I feel, or excitement, if there's even a difference, I said. We were going to New Bodega, which was virus ground zero in many ways, where Dr. Wesley had abandoned her family to work with General Harrodson and masterminded the virus. In the wake of their devastation, New Bodega had risen up and become the hub of all virus vaccines, serums, and advancements, and was where the children Dr. Wesley had left behind, Jason and Zoe, had started the only regen safe haven we knew of in their small settlement inland, Hope Valley. It was a community where Zoe and Jason did everything they could to right their mother's wrongs, and I was both intimidated and in awe of them. We stepped over a fallen fence, into another yard cluttered with evergreens and rusted lawn furniture. But I have been wanting to see the countryside since we moved here, and now I'm getting that opportunity. California, the coast, rolling hills, and hot summers. I'd heard about it all. Though meeting a ton of new people and going to the city, which is always unpredictable, that's a little daunting. I nudged him with a grin. I can't just disappear on a whim like you can. My ability is a little more temperamental than that. Cal's thumb rubbed absently over the back of my hand, and we stopped under an untamed maple tree.
You don't have to worry about anything,
he said. His gaze held mine, glistening and blue like the Yukon fresh with snowmelt.
Alex will be there, and Kat would die before she let anything happen to you. It's not like you need their protection, though.
As he stared into my eyes, I thought I saw something unfamiliar in them. It almost looked like longing, but I wasn't sure why or for what. He studied me a moment longer, then seemed to remember himself and forced a smile.
You can defend yourself in more ways than one.
While that was true, it was no longer the journey that concerned me, but Cal's expression. Are you okay? I asked, squeezing his hand.
Yes.
He frowned with confusion.
Why?
You just seem a little sad or something. Cal rolled his eyes, which was a very un-Cal thing to do.
You're leaving for 3 weeks, Thea.
Maple leaves shivered in the breeze above us, and Cal's smile crept back into place.
It will be weird not having you around.
His blue gaze shifted to my lips, as if he was taking the sight of me in, saving it for later. Or, a voice told me, maybe that's apprehension in his eyes, not appreciation. Regardless of his smile and reassurances, something about Cal seemed lost and uncertain. Hey, I whispered and leaned in to kiss him. The need to feel his lips on mine was more desperate than I expected, as I worried a part of him was slipping away. But after his initial surprise, Cal's kiss grew urgent in return. He was warm and strong, and I didn't feel so alone when I was with him. Even if no one understood it, Cal was the only person who really knew me, and I couldn't imagine my life without him. My best friend, my confidant, my Cal. His arm snaked around my waist, pulling me closer, and his tongue explored mine more fervently until I gasped and pulled away. I promised Elle and Jackson I'd be home for dinner since it's my last night home. I grinned sheepishly against his lips. And I still have to pack. Cal's head fell back.
Such a tease,
he groaned. But "One more kiss won't hurt," I whispered, and pulling his mouth to mine again, I brushed my lips against his, lingering and soft at first, until the rush of heat overcame me. My arms wrapped around him again, and our bodies pressed so close there was no more air between us. Another groan rumbled in Cal's throat, then a crash behind us startled me. We both spun around to find Hunter standing in the backyard. His expression was a mask of severity, though more scathing than usual. "What are you doing here?" I bit out, confused and slightly embarrassed, considering I could still taste Cal on my tongue.
"Hiding," he said. "At least, I was."
I glanced around, realizing Milo nor his mother were present. I registered what looked like an armful of wood in disarray by a fire pit at his feet. He had a ball cap on, a small ice chest in one hand, and he was wearing a flannel jacket like he was planning on staying a while.
"Then we'll leave you to it,"
Cal said, taking my hand in his again. If he was embarrassed to be caught kissing in an abandoned neighborhood, it didn't show. Hunter's gaze was hard on Cal as we walked by, but Cal ignored him and led me out of the yard.
"I don't like that guy,"
Cal said under his breath. Though I didn't look back, I could feel Hunter's eyes spearing us until we were out of view.
"And I'm not sure how I feel about you going on the trip with him either."
"Hunter's a grumpy pants, but he's not dangerous or anything," I told Cal, uncertain how I felt about the sudden bite in his tone. I couldn't tell if Cal was being possessive or if he was actually worried. "Wait a minute," I said with a growing grin. I jerked Cal's hand to force him to look at me. "You're not jealous, are you?" I asked, incredulous. I giggled as Cal's pinched features relaxed a little and he glanced away. "Hey," I wrapped my arms around his neck. "I have to say I'm flattered, but you have nothing to be jealous about. Hunter is the last person I'd ever have feelings for." Cal looked behind me, toward the houses.
"Promise?"
I tried to suppress my grin this time, though I found the question absurdly unnecessary. "I promise." Chapter 8. Thea. The next morning came quickly. While Jackson and Elle helped load the trucks, Littlefoot went exploring the compound, and I made my way over to Captain and Benedict in their paddock to say goodbye. "You two be good for Susan," I told them, and Captain's gray whiskers tickled my arm as he lipped at it in want of a treat. Laughing, I pulled a carrot out of my back pocket for each of them. "I stole them from the food bin," I whispered. "Don't tell anyone." "I won't." Susan's amused voice startled me, and I turned around with a smile. "Busted," she said. "And don't worry, you and Kat have trained me well. I can keep these boys out of trouble." Susan's black, bobbed hair was pulled back in a bristly ponytail at the base of her head, and she tucked a few loose strands behind her ears. "This will be a good test for you," I told her with a wry smile. "Because I think we're bringing 8 more horses back with us." Her eyes widened. "So many." "Unless someone's going to start repaving roads, even the 4x4s aren't lasting long these days. I have a feeling the riding facility will double in size before much longer." "Probably true," Susan said with a sigh. She opened the paddock gate and stepped inside to feed the boys their breakfast. I watched her happily as she whistled, looking like she belonged there, as if she was one of us, a part of Whitehorse. And I was happy for it. But as Hunter and his mother rode their horses through the facility gate, I realized Susan and her family might be the only ones to ever fully acclimate. Susan moved quickly in the paddock, sifting the grain from the bins under the paddock awning. "Come and get it, boys," she called. Susan couldn't have been older than her late 20s, and Sutton was nearly 9 years old. It made me wonder what sort of pressure she'd been under to marry Leo, who was much older than her when they'd wed years ago. The only 2 people in the village unrelated and old enough to marry. For 11 years, the village strove to preserve their lineage. But now, save for traveling to other untainted communities where they knew no one, they were stuck with tainteds like us. The vaccine, I realized, wouldn't just save their lives from cross-contaminated blood, but would give them possibilities for their futures. Would Susan regret marrying Leo now that they were living in a new kind of world? I pushed the thought away, knowing she could never regret Sutton and his big chestnut-colored eyes and freckled face. She glanced over her shoulder when she realized I was still standing there, watching. "I promise I won't kill them while you're gone," Susan jested, "if that's what you're worried about." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm leaving." I pushed off the rail and waved goodbye. "Don't get into too much trouble while you're gone," Susan called. I hurried into the prison and beelined for the cafeteria to grab my things to load. When I saw Wren and Hunter standing in the room and the horrified look on Wren's face, I froze in the doorway. "I don't understand why you would throw this at me right before you leave," she said, wiping the tears from her cheeks. "I hate this." Hunter stood with his back to me, his broad shoulders straighter than usual. "It's not about you, Wren. It's about us." I had a gut-churning feeling I wouldn't like whatever Hunter was throwing at her, and the tears in Wren's eyes quickly spurred my annoyance. He's making her cry before we leave? What kind of friend does that? "Hunter," Wren started. "No one—" "I can't argue with you right now," he said, lugging his duffel bag over his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. "We'll talk more about it when I get back." Wren shook her head, her sadness hardening into anger. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" she said, scowling as she shoved his shoulder. I'd never seen Wren look so menacing. "This whole time—" "Hey," he bit out. Hunter's shoulders squared and he seemed immediately taller and more formidable. My body stiffened as I felt the sudden need to hold my breath. "You did what you had to, Wren. Now I am. I can't keep holding my breath." My annoyance prickled. Was Hunter talking about her and Beau? I'd always wondered if he harbored some resentment after life had changed for him so abruptly and Beau had come into the picture. Despite the sharpness to his tone, though, Hunter leaned in and kissed Wren's forehead. "I gotta go," he grumbled. Wren shook her head. "I can't believe you," she growled. "Yeah, you and my mother both," Hunter muttered as he strode out the door, disappearing down the hallway. With a deflated sigh, Wren wiped away her tears and ran her fingers through her loose black hair, cursing herself before she noticed me standing there. Her cheeks were stained pink and she offered me a weak smile, like she'd been caught doing something wrong. Or perhaps because Hunter had. "What was that all about?" I asked, stepping into the room. The protective part of me that had helped Wren feel at home here when she first arrived, that had helped her settle into her new happiness with my brother, didn't like seeing her upset. And I didn't like Hunter talking to her like that, as if she'd done something wrong. Was that about you and my brother being together? Wren shook her head. "No," she said, staring at the doorway Hunter had exited. I waited for her to continue, and when she realized it, she glanced at me. "I'm fine," she offered. "I'm just worried about him." She pulled her bottom lip between her teeth, thinking. "Actually," she started, her gaze hardening, "I'm not letting him leave things like that." She nodded to herself. "I'll meet you out there, Thea." "Wren?" Kat called from down the hall. "You get lost in there?" Crap, the maps. Wren wiped her eyes a final time and flashed me a quick, watery smile. "Coming," she called, reaching for the maps discarded on the table as she rushed out the door. I listened to Wren's receding footsteps as I grabbed my 2 bags from the corner of the room, my duffel and my backpack. Knowing Kat's was the red one, I hauled it over my other shoulder, the weight nearly knocking me off kilter, and I headed out the door in Wren's direction. The sour feeling in my stomach stayed with me as I stepped out into the sunshine. As I drew closer to the trucks parked at the loading bay, I tried to tell myself this was a day to be excited. But I had the sneaking suspicion Wren and Hunter's argument was about something significant, and anger gripped me as I considered how it might relate to my brother. Even after all this time, Hunter was still making waves. Hadn't he already made things hard enough on Wren? Sure, they'd come to Whitehorse like she'd wanted, but only after Henny stepped in. Hunter had been too busy distrusting us to be in Wren's corner. Now that he was here, he and his mother kept to themselves, scowling all the time. I realized it was possible neither of them would ever be happy because they might not have the capacity for it. But I instantly forgot all that when I saw Cal wandering closer from the gated entrance, his pack on his back like he'd walked the 3 miles from Riverdale out here, to see me. I couldn't stop grinning. I dropped my bags and ran toward him, his eyes widening when he saw me. "You came to see me off?" I was elated, even if I knew that was silly. I wrapped my arms around his neck. "How sweet."
"I couldn't let you leave without saying goodbye," he murmured, squeezing me closer.
Whatever insecurities I thought I saw in Cal last night were vanquished, gratitude and a sense of calm filling me instead. "Thank you."
Chapter 9. Hunter. Once Cal left and Thea was heading back toward the trucks, I snagged the opportunity to talk to her. I hadn't seen her alone to thank her properly for what she'd done for Milo. Thea's gaze found mine as I stopped in the middle of the gravel lot. The light, open expression she always had sharpened like it usually did when she saw me. I clenched my jaw, steadying myself for whatever smart remark she had for me this time. "Hunter?" She grumbled my name in greeting as she walked past me. For being so polite, she exuded ferocity. "Hello, Thea. It's nice to see you too," I said dryly. She paused mid-step and turned to me, her ponytail whipping over her shoulder. She was barely as tall as my chin, and her accusatory honey-brown eyes narrowed on me, more acute than usual. "Did Wren find you?" she asked. "Yes." I eyed her carefully, surprised by her question. "Why do you ask?" "Because after the bomb you dropped on her, you just left her standing there, Hunter. She was upset." Thea leaned closer. "Look, I know you're not happy here," she said, her voice low and venomous. "You never wanted to come to begin with. But Wren and my brother have done so much for you and your family, the least you could do is stop throwing their relationship in her face and show some gratitude." "Excuse me?" A flash of heat whirred through me at the unexpected accusation, and I crossed my arms over my chest, uncertain what exactly Thea was talking about. Spoiled, feisty Thea always seemed to be looking for an argument. "Who pulls that crap and then leaves for 3 weeks?" she practically hissed. I tilted my head, unable to keep from glaring at her. "How is it I've thrown their relationship in her face?" "You said she did what she had to, and now you will." My muscles tensed, and I straightened. "So," I said, holding my hand up. I tried to keep the edge from my voice, but my impatience and disbelief tore at what remained of any gratitude I'd walked over with. "You don't even know what we were talking about." If I'd had it in me to laugh, I would have, but the fact that Thea was upset with me and had no idea why was maddening. "Does it matter?" I heaved a bored sigh. "No, apparently not." Thea scratched her brow and took a calming breath, but I could tell she was holding in what she really wanted to say. "You need to get over yourself already," she gritted out. "You've been sulking since you got here. You have everything here, except for Wren, and still, it's not good enough." My jaw ticked in answer. This is about Wren. I was about to tell Thea I'd simply walked over to thank her for what she did the other day, but with her angry words, every sleepless night and heavy decision I'd borne since we'd arrived in Whitehorse bubbled up and over, falling at our feet. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Thea," I seethed. Her eyes widened at the edge in my tone, and I thought she might relent, until she shook her head. "So, we're not untrustworthy, and you're not here out of obligation?" My gaze narrowed on her. "Have I ever said that?" She leaned closer, and I could smell lemongrass and lavender. "You're only here because you were screwed either way, remember?" The first day I met Thea came booming back to life. "Is it really so hard to find some joy in this place?" Her contempt for me was obvious. Her eyes burned with it. That's what Thea thought of me then. That I was a miserable, distrusting asshole who was somehow hurting Wren? I might have respected Thea's loyalty to her family and friends if I wasn't the one she was flinging unfounded accusations at, save for this one. "Of course I didn't trust you when I met you," I admitted. "Your brother nearly killed one of the people I care about most, and then you all showed up expecting us to leave with you? Anyone in their right mind would distrust you. People like you are dangerous." Thea's nostrils flared, and her lips pinched in a thin line. "And how do you feel now?" she said coolly. "Are we still so hard to trust? To like?" "That would depend," I said, feeling the uncontrollable need to sting her back. "Are you lumped in with everyone else?" More color bloomed in Thea's cheeks, but it wasn't from anger this time. She swallowed. "You're such an ass," she breathed. "So you've told me," I reminded her and tilted my head. "Instead of jumping to conclusions and attacking me, why don't you ask Wren what's wrong? Or would that take all the fun out of your tantrum?" Her eyes widened, but I ignored it. If Wren hadn't told Thea why she was upset, then I wasn't about to. Thea could hate me if she was so determined to. She groaned with frustration and headed toward the trucks without another word. My mother, Alex, and Elle were watching us from the trucks. Alex and Elle's expressions leaned toward curious shock, while my mother glared at Thea. Clenching my hands at my sides, I walked toward them, but my mother was in front of me in 3 furious steps. "How can you let her talk to you like that?" she ground out. I could feel her anger crashing against me in tumultuous waves. "Leave it alone, Mother," I said with a groan. While I didn't appreciate Thea's attitude, a part of me didn't blame her either. "I feel like I don't understand you anymore," my mother said, utterly exasperated with me. She shook her head. I hated the discontent in her voice, but that's how she always was. Worried, skeptical, rough around the edges. As I stared into her rock-hard gaze at the lines that crinkled around her eyes in anger, and the scar by her left ear, I thought I saw how Thea might see us. My mother was a harsh woman. She had been for years, and I knew she'd never been overtly warm toward anyone in Whitehorse. It might be easy for someone like Thea, who wore her heart on her sleeve, to assume we were heartless. My mother wrapped her arm through mine, one of her few motherly signs of affection, and we walked back toward the others. "None of it matters. It's you I'm worried about." Her unspoken sentiment was clear. "You don't have to worry. I'll be okay." I patted her hand. "And I'll miss you too." She straightened her shoulders, schooling her emotions as best as she could. "Just come home to me, okay?" "Of course I will." "And be careful, Hunter. If you have second thoughts—" "I know, Mother. Nothing set in stone." With another exhale, I joined the group gathered at the trucks, saying their goodbyes. Alex and Sophie, Beau and Wren, Jackson and Elle, they were all so close. I noticed it all the time, just like I noticed how Thea's face lit up whenever she was around them. Whenever she was around everyone but me. Chapter 10. Hunter. It rained for the first couple of hours we were on the road, a sudden summer downpour that sent the wipers squeaking over the window incessantly. I wasn't sure how driving with Alex would go after my argument with Thea back at the prison, but Alex hadn't brought it up. In fact, as he drove, he mostly filled me in on his relationship with the folks in New Bodega, explaining how he'd met Zoe, Jake, and Rebekah years back at the first Prince Rupert summit. The rain finally passed, and after another couple of hours, my legs began to cramp. I wasn't used to driving all the time, like Alex was. He was a cool guy who smiled almost as much as Thea, and he ran the hydro plant with Bert and a small team of others throughout the year. I wasn't sure if it was his dark features or if it was the quiet thoughtfulness I noticed about him when he was observing others. But something about Alex reminded me of myself. The wolf exhaled a long, deep sigh behind me. He didn't seem to mind the trip all that much either, sprawled out on the back seat. "I've been on dozens of trips," Alex started again. "But I've never been to New Bodega. This will be a first for all of us. It's kind of exciting." Exciting was a word for it. So was overwhelming, looming, life-changing. "What about you?" Alex glanced at me in the passenger seat. I rolled the window down a little to feel the afternoon air against my skin. "What about me?" "How are you doing with all of this? I mean, you've always lived in a small village, and coming to Whitehorse was a huge step. Now you're going with us to a different country to meet a city full of new people, and I'm not even sure you like us, let alone a bunch of strangers." Alex chuckled, and I looked at him. "Is that what Thea told you?" I felt my scowl harden in place. Alex looked from me to the road. "No, man, it's just, I guess I don't know you well enough to tell." That was an honest enough answer, and I peered out at the rich greens and browns of early summer as they passed by the window. "I like Whitehorse," I admitted. "And I know it's not exactly obvious, but my mother does too." "Did she tell you that?" he asked skeptically. "She doesn't have to," I told him, taking in the winding road. "She's just scared." Alex glanced at me again. "Scared of what? That others will break in and do something to your family, or scared of us?" I knew there was a difference, at least to everyone but my mother. "Of anyone and everything," I admitted. While I didn't want to overshare with Alex, I also couldn't get Thea's impression of me and my family out of my head. And Alex had said himself he didn't feel like he knew us. "She's built up a hard shell over the years." Alex was contemplative for a moment. "Yeah, I get it. My situation is different, but it was also the same too, you know. We all, Thea, Bo, Sophie, and the others, we all woke up one day after we thought we were dead, and life had completely upended. There were times I wondered if it would have been easier had we died with the others." I looked at him. Alex's pensive gaze was fixed out the windshield. The diesel engine rumbled. The road bent and turned. The truck shook and shuddered over potholes. Then he started again. "It took us a lot, cost us all a lot, to get to this point. We've seen and done things that haunt us, but it's also like we have this innate need to keep going and make our second chance worthwhile because of all the hard shit." It was obvious to anyone who saw Alex, Thea, and their family together that what they'd been through had brought them closer together, the same way our village found it difficult to trust or open up to others outside our own people. We'd all been through hell together, which made everyone else an outsider. "We only left once," I started, watching the faded yellow line in the center of the highway bend with the road. After the men who came to our village were dead, Henny and I ventured out. We needed medical supplies and food. I exhaled and shook my head. Everything was a mess. And that's when we put the pieces together from the newspaper clippings, signs on doors and windows, and the bodies in the buildings. Not to mention the smoke clouding the sky from the fires off in the distance. It had been nearly a month since the outbreak, and we realized those men weren't just crazy and could do unnatural things. They were different. Everyone who'd gotten sick would be different from us, and nothing would ever be the same again. I felt my palms clam up as I registered what I'd just shared, all of it spoken aloud for the first time. "That's when you went into hiding?" Alex asked. I appreciated the quiet sincerity in his voice. We knew we wouldn't survive something like that again. "The fear and distrust," I continued. "They aren't things some of us can unlearn, I guess. And I don't think Thea understands." In my periphery, I saw Alex glance at me. "I don't know what's going on between you two," he said, and I looked at him from the corner of my eye. "But whatever your differences are, you should know that she's probably the best of all of us, and she's the one I worry about the most." "Why?" I asked before I could stop myself. As much as she maddened me sometimes, I couldn't deny that I wanted to understand her better. And it was inconvenient to think about someone who was so frustrating all the time. "Thea's the most fragile, I think. Or maybe it's just because she's the youngest. She's lived through what we all have, but from such a young age. Sophie and I worry how much of what she's seen and done still affects her. I guess I should say that Sophie knows it still affects her." I didn't have the nerve to ask for details, but I didn't have to. As if Alex could feel my eyes boring into the side of his head, he peeked at me again and continued. "The day I woke up from the fever, I found her and Beau in an abandoned building. It was the dead of winter, and they were cold and hungry, and they were alone and scared. I was a foster kid who could barely take care of myself. I had no clue what to do with two kids, so I took them to Sophie's. And thank God I did." "You and Sophie were together then?" Alex chuckled and shook his head. "No, definitely not. We'd known each other a few days, if that, but she was the only one I'd found alive in the entire town besides the kids." So their parents died too, I realized. It made sense, since Jackson and Elle had assumed that role all these years. "Not exactly," Alex hedged, more hesitant than before. "Their mother, she tried to kill them, so Thea had to kill her first. She was only 6 years old." My heart skipped a beat. I felt my face pale, imagining a tiny Thea frightened and having to kill her own mother. The mere thought of even considering my mother's demise, or Milo's, made bile rise up in my throat. "Those men that came to your village," Alex continued. "We've seen the likes of them before, too many times, and every single horrible thing I've seen, Thea has seen too. Only she was young and innocent and confused and helpless in many ways, just like Beau. It was different for them than it was for us. Beau was closed off, more reserved than Thea was, and perhaps his past lent to that. But Thea, she always seemed so happy," I thought aloud. "You'd never know any different." Only that wasn't entirely true. I remembered her expression the day she helped Milo in the barn, the day she'd used her ability to save him. Beau once mentioned that some survivors had difficulty coming to terms with what they could do, and I realized Thea might be one of them. "How did Thea kill her?" I asked, unable to help myself. "Her mother," I clarified. Alex looked at me, as if he could tell I was putting puzzle pieces together. Her telekinesis, he said. Threw her right out the window. Sophie's seen the memory. Thea was protecting Beau. She wasn't even fully recovered from the fever. And after that, well, they both thought they'd get in trouble for what Thea did, so they didn't tell anyone the truth for months. She lived with that gnawing at her, and the guilt. They kept it a secret for months. I swallowed the emotions, conjuring the unwanted image of a shivering, cold, frightened little Thea. I guess I know why she was shaken up using her power the other day with Milo. Alex propped his elbow up on the windowsill and dragged his hand over his buzzed head. It's more than that, too, he admitted. But, yeah, I think it still scares her sometimes. The older she gets, the more I realize Thea's got two sides to her. The tentative, playful Thea I still see from when she was little, and the Thea who's a ball of emotion, which she has a difficult time harnessing. I've noticed, I muttered. Alex smirked and continued. I think that emotion is what scares her. Anyone who knew Thea, even me, who seemed to sour her mood with every interaction, could tell she didn't have a mean bone in her body, at least not really. She practically fumed when she was angry. But the fact that she wore a nearly constant smile and her best friends were animals gave her soft heart away. So, having the power to hurt someone, I imagined it was something Thea might always struggle to come to terms with. Milo seems like a good kid, Alex said. I was talking to him when he stopped by Jasper's to get some books for Sophie's class. He sure loves animals. He reminds me of Thea at that age, actually. Yeah, unlike the rest of us, you don't have to guess how he's acclimating. He's a pretty open book. Alex chuckled. Same with Fiona. We sat in silence for a while, the road stretching out in front of us. I glanced at the side mirror, looking past the trailer we were hauling, to the Super Duty truck 50 feet behind us. Bert sat in the driver's seat, Kat in the passenger, and I saw Thea's bare feet sticking out of the back passenger window. What? Alex asked. What's so funny? I hadn't realized I was smiling. I pointed behind us. It looks like your sister is enjoying the trip so far, I mused. She's sunbathing. Alex grinned. Sounds about right for Thea. The truck shuddered again over the road, and as we continued south, further into British Columbia, I thought about my mother and Milo back home, and a strange sense of relief washed over me. It was the first time I was leaving them alone for longer than a handful of hours, but I wasn't worried. No more than the unfamiliar anxiety of being away. They had protective walls and a town of ability wielders. They had Beau and Wren and everyone else to look after them if they needed anything. I really do like it, I told Alex. Being in Whitehorse, I said. I know my mother and brother are safe there, more than they'd be anywhere else. Satisfaction brightened Alex's features. Good. That's the point of that place, you know, for everyone to be safe and start over. No matter what my mother feared, I knew that was true. Yeah, I said with a sigh. I guess it is.
Chapter 11. Thea. All of us waited in the shadows at the side of the road for a sign from Kat that the coast was clear and we could head up to the Tatoga Lake safe house. The sun was finally setting, even though it was well past 9 p.m., and Bert snored in the back, oblivious. Meanwhile, my legs tingled in the driver's seat from sitting too long. I couldn't stop fidgeting. Sure, we'd stopped a couple of times for a break and to switch drivers, but 11 hours in the truck was wearing on my last shred of sanity, and I was ready to let the little Thea inside me out to whine for a bit. Or maybe I was still restless after my interaction with Hunter. I'd been stewing about it all day. Even if I was convinced he'd handled the situation with Ren poorly, Hunter had been right. I didn't know the whole story or why Ren was crying. Even if my reaction felt justified in the moment, I was beginning to wonder if I might have completely misread the situation. He'd seemed genuinely offended by my accusations, and I couldn't help but regret them. Regardless of why I was restless, I was. I needed movement. I couldn't wait to stretch my legs. No, bathe. No, crawl into a comfy bed, away from wherever Bert was sleeping, to escape his snores ricocheting through the cab of the truck. I glanced into the back seat. His mouth was gaping, and I poked him like a child might poke a sleeping bear, very carefully. Bert's eyes popped open before his mouth snapped shut, and his gaze shifted over me in the cab interior. "We're here," I told him, and then I heard the truck in front of me rumble to life. Kat waved us up the road as she shoved her pistol in her belt holster. There was no lightning show or gunshots, so I assumed the coast was clear. Starting our F-250, I followed Alex's truck up the long, gravel drive to our hidden sanctuary. "How the hell did Alex deal with your snoring at the hydro plant all winter?" I asked Bert. Alex was patient, but I was starting to think he was more saintly than I realized.
"What do you mean? I don't snore,"
he rebuked. "Yeah," I snorted. "Right." Bert and Alex's first winter at the hydro plant, when the two of them were locked inside together all those months to keep the power running, must have been filled with sleep deprivation and pillow pummeling. But my annoyance with Bert's deviated septum was forgotten the moment we rounded the curve in the gravel and the property came into view. A farmhouse was washed in orange light from the setting sun and was long and sprawling on a plot of land, hidden within the trees. It wasn't boxy like so many of the houses were back in Whitehorse, with pitched roofs for the snow. I pulled the truck to a stop behind Alex's and shut off the engine. With twitchy fingers, I opened the driver's door and climbed out of the truck, stretching my legs the instant my boots hit the ground, and I grinned. I didn't have to think about the road or driving for another 10 hours. "Everything's clear," Kat said, pulling her pack of essentials from the passenger floor. "It's musty inside, but empty." "Thank all that is holy," I muttered, wondering if I'd ever have feeling in my butt again. Bert began unloading our duffels from under the tarp in the back of the truck, setting them in the gravel drive to lug inside.
"Have you been here before?"
Hunter asked Alex as they climbed out of the truck in front of us. Only then did it dawn on me that Hunter and I would be confined in close quarters for the night, with little room to escape one another. I groaned inwardly. I was too exhausted for awkwardness and arguments tonight.
"No,"
Alex admitted. He opened the back passenger door for Littlefoot to jump out. He instantly began sniffing around, his tail wagging excitedly. If he was beginning to feel his 13 years, you'd never know it.
"I have,"
Bert said as he pulled the bandana off his head.
"Twice."
He ran his fingers through his shaggy gray hair. With his newly cropped beard, he looked even more like Willie Nelson than he did before.
"See,"
Jackson had said, pointing to a photo of Willie in one of my old People magazines.
"Bert and Willie."
It was freakishly uncanny. Hunter assessed the farmhouse as he pulled his shirt down over the butt of the pistol in his waistband. I wasn't sure why him being armed surprised me. He had no ability to protect himself if he ever needed it, and nearly everyone I knew carried a weapon, so it wasn't exactly strange. But Hunter was different than everyone else. He and his people were peaceful, and it seemed a stark reality that he would have to bring protection on this trip. It was easy to forget how vulnerable he was, especially out here. I helped the others unpack what little we needed for the night, our food, bags, and weapons, and secured the bins that might be susceptible to critters. Once everything was latched and locked, we headed inside. The instant I stepped into the sprawling ranch house, a fusty smell filled my nose. stale air and wood scents. I examined the interior, illuminated by the light that filtered through the draped windows. It was a nice place, a little unkempt with cobwebs in the wooden rafters, but if I had to guess, whoever had lived in the house years before had built it themselves. It felt homey. The kitchen and living room sprawled out to the right, and I followed Alex to the left, down the creaking tiled hallway past the bedrooms and additional bathroom. There was an office with a twin bed, a master room with a queen mattress big enough for two, and another room with 2 bunk beds. Everything was straightened, like someone had been along at some point over the years to clean out what was left behind after the outbreak, so there were no bodies or belongings to worry about. "Cat and I get the queen bed," I called out, knowing it was the only thing that made sense. I dropped my pack, pillow, and sleeping bag inside the door of the master bedroom. The big bed was covered with a white painting tarp to keep the dust off, and the chair in the corner of the room beside the sliding glass door was covered too. That was a relief. I was exhausted and could probably sleep anywhere I laid my head, but I wasn't sure sleeping on months or years' worth of dust mites was very appealing either. I walked over to the sliding glass door to see what was on the other side of the house. More birch trees, more woods, but they were shimmering in the setting sun, making it look ethereal in a way that reminded me how far away I already was from home. It was a good first day, I realized. No mishaps or lunatics. Just leg cramps and restlessness. It could definitely be worse.
"Let's give the old man the office," Alex said to Hunter in the hallway.
"I resent that comment," Bert called from the living room. I heard the lid pop off the food container. Kat's heavy footsteps echoed through the house next, and I pulled off the bed covering, knowing she'd want to go right to sleep. The bed had pillows and a comforter, but I was still glad I'd brought my own. Kat lumbered into the room with her things. "Do you think they have running water here?" I asked, hopeful but not overly optimistic. A shower sounds magical right now.
"Definitely not." She dropped her bag on the foot of the bed and unzipped it. "But I'm also too exhausted to care too much." She smirked at me. "As long as you don't like to cuddle, I'll be able to handle your stench."
"But," I whined, "cuddling's the best part." There was a creak in the floor, and I looked across the hall and met Hunter's gaze as he shut his bedroom door. Exhaustion made it impossible to care that he looked as stone-faced as always. Like everyone else, I needed sleep, so I heaved my duffel up onto the bed and unzipped it. My eyes rounded. "What's this?" I asked, pulling out a jar of my favorite lavender honeycomb. Kat snorted.
"Yeah, right. Like that's not yours."
I stared at her. "It's not. I mean, I didn't pack it."
"No, I did."
Kat looked as confused as I felt.
"It was sitting on the dock when I was loading the bags," she said. "I assumed you were bringing it for the trip, so I put it in your pack so you wouldn't forget it."
Suddenly, I realized where it had come from, and a grin engulfed my face. "Cal," I told her. "He came to say goodbye and he brought me this." My heart warmed at the thought. He must have left it as a surprise. Kat lifted a brow.
"I'm glad I spotted it then."
"Me too."
"Anyone want a snack?"
Bert called from the living room. My stomach rumbled and Kat paused from pulling her hair out of her signature bun, staring at my gurgling stomach.
"You got a live animal in there?"
she teased. "Hard to tell," I said, and called down the hall. "I do. I'll be out in a minute. And don't eat all the loganberries."
"I don't think you have to worry about that, Thea," Alex said as he knocked quickly on his bedroom door.
As he opened it, I saw Hunter standing beside the bunk beds. His back was to me as he pulled his shirt off, and even in the dying light I could see it was thatched with scars. My breath caught in my throat, and unaware, Alex closed the door behind him. I continued staring at the door, unable to look away. I'd known some of what happened at the village all those years ago. I knew Wren had witnessed very bad things, and that Hunter had helped to save them. but I hadn't quite imagined he had physical scars on top of the emotional ones. My stomach turned a little with an emotion that felt a lot like guilt. Hunter and I weren't likely to be close friends, but that didn't mean I didn't feel horrible about what had happened to him, to all of them. And seeing Hunter's scars made their past struggles seem more real than they'd felt before. "Everything okay?" Kat asked as she went to close the bedroom door. I blinked at her and focused on the clothes in my hand again. Yeah, I was lost in thought, I guess." "Well, get changed and go get your snack," she said, shrugging out of her clothes. "I'm a light sleeper and I'm trading with Hunter at 2 for second watch tonight. I can't guarantee what I might do if you wake me from my much-needed sleep." She winked at me as she pulled on a pair of sleeping shorts. "I'll be on watch," I told her. "You drove almost all day." "Don't worry that pretty little head of yours," Kat said with a smirk. "You'll be doing most of the driving tomorrow, and I can sleep some more." "Noted." I snorted and changed into a pair of leggings and a loose t-shirt. When I finished, I grabbed my honey and scampered into the living room on bare feet. Bert studied the family room wall, eating a piece of fruit leather and looking at the photos with a flashlight in the falling darkness. "Anything interesting?" I asked as I pilfered through the jerky and fruit, deciding on a chunk of bread to eat with my honey instead. I plopped down in the overstuffed chair, ignoring the scent of dust, and opened the jar. Practically salivating, I pulled out a sticky, dripping piece of honeycomb and bit a small piece off.
"It looks like it was a family house a while back, but the kids were grown, so maybe it was a vacation home after that."
"A vacation," I repeated with a sigh. "I wish we got vacations."
Bert snorted. "What do you call this?"
I bit the inside of my cheek, thoughtful for a moment. True, sort of, I guess. And Bert was right. It was better than being stuck at home, adventureless and wondering what lay beyond Whitehorse. Kat's quick, heel-heavy footsteps echoed down the hall as she came out in her sleep clothes. "Do we have everything we need for the radio tower tomorrow?" she asked, eyeing Bert as she refilled her water bottle from one of the jugs we brought. "If we need to find any supplies, we should do it beforehand. I don't want to linger around Vancouver longer than we have to." Her voice wasn't sarcastic or playful, but serious and marginally concerned. We all knew what awaited us in the cities, especially on the roads that hadn't been used and cleared yet.
"I have my tools, and I brought some solar panels, in case they need to be replaced. I'm hoping I won't need anything else."
Kat sighed, but I wasn't sure if it was with exhaustion or relief. Good. Contented, she turned for the bedroom. "Night," she said with a backhanded wave. "Make sure Jackson tells Ross I'm alive when you check in tonight." She sidestepped Hunter in the hall.
"Will do,"
Bert said distractedly. I eyed Hunter's clean t-shirt, sweats, and unlaced boots as he peered out the window beside the door, surveying the front yard. He checked the window locks first. Then he tried to turn the door handle, though the deadbolt was clicked in place. "Littlefoot's out there," I told him, and Hunter looked over his shoulder at me. "He'll keep an eye on things," I explained. The instant Hunter registered the jar of honey in my lap, his head tilted, his brow creasing slightly.
"How did you get that?"
he said with an unexpected helping of surprise. "From Cal," I answered, hesitant, and I stopped chewing my honey-dipped bread. "Wait, is this yours?" I was going to apologize for not bothering to ask anyone if it was theirs when Hunter shook his head.
"No," he said. "It's not mine."
The tension in my shoulders eased, and I leaned back in my squeaky chair again. "Oh, good." I smiled and licked the honey dripping down the side of my hand.
"I'm going to check the perimeter,"
Hunter said, unlocking the deadbolt. He tugged the door open, the hinges protesting. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought there was a touch of disappointment in Hunter's expression as he pulled the door shut behind him. Chapter 12. Thea. After our stop at the solar tower for Bert to check the paneling, and another 4 hours of Bert and Alex driving, we pulled off at Kitwankul Lake for a break and a dip in the water. The further south we went, the warmer it seemed to get, especially as mid-June inched closer. "At least the weather's nice," Kat said before cursing a loose rock beneath her feet. Littlefoot was already sniffing along the water's edge as we trudged our way down to the shore with our backpacks. "Well," Bert said, stretching his back as he peered around, "this looks as good a place as any." While there were trees off in the distance, we set up a blanket and our things in a sandy, open area. "Pardon me while I relieve myself," Bert murmured, and headed toward a small copse of scraggly trees. "I'm beyond ready to rid myself of the stench under my armpits," Kat said, and untucked her tank top from her cargo pants. "Thea, hold the towel up for me." She pulled her suit from the bag of clothes and toiletries we'd brought with us. We'd assumed this was going to be our only option to get clean during our trip, at least until we reached New Bodega, so we'd come prepared. Holding up the towel, I waited for Kat to change into her bathing suit and peered around at the others. While Alex stripped into his boxers without a second thought, Hunter peered around, looking a little anxious. I thought he might be self-conscious about the scars on his back. Before he could catch me watching him, though, I looked away. Bert cursed as he made his way back, kicking at a rock in his way. "Let me guess," I said, lowering the towel down as Kat finished. Bert's mischievous ochre eyes met mine. "You're going to snack, nap, and wait until the last minute to bathe." He wagged his finger at me. "Am I that predictable?" "Yeah," I said with a huff of a laugh. "You are." I grabbed my suit to change into next. Kat held up the towel and I climbed into my one-piece. "Done," I chirped, and reached for my clothes. My bathing suit and unlaced boots weren't exactly fashionable, but they had to do since I'd forgotten flip-flops and had sensitive feet. "I think I'm going to eat first, too," I told her. "Good, you should," Kat said absently. "Knowing you, you'll get crumbs and honey all over the place and just have to wash again anyway." She winked at me then and turned for the water. Kat didn't bother collecting her towel or her things as she pranced down to the lake, as if she couldn't prolong the moment another second. I spread my blanket out next to the food bin and watched the others. Alex was in the water already. Bert was digging in the food bin beside me, and Hunter... When I realized Hunter wasn't at the water's edge anymore, I scanned around for him. He came out of the same trees Bert had disappeared into earlier, wearing workout shorts and no shirt. The smooth, sculpted planes of his chest and abs were bare and devoid of disfigurements, making it impossible not to notice the single, imperfect scar on his hip. I tried and failed not to flush as I appreciated the payoff of his hard work in the fields every day. "Thea," Bert said, nudging my shoulder. He had a smirk as wide as the Yukon River across his face. "Deer jerky." "Thanks," I said, and grabbed a sliver from the jar. "And here are your dried loganberries," he offered. I grinned, glad he'd saved them for me. Loganberries were the best of the berries, I was certain of it. Supple and sun-kissed like a ripe raspberry, but with a tinge of the tangy sweetness of a blackberry. "Thank you, Bert," I said, a sing-song lilt of appreciation in my voice. I realized, as I plopped a berry into my mouth, that these were loganberries from Hunter's fields. When I glanced up again, he was standing at the edge of the lake, his clothes and backpack on the ground beside him as he stared out at the mirrored blue of the sky. Kat and Alex were yards away, Kat floating on her back with her face lifted to the sun, and Alex shaking the water droplets off as he made his way toward shore again. They were content, and Hunter looked, well, a little lonely standing there all by himself. I couldn't describe the feeling I got when I looked at him after learning about his scars. A tug in my gut, a pity or empathy I hadn't had before that I knew he'd despise me for feeling. And I also knew it must be strange to be here with all of us. Alex, Kat, Bert, and I were family. and Hunter was an outsider. Even if he annoyed me most of the time, I didn't like how lonely looked on him. And another part of me knew that whatever had transpired between Ren and Hunter yesterday wasn't really my business. Everyone has good in them. Jade had told me that on more than one occasion. I hadn't been through what Ren and Hunter had, and whatever they were to each other, I knew Ren loved him and that he'd saved her, and I couldn't fault him for that. Frustrated and disappointed in myself for making such a big deal out of things I didn't understand, I swallowed my pride, rose to my feet, grabbed a few more strips of jerky, and walked over to Hunter. His arms flexed as he fidgeted with something in his hands, and as always, he looked contemplative and lost in thought. "Peace offering?" I said quietly as I stepped up beside him. I tried not to stare at his back, and as he turned partially to look at me, I held out a strip of jerky. "I don't think I've seen you eat once yet," I realized, which is weird because you don't get a body like that eating nothing. I practically snorted, then my tongue stilled, my heart raced, my cheeks burned, and I couldn't even blink. Did I just say that out loud? Despite my mortification, I couldn't help but look at him. Hunter's eyebrows were raised and the corner of his mouth twitched. I cleared my throat again. "Anyway," I said, lifting the jerky in my hand, "you should eat something." Hunter's fingers brushed mine as he accepted the jerky from me, his gaze searing into me. Or was it just the heat of his proximity? Clearing my throat, I nodded toward the water. "I know we don't necessarily get along, but I figured for this trip, maybe we should try." He tore a piece of jerky off between his teeth without saying a word, but his eyes didn't leave me. "I know you're a deep thinker and a man of few, if angry, words, but could you please say something?" My tone was pitched with impatience, and the longer he remained silent, the more I struggled to hold the acerbic words forming on my tongue. Hunter's jaw worked slowly as he chewed his jerky. It was like he was testing me, trying to see how easy it was to get me riled up, and I glared at him. Finally, he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. "Yesterday," he said, turning what was left of his jerky between his fingers. I blinked at him. Yesterday? As in, yesterday when I was having a bit of a meltdown? "The reason I'd walked over to you," he continued, "was to thank you." "What? Thank me?" I stuttered. "For what?" "For what you did for my brother the other day." All of my bluster deflated. "Oh, well, it's fine. It was nothing," I said, staring out at the water again. "No," he countered, more softly than I expected, and my gaze gravitated to his again. "You saved my mother and me a lot of heartache, and my brother a lot of pain doing what you did." I studied him, noting the shimmering sincerity in the copper flecks of his eyes I'd always thought were cold and black. Blinking, I tore off a piece of jerky and peered out at the water again. "You're welcome," I whispered. "You'd have done the same if you could." "But I don't have an ability," he said, "and I can't do things like you can." I wasn't sure if it was regret that laced his words, or if it was the strangeness of how different we were from his people that still affected him. "Well, he seemed to be okay yesterday," I said, "which is good." Hunter plopped the last of his jerky into his mouth. "He's fine. More embarrassed than anything. And my mother hasn't stopped fussing over him." I smiled, wondering what Milo was doing without his big brother around to wrangle him in. "Is it hard for you to be away from him?" I asked, unable to resist. I found it hard to believe that, as distrusting as Hunter was, he could leave so easily. Picking up the vaccine and meeting the people behind its creation was clearly important for him to leave his family behind. "Not in the way you might think," he admitted. I must have looked confused because Hunter continued. "I know Ren and your brother will look out for both of them. That all of your family will." When his gaze shifted to mine, I thought I saw not only truth in his eyes, but relief and maybe a little guilt.
No matter what I've said in the past.
My cheeks burned with shame as I replayed myself throwing his words in his face, especially since he'd only been trying to thank me. Whatever had felt justified then, I couldn't seem to drum up any sort of animosity toward him now.
I'm more worried about whether my mother would let any of them help, he grumbled, if they needed to.
Probably not, I blurted. Hunter looked at me sideways, but before I could regret the words, the corner of his mouth twitched like he might actually smile. I couldn't suppress a grin. When was the last time you smiled? Hey, Kat called as she came out of the water. We're not staying here all day. Are you two bathing or what? I'm not sleeping next to you tonight if you're stinky again, Thea. Fair warning. Yeah, I mumbled and glanced at Hunter. Do you have soap and stuff, or do you want to use mine? He nodded at his backpack.
I have what I need, thanks.
His gaze shifted over the lake, and I couldn't help but ask. You've gone swimming before, right? He looked so reverent as he peered into the horizon. It was like he was seeing a lake for the first time.
Yes, but it's been a while since I've been out here in nature like this, he said. Back home, I didn't wander far from the village. None of us did, other than Ren.
To keep them safe, I realized. Bo and I had the river at the lodge to play in during the summers. We went camping and on hunting trips to the surrounding lakes. We had so much more of a childhood than I'd realized. And Hunter, I was beginning to understand, hadn't had one at all. Leaving him to his thoughts, I went up to gather my things, flashing a toothy grin at Kat as she snorted at my excessive collection of soaps and scrubs. What? I like to be clean, I told her. I loved the outdoors and to camp, but I also loved the scent of lavender and honey, of lemongrass and cherry blossom, all the scents that filled my bathroom after a hot shower and a long day of dirt, grime, and horses. When I reached the shore, I dropped my bag of goodies, and tugging my hair out of my ponytail, I towed off my boots. Hunter was already making his way into the water, slowly and carefully, which made me question its temperature. Grabbing my rag and soaps, I trudged in, feeling the chills cascade over me and the slippery stones beneath my feet. While Hunter didn't seem to struggle, my small feet couldn't grip the stones. I screeched as my foot slipped, and Hunter grabbed my arm to steady me.
Careful,
he said, and his firm grip loosened a little. In that fleeting moment, whatever it was I didn't like about him was forgotten as concern and severity warred in his eyes. Heart hammering, I let out a panicked laugh. Whoops, that was close. His gaze shifted to his fingers, wrapped around my upper arm, and he quickly let go. Thanks, I said, and with another nervous laugh I trudged deeper into the lake. Who would have thought bathing would be such an adventure? My feet slipped again, and I shrieked before giving in and letting the water consume me. When I came up laughing, I almost missed Hunter's smile before he went under, submerging himself in the lake.
Chapter 13. Hunter. I helped Alex and Bert refill the trucks when we finished back at the lake. Then we changed into our clothes and gathered our things to load into the trucks. I'll drive for a bit, Alex told Bert as we loaded the last of the fuel. That way you can catch some Z's before first watch tonight. I'll take first watch, I offered as I opened the door to reclaim my spot in the back. Hey, Hunter, Kat called, and she gestured to the white truck, the girls' truck the guys had been calling it. You want to ride shotgun? I glanced at Thea by the driver's side door as she pulled her damp hair up into a messy clump on top of her head, oblivious to Kat's question. The way her shirt hugged against her chest as she pulled her hair tighter made me think of her generous curves in her bathing suit, and I glanced away. What's the holdup? Thea called. When I looked at her again, she was peering through the rolled-down windows. We're losing daylight, people. Since I'm going to nap, Kat said, opening the back door. Hunter's going to sit up front to keep you company." Thea's eyes shot to me. "The guys can take Littlefoot," Kat added. "Wet dog," Alex grumbled. "Fantastic." He shut himself inside the driver's seat. I blinked at Thea. She'd mentioned wanting a truce, but I wasn't sure close quarters was what she'd had in mind. She forced an awkward smile. "Come on then," she said, climbing into the truck. "Go ahead," Alex said. He whistled for Littlefoot, who came trotting out of the trees toward the truck. "I'll follow you guys in case Thea gets tired or needs to pull over." The wolf jumped into the back, his tongue hanging out of his mouth and his fur matted and wet. I guess I didn't envy the guys for having to ride with him. Body tensing in preparation for whatever was to come, I grabbed my backpack out of the back seat and closed the door. "I should warn you," Thea said as I approached. She snapped herself into her seatbelt. "I like to listen to music while I drive. It keeps me awake and focused." Thea turned to the ignition, and the truck rumbled to life. Kat fluffed her pillow in the back as if it was just another day on the road. "Why is that a warning?" I asked. "Do you listen to crap music or something?" I shoved my bag into the corner of the floorboard by my feet and inched the seat back, needing more leg room than Thea seemed to. "Huh, of course not," she scoffed. "I listen to the good stuff. Well, just about everything, mostly the classics, though." I wasn't sure what that meant exactly, but then I didn't know much about music. "But," she continued, "I do like to sing, especially while I'm driving so that I don't get bored, and I've been told I'm horrible at it." She shrugged. "Just ask Kat." "She's pretty terrible," Kat agreed from the back. She had her eye mask on to keep out the sunlight. While the guys all slept with kinked necks and awkward positions, Kat clearly had a routine down, as if she'd done this same thing a dozen times. "And I'm not exaggerating," she added. Thea looked at me with doe eyes and shrugged again. "Consider yourself warned." The image of Thea singing at the top of her lungs made me huff a quick laugh. "I appreciate the warning, but you can't be much worse than Wren." A genuine grin lifted Thea's cheeks this time, one that showed her dimples. "Oh, really? Good to know. See, Kat?" Thea said, opening the center console. "You don't have it that bad." "Speak for yourself," she muttered, and shoved her earplugs in. Thea giggled and pulled out an old piece of tech I'd seen a long time ago when I was a kid. "Is that an iPod?" "Yes. It's ancient, but whoever had this bad boy before had awesome taste. Jackson scavenged it for me years ago. Well, I think he got it more for himself, but I pretty much stole it from him. There are thousands of songs on here. I've memorized all of them. The day it finally craps out on me," she shook her head, "I can't even bear to think about it." Thea attached an adapter to the stereo and adjusted the volume low before she pushed play on the device. In seconds, the cab of the truck vibrated with the rumble of the engine and the plucking sounds of an acoustic guitar. I stared at the dash as the music played from the speakers. It was one thing to live without power. I'd gotten used to it. Moving to Whitehorse changed all of that, though, and while we still liked to use fire and candlelight, running water and heat during the cold months was a luxury I never thought we'd have again, and I relished it. But of all things, music had never been something I thought about, until now. "You don't listen to tunes, do you?" Thea asked as she pulled slowly onto the rutted road, the trailer lurching and wobbling behind us. She glanced at me. "Your expression says it all." "No," I admitted. "I don't listen to music." "I'm sorry," she said, and when I looked at her, she flashed me a genuinely sorrowful look. "Music is everything, at least to me. I couldn't imagine not having any. When I'm happy or sad, when I'm pissed off, I can always find a song that makes me feel like I'm not alone in the world, like someone else felt that same way once when they wrote the song. You have pissed off songs? I asked, growing more curious by the second. Reluctantly, I considered she might have one for when she thought about me. Thea snorted another laugh. I have tons of them. All of them are by different artists, but the kicker, she said more thoughtfully as she settled back into her seat for the long drive, is finding that one group or musician that gives you all the feels, no matter your mood. All the feels? She propped her elbow on the windowsill. Yeah, a voice and sound that resonate, and I feel them in my bones, you know? No, I didn't know, but I could imagine. Do you have a favorite band, then? I asked, curious what sort of music made Thea so passionate. Lincoln Park, she said. Pissed off, thoughtful, chill, moving. They have it all. Especially if you go back through the years. And Phil Collins, she added. Don't laugh. Why would I laugh? She blinked at me. Right. You have no idea who I'm talking about, she reminded herself. I listened to the song playing through the speakers. A man with a bit of a raspy voice singing about a small-town girl and a lonely world. Who is this? Lincoln Park or Phil Collins? Thea chuckled. Neither. It's one of Jackson's favorite bands, Journey. They're pretty rad. This is my favorite song by them. As we fell into silence, I listened to the lyrics and wondered if Thea resonated with the words because they reminded me of her. So, Thea said, glancing in the rearview mirror, I take it you've never needed to drive, and that's why you don't know how? Nope, I've never needed to. When I was a kid, my father had a truck, but that was before. Before the outbreak? I shook my head. Before he died. He pissed off the wrong people. I felt Thea's attention shift from the road to me. But yeah, then the outbreak and what happened after changed things. We moved away from the town we'd been a part of and left what little creature comforts we had behind. That year had been the longest, most horrifying year of my life, and I hated to remember it. The physical pain as my body healed, mourning the people we loved and lost in the most brutal ways, watching helplessly as those I cared about suffered in the wake of everything. The fear that more men would come, and the apprehension that lingered even now. We went into hiding, I thought aloud. We had no reason for cars. The impassioned words of the song filled the cab of the truck, and my skin dampened with sweat at the onslaught of unwanted memories. I rolled my window down a little, needing fresh air. I'm sorry about your dad, Thea said, turning the music down a smidgen. Don't be, I told her. He wasn't a good guy. Besides, you've lost more people than I have, I said, remembering what Alex had said about their entire town dying, and about Thea's mother. I couldn't imagine having to kill my mother, whether she was crazy or not. Maybe, she said solemnly. But death is death. It doesn't make losing people easier. At least, not for me. As we fell back into silence, I hoped Thea wasn't going down a dark road of unwanted memories of her own because of me. You drive a lot, then? I asked, noticing how comfortable she seemed behind the steering wheel, and how a big truck suited her despite her size. I've mostly seen you on your horse. Cinder's great, and I prefer riding her when I can, but Elle and Jackson made sure we all learned to drive in case we ever have to leave Whitehorse. The thought sobered me. You're worried about that? Thea's eyes flashed to mine, as if she'd regretted saying it, for my sake. It's not that we worry about it so much as we know it's a possibility, she explained carefully. Whitehorse is great, and it's the safest place we can be, but it's not infallible. Bad things can always happen. We've experienced that enough not to settle into a false sense of security. My curiosity was almost too much to resist. I wanted to know what else Thea had been through in those years between what happened with her mother and now. But I couldn't bring myself to ask. "What about you?" she said. "Do you want to learn to drive now that you're here and it's an option?" I considered it fleetingly as I shook my head. I probably should, but Dancer's my girl. She's been my horse since she was born, and I'm used to her. I'm surprised you let Wren bring her when she and my brother came back with Jasper. You were without Dancer for months. And Thea had taken care of her the entire time. I hadn't forgotten that either. There were certain things she'd said to me that always seemed to resurface. Your horse looked half-starved when she got to Whitehorse, so I fattened her up for you. You know, in case you want to add that to the list of reasons we're so untrustworthy. Thea had disliked me since the moment we'd met, and even in the heat of our exchange that day, a part of me had still been intrigued. I wanted to make sure Wren was safe, I explained. I'd wanted Wren to live, and taking Cricket, exhausted after days of non-stop riding, would have run him into the ground. And I knew Dancer would take care of her. I could feel Thea's gaze boring into me again, and I could see her chewing on her lip from the corner of my eye. Ask it, I said without looking at her. Whatever it is. I didn't want her making her own assumptions about me anymore. What's the deal with you and Wren? She said without hesitation, like all she'd needed was a green light. I know you're best friends, but you're more than that too, right? Or at least you were. Surprised, my eyes shot to hers. Thea thought Wren and I had been together. Is that why you were so mad at me yesterday? Everything suddenly clicked. I knew she'd been upset on Wren's behalf, but I hadn't realized how deeply skewed her assumptions might actually be, even if the more I considered it, they made sense. You think I'm trying to weasel my way in with Wren or something? Thea glanced at me with red cheeks, then looked back at the road. I guess, she said, though it was pretty obvious that's exactly what she'd assumed. And if I'd learned anything about Thea in the past year, it was that she was loyal and fiercely protective of the people she cared about. Her brother and Wren's happiness would be no different. I've told Beau, and I'll tell you the same thing, Thea, I started. It's not like that with me and Wren. It never has been. We sat in silence a few moments, and it was probably for the better. I felt my defenses rising the more I thought about her assuming unpleasant things about me all the time, wondering what else she thought she knew. After a few miles of staring out the window, watching the woods whip by and maneuvering around the grooves in the road, Thea cleared her throat. Can you, see if there are more honey chews in the side door, please? She asked quietly. I looked in the door cubby and saw a flashlight and the maps, but no honey chews. I shook my head. Lame, she groused, and I could tell by her furtive glances she was trying to ease the silent tension a bit. Kat brings them to me from Prince Rupert when she goes. They're really good. Some sort of honey and gum tree combination. With an over-exaggerated sigh, she leaned back in her seat again. Of course, I didn't bring enough. Her gaze lingered on me a moment. Honey's like my favorite thing ever. I couldn't tell, I huffed, glancing back out the window. Yeah, I guess it's no secret. Her index finger tapped the steering wheel. I still can't believe Cal brought me some, she said almost whimsically. I could hear the smile in her voice. He even picked my favorite. I wanted to tell Thea, The honey wasn't from Cal, it was from me. A thank you gift for what she'd done for Milo. After our fight at the loading docks, I'd discarded it, and still, it made its way to her somehow. As she focused on the road with a bright smile, I didn't have the guts to tell her the truth. Once again, I didn't want to be the reason for darkening her mood. And if I was honest, the tension in the cab was thick enough, and I didn't want to admit that I'd been so childish to discard it to begin with. Chapter 14. Hunter. I stared out the window of an old house just outside of Prince George, at an overgrown backyard shrouded by inky night. "We continue down Highway 97, Kat said, her voice a rough whisper, as she and Alex sat at a three-legged card table propped against the wall, poring over maps and plotting stopping points by lantern light. "Taking Yellowhead is too far out of the way." Alex scratched his jaw. "Even if we'll be closer to the cities than we'd like?" Kat sat back in her folding chair. "Don't you think the other route will add days? Maybe even a week?" Alex conceded, rubbing his hands over his dark, cropped hair. "Let's hope we can drive straight through then." "If not," Kat said with a tired breath, "we'll figure it out." We were further south than most of us had been, officially off the beaten path of normal trading routes. Kat and her friend Jenny were the only ones to take this course when they'd traveled from Seattle to Whitehorse years ago. But the roads were worse now, and we weren't on horseback like they had been. It seemed the further we drove from home, the more Kat and Alex's ease wavered, and my own anxieties loomed. They continued to mumble and mutter, but my thoughts veered to New Bodega, and I leaned against the windowsill. What would my old self have said 12 years ago if I'd told him he'd not only leave his home, but join a group of tainted, power-wielding survivors, and that I would put my life in their hands as we journeyed to a city packed with even more of them? What would I have said or done if I'd known I would go there to secure a vaccine created by them that could change our genetic makeup for future generations? I was altering everything we'd been trying to preserve so we would survive, and I wasn't sure what cost we might pay because of it. Somberness settled over me as I remembered Wren, unconscious in Beau's arms the day he showed up at the old village. Risking death or living and dying alone without families at all was the alternative. The fact that Wren hadn't been outwardly changed after she'd had the fever was a small comfort. But sleeping with Beau was different than an injected, engineered serum the rest of us would have to take, that my brother would have to take if he wanted to have a family in this new world. I thought about Thea's future with Cal. As much as I didn't like the guy, I envied the two of them. Thea didn't have to think about her future, about a family or surviving her partner in order to have one. Once again, we were the outliers in this, and Thea was the normal one. My mother didn't understand that even as unnerving as the vaccine was, it was the only option we had. Any hope for a pure bloodline stopped with the children I would have had with Wren. Milo and Sutton had no one their ages, so my mother and Henny, all of them, had been holding their breath for an impossible outcome because they couldn't face the truth. Deep down, I knew the vaccine was my brother's only hope of having a proper life, and I was desperate enough to take the chance. Bert choked in his sleep, and with a grumble he turned on his pallet. Littlefoot, curled up at his feet, didn't stir in the slightest, probably exhausted from his play day at the lake. Alex looked over at Bert as the old man began snoring again, then met my gaze. "You're not tired?" he asked. "I got first watch." I shook my head. "I can't sleep yet." Alex perked up, looking around the room. Is Thea still outside? I glanced toward the front door. I'll check on her. Alex nodded, and I stepped over Bert, then Kat's sleeping bag and pack, and wound my way around a crumbling recliner toward the door. The house was tiny, only a single room and a non-functional bathroom off to the left, but from her travels before, Kat knew it was off the road enough to keep our tracks and trailers out of sight for the night. If we stay on the highway, we risk unwanted attention, Alex told Kat behind me. But if we go off course, there's a whole slew of potential issues. I tuned them out as I peered through the cobwebbed, single-paned window at the front lawn. It was more like a meadow with a moss-covered patio table and warped chairs that had seen much better days stacked in the center of it. Thea sat in one of the plastic chairs, wrapped in a blanket and staring up at the stars. Her hair caught in the breeze, and she shivered. Opening the door, I stepped outside. "Do you ever stare up at the stars?" she asked, as she lifted her blanket and pulled a small round tin from her pocket. "All the time," I admitted. Thea's head snapped to me. "I thought you were Alex." She rubbed her berry-tinted balm over her lips as I walked over to her, careful not to step on anything nestled in the tall grass. "You're not asleep with the others?" she asked. "The only one sleeping is Bert," I told her, knowing she'd appreciate that. "Of course he is," she muttered, and shoved her lip balm back into her pocket. Leaning her head back, she peered up at the stars again, her features partially hidden in night shadows. "Is it because you miss your family?" she asked, quieter this time. "My family?" Since my presence didn't seem completely unwelcome, I unstacked one of the old chairs, brushed the dead pine needles off it, and sat down on the other side of the dirt-coated table. "Is that why you can't sleep?" she clarified. "No," I said, and crossed my arms over my chest. My family was definitely on my mind for a handful of reasons, but missing them wasn't exactly the reason. "I like my space," I admitted. "Does that make me sound like an asshole?" I knew she would have no problem telling me if it did. With a smirk, she shook her head. "Trust me, I get it." She nestled deeper into her seat, and I watched the way her index fingers tapped on her arms, folded over her knees. Her mind was busy, that much was obvious. "I've noticed," she started again, "you're very diligent. You check the doors and windows even when you're not on watch." This time her eyes met mine, and I couldn't help but wonder what else she noticed about me. "I like to know my surroundings," I said. "And I've been thinking a lot about New Bodega, so my mind's too full for sleep." I wasn't sure if I was confiding in her or answering her question, but either way, conversation seemed to come more easily than usual. "Me too," she said with a lilt of understanding, though I knew we were thinking about New Bodega for very different reasons. We sat in shared silence for a few minutes, and my thoughts began to drift to nothing more than admiring the glinty sky and hoping for a shooting star, when Thea cleared her throat. "That house you were at," she said, clearing her throat. "The one in the old neighborhood. Is that why you were there the other night? To get some space?" The day I saw her and Cal, I lowered my chin. "I found it a few months after we arrived in Whitehorse." "Let me guess, you were doing a perimeter check and scoped out your surroundings?" Thea smiled knowingly. I didn't bother validating her question with an answer. I remembered the fire pit in the backyard, so it sort of stuck with me. "And now it's where you go to escape?" "I guess you could call it that." Thea's head bobbed slightly as if she understood, and she gazed up at the stars again. "I have a place like that," she said quietly.
The graveyard at home.
While that seemed morbid in a way, it also sounded peaceful. The graveyard is special to you. Twigs cracked and bushes rustled in the darkness, and Thea and I rose to our feet.
What was that?
She breathed. It's definitely not Littlefoot, I said dumbly, knowing he was sleeping inside. I didn't have my gun on me, but I stepped in front of Thea protectively. The bushes rustled again, another twig snapped, and squinting, I stared into the darkness. I considered calling the others, but with another rustle and a cooing, skittering noise, a large porcupine tottered out of the foliage, sniffing around the forest floor. I exhaled the tension in my shoulders as Thea gasped.
I love porcupines,
she chirped. Somehow her voice was quiet, but still brimmed with excitement. Clearly you've never been pricked by one. She peered up at me, closer to me than I realized, her eyes wide and curious in the moonlight.
You have?
No, I said, but there was a dog in my village once who had. Thea nearly giggled, and she seemed to realize at the same time how close we were. Her expression sobered. I'm not sure why I stepped in front of you, I said, and went back over to my chair. I should have pulled you in front of me instead. You can protect me a lot better than I can protect either of us. Thea's eyes rounded again.
Oh my, Hunter, was that a joke?
She asked merrily and sat back down in her chair. I allowed myself to smile, and my cheeks warmed. An attempt at one, anyway. Her brow shot up.
And a smile. Wow.
With a snigger, she pulled her knees up against her chest again, her gaze on me as she thought of something that made her smile soften. Then it fell completely, and my ease faded with it.
Honestly,
she said, glancing back at the porcupine as it waddled around the house, undisturbed by us.
I'm not always the best person to have around in tense situations.
Her voice was suddenly distant. While I didn't think I was the cause this time, I hated that her smile could falter so easily. Your ability to literally move trouble out of the way would counter that argument, I told her, attempting another, more light-hearted joke.
It's not that simple,
she said, the lilt gone from her voice. I knew I needed to find a safer topic.
Maybe I have a knack for using my ability at the wrong times,
she admitted, and her stare blanked. I assumed what had happened with her mother caused the disquiet in her voice.
Household chores are one thing, she started again, and though she spoke to me, she stared at nothing, as if I wasn't even there. But the moments when it counts, it's not all that reliable.
But you saved your brother when he was little, and mine. That's a good thing. Thea blinked, and her unfocused gaze sharpened on me. I regretted saying it as she sank deeper into her seat.
Maybe, she hedged. But that night, what happened with Bo, that wasn't exactly what I was thinking about.
My fingers curled into my palm on my lap, and I braced myself. No, I whispered, scared that if I said more or asked too much, she'd clam up on me.
I was thinking about Luna.
Thea ran her palms over her knees, as if it calmed her.
Bo's wolf.
I recalled the name, but I'd never been buddy-buddy enough with Bo to ask about it.
I hurt her with my ability, and she died because of it.
Knowing Bo had deep connections with animals, I could see how scarring her part in the wolf's death might be. But I found it hard to believe that Thea had done any harm on purpose. It's like her eyes glazed over again. I feel something and act instantly. My body takes over, and by the time I realize what I'm doing, it's too late to stop it. She peered down at her hands again. It's not like Kat's or Elle's ability. It's not elemental. They have to concentrate and conjure, and all I have to do is think about it and look at it. It takes no effort, and in the heat of the moment when my feelings are amped, there's little I can do to control what happens next. Thea shook her head. No amount of practicing compares to instinct in a single heart-pounding moment, and I hate it. Like she suddenly remembered she was staring through me, Thea blinked, refocusing as she folded her arms over her knees to rest her head. It's hard to explain. I get it, I said, because I did. I didn't have an ability to contend with, but I was all too familiar with the aftermath of them. At least you can protect yourself, I told her. In this world, you're one of the strong. Thea exhaled. An ability doesn't make you strong. Not always. In fact, I feel sort of broken half the time. I didn't know what it was like to fear an ability I'd woken up with one day and couldn't get rid of, but I knew what it felt like to fear the unknown, knowing I wouldn't likely be able to stop it. Not even Whitehorse makes me feel safe, even though it's supposed to, I realized aloud. Thea's brow furrowed slightly, her eyebrows delicate dark lines etched in moonlight. Is that why you check the locks and windows so often? She said, as if it just dawned on her. Is it the memories of what happened when you were little? I felt a rush of anxious need to stand up and walk away, but I forced myself to stay there with her, to give Thea something, the way she had given me a small glimpse of her. Not so much the memories, but the feelings of helplessness and the guilt, I admitted. But, she lifted her head. You saved them, didn't you? Rin told me you killed those men. I shook my head. There was more I could have done, I told her, my head still shifting back and forth like she might continue speaking if I stopped. And it's not just that. I clenched my fists, suddenly clammy in my lap. I allowed my father to do horrible things to my mother before he died, and I'd heard too many screams before I finally found what little courage I had to go outside and stop those madmen. Otto, Nessa, Colt, Hunter, Thea said, her voice only a whisper. Pulling myself out of the past, my eyes met hers. You were only a boy, she insisted, and my chest burned as her gaze drifted down my body. After what they did to you? Her voice cracked a little, and she swallowed. You don't. I forced myself to stop. Thea didn't know how many screams could fill a single immobilizing moment of numbing fear, or how many hysterical, desperate pleas for help haunted my dreams, or what I might have prevented if I'd acted even 5 minutes sooner. Thea didn't know that every movement was an aching reminder that I would carry for the rest of my life, and that because of my scars, I would never forget what true weakness felt like either. I know you're scared of your ability, I told her, my voice harder than it should have been as I forced out the words. But because of it, you will never know weakness like we have. You're not broken, Thea. You're lucky. The words felt uncomfortably true. Her eyes shimmered with emotions I couldn't stomach, and as Thea's lips parted to say something, I rose to my feet. I'm going to get some sleep. I knew sleep would evade me as I started for the cabin, but her pitying expression, made it impossible to sit still any longer. In 3 strides, I opened the door. "Night." "Good night," Thea whispered, and I refused to meet her gaze as I closed the door behind me.
Chapter 15. Thea.
"I'm not sure why we're surprised,"
Bert said, tossing a rock into the void in front of us.
"Our luck's been too good for too long."
After getting an early start, knowing we had a lot of ground to cover to get to Washington by the end of our driving day, Hunter, Alex, Bert, and I stood along the Fraser River, staring at the ravine where the bridge should have been, according to Kat and our map.
"How old is that thing?"
Bert asked as he stared at the map in Alex's hand, the corner flapping in a gust of afternoon wind.
"Who the hell knows?"
Alex muttered and squinted down at the river. The day was warm, and I could feel my shoulders turning pink the longer we stood there, annoyed and feeling a bit defeated.
"But," Alex continued, "I'm beginning to wonder if it's not that bridge over there that's on the map."
He pointed downriver. I followed Alex's gaze to the rust-colored railway crossing off in the distance. "Well," Kat called from upriver. She stalked around the bottle brush and bramble bushes, Littlefoot lagging behind her. "The good news is, I found our bridge." I looked at Hunter, neither of us very hopeful as she stomped closer. "It's around that bend," she said, pointing in the direction she came. "But it's in slabs of broken steel and concrete at the bottom of the ravine. Pieces of it are sticking out of the water." Bert looked at me.
"You ever moved a truck and trailer with your mind, kid?"
My eyes widened and I stared down into the ravine. It was as wide as a dozen trucks and twice as deep. He's joking," Kat grumbled. Bert looked at her with a huff.
"I am?"
Tilting her head as if she was bored, Kat looked at me. "Thea, is that something you'd like to try?" I could tell she wasn't serious, but Bert surely was. I glanced between them. Not particularly." I didn't want to let them down, but if I dropped one of the trucks or trailers down there, we'd be screwed and probably have to turn back. We'd still have to figure out a way to get ourselves across even if I could move them, I added. Moving objects was one thing, but people? That was far too dangerous and nerve-wracking. Kat rubbed her forehead and peered across the river. "Shit," she spat. We were in the middle of nowhere, past what looked like the remains of a small village that wasn't even on the map. We'd accounted for rough roads and bad weather that would undoubtedly slow us down, even the occasional blocked route that we'd have to maneuver around. But the roads were few and far between in Canada, and not being able to cross the river was a huge setback, one I knew might mean we couldn't continue at all. I looked at Hunter, who was staring down at the river in silence. More horses for Whitehorse could wait. Trading food could wait. Securing the vaccine, however, that was important enough for Hunter to leave the protection and comfort of home. "I should have thought of this," Kat muttered as she turned toward the truck. "Of course one of the goddamn bridges would be out. It's only been a decade."
"None of us thought about it, Kat," Alex told her in his calming, fatherly voice. "At least, not seriously enough. This isn't on you."
"Regardless," she said, opening the driver's door and pulling out her water bottle. Hastily, she unscrewed the cap and took a swig, greedily gulping it down like it would make everything better. "We backtrack," she said when she finished. Kat licked her lips and peered down the road. "We figure out another way." The more minutes we waited would become hours, and by the end of the trip, a simple backtrack could add days. And we were only halfway to New Bodega. Knowing our next check-in to communicate with home was in California, we had to keep going. If we fell too far behind, the others would worry. "We use the rail bridge," I said, closing my eyes so I wouldn't look at it looming off in the distance and change my mind. When I finally opened them, Kat's expression was wary.
Thea? Okay, Alex said.
I glanced between them. It might need a little help, but it's still standing, I explained. I felt compelled to do this, even if I was slightly terrified. I didn't want to attempt moving entire trucks and trailers with my mind over such a wide, deep ravine. But I figured I could hold a bridge that was unsafe but still standing together long enough for them to drive the trucks through. Kat frowned, but Alex smiled from ear to ear.
We could use the practice,
he said, eager to flex his ability-infused fingers.
Thea?
Kat started again and took a step toward me.
Are you sure? It's not that I don't think you can keep it all together if something happened, because I know you can, but...
But you know I don't want to, I finished for her. I shrugged as if I wasn't shaking on the inside. We all have to do things that make us uncomfortable, right? We have to get across, Kat. Like me, she knew the consequences of using her ability, and that it could go a bit off course in the blink of an eye. Ross had the lightning burn scars on his jaw and neck to prove it. But Hunter had been right last night. I had an ability that would help us. Besides, I told her, the rail bridge can't be worse than this one. I pointed toward the remains upriver. The entire ravine was eroded by years of Mother Nature's free reign on the world, and I had a feeling this was only the start of what I might have to do the further we drove from home. I needed to do this. For them, for me, for Hunter. Alex nudged me.
We can do this,
he said with so much confidence I wished it was contagious. With a nod, I turned back to the truck. Then let's do it, I told them, before I change my mind. I whistled for Littlefoot as I opened the door for him to jump into the back seat. I met Hunter's gaze as he walked past. I wasn't sure what weighed more heavily on me. The look of shame and fear on Hunter's face last night when he spoke about the weakness of being human, or what Alex and I were about to attempt. I hadn't stopped thinking about Hunter's words. I had superpowers and they were useful, even if they scared me. As much as my telekinesis felt like a curse at times, I knew that wasn't the only side to it, and I wouldn't allow myself to be a coward, especially since I knew what Hunter had risked to save his family with only his will and courage to protect him. Everyone filed into the trucks in silence, and Littlefoot's head hung out the window. He sniffed the air with curiosity while unease coiled in my stomach, as the trucks protested and shook over a gravel path that cut through the empty village. The breeze carried a warm, metallic scent the closer we drew to the railway bridge, and as I glanced around, I decided the place hadn't been a community so much as a gas stop. There was nothing more than a few squat buildings, rotted to the foundation, and a few old gas pumps. All of it was covered in vines, a lot of them, making it feel even more ancient and forgotten than everywhere else. As we drove closer to the rounded, corroded trusses of the bridge, I reminded myself how strong my ability had grown over the years. And if I could focus, there was no reason I wouldn't be able to do this. I forced myself to push my anxiety down somewhere it wouldn't distract me, beneath the apprehension and the intimidating memories, and I appraised the bridge. It was rusted antiquity at its finest, but it was metal and steel, and I had moved objects just like it a dozen times before in Whitehorse. If I could reinforce a prison and build walls around a city, I could do this. I swallowed thickly. As Alex slowed at the tracks, I noticed it was blocked at the other end by train cars. He looked at me with a wry grin. Yeah, I said, waving his excitement away. I know what you're going to say. It's time to practice. Alex chuckled.
We could both use a good warm-up anyway, he said,
and climbed out of the truck. Maybe you could. I smirked, my feet hitting the ground with a thud as I climbed out of the truck too. It was time for Alex and me to flex some ability muscle, whether I was ready or not. He climbed onto one of the iron bracings, and fleetingly, I imagined him scaling trees as a little boy, then remembered how troubled he was in his youth. Now, Alex was a man, a father and a big brother, and I smiled to myself. He squinted into the distance. "I can see 5 train cars for sure," he said. "Well, I can only move what I can see," I reminded him. "And I can only see part of 2 of them." I needed to get closer. "Come on." I gestured down the tracks with false bravado. I'm not sure why I thought the bridge might sway beneath my feet with each step, but it didn't move, save for the occasional creak or moan in the breeze and hot sun. And although I didn't have the warm and fuzzies walking on a bridge covered in vines and bramble, which made it difficult to assess, I wasn't exactly worried about the bridge crumbling with the additional weight of 2 mere people either. "Careful of the wood slats," Alex warned. He pointed to a few rotted ones in front of me, the metal meshing present but rusted beneath them. I could see the rushing water below. "If you're worried about it holding us, Alex, it's definitely not going to hold the trucks." He took my hand in his. "Just be careful. Jackson would kill me if I let anything happen to you." I smiled. Whether or not I needed Alex to amplify my telekinesis, I knew we had a better chance of getting this done together. His presence alone was comforting, so I squeezed his hand as we made our way cautiously across. As unsettling as the bridge was, it was strangely beautiful, too. The sun cast a wash of polka-dotted shadows inside the interior, and hints of paint glimmered beneath the thinnest layers of dust. "What's that?" I asked, pointing to a crossbeam with brighter colors peeking through. Alex squinted. "It was tagged." I looked at him. "Graffiti," he clarified. "Spray paint. People used to do it when they were bored, just to be assholes." I vaguely remembered something about that, in my little Thea mind from years ago. The walls in the abandoned Heston building, the deserted streets in Anchorage after the outbreak. "I think it looks sort of cool," I told him, wishing I could see all the colors when they were new and vibrant. "You would," he snorted. I ignored his insinuation as we continued walking. Bird droppings covered the iron beams, and despite how rusted the bridge was, it was covered in green. Like everything else in the world, the bridge looked forgotten in time, and yet life seemed to have sprung up around it, too. "Look," Alex whispered. I followed his index finger to the crossbeams above and noticed a large nest. A hawk stood inside, staring down at us with a tilted head. It probably doesn't know what to make of us, I realized. I wonder if it's ever seen a human before. Alex looked at me, staring for a moment, then shook his head. "That's such a weird thought," he mused. Finally, 4 of the 5 train cars came into view, and I stopped in the center of the bridge. "I'm going to move the one closest out and over to the left," I told him, verbalizing my game plan in case it was idiotic. "You're assuming they aren't all attached to one another." He looked at me with a challenging smile. I grinned back. "And you're assuming it matters." With a laugh, Alex held up his free hand. "Pardon me, Miss Thang. I'll just watch from the sidelines until you need me then." Winking at him, I squared my shoulders, squeezed his hand playfully, and willed myself to focus. I had no idea how difficult this would be, but I still had a bridge to keep together, and my family to get across. With a deep breath, I fixated on the simmering, vibrating power within the fibers of my skin. Ignoring the constant hum had become second nature, just like the pumping of my heart. That's how it was for all of us, we'd discovered. Our abilities were like another organ, always present and alive, though we forgot it was there. A whir that was white noise, lying in wait like a sleeping bear in its winter cave. Staring at the train car closest to us, I lifted my chin. The base of my skull ached for the briefest of moments, then relaxed, and the hum beneath my skin amplified until the hairs along my arms and neck lifted with the vibration. As I willed the train car to roll toward us, it did.
Chapter 16. Hunter. Bert, Kat, and I stood back at the trucks, holding our breath and waiting for whatever might come next. I'd seen the fear in Thea's eyes when she'd mentioned crossing the bridge. After what she'd confided in me last night about dreading her own powers, I could guess where that fear came from and what thoughts ran through her head. Yet she'd offered anyway. But all of that was forgotten when I heard the reverberating whine through the eerily still air, the sound of metal scraping against metal. A flock of birds burst from the woods lining the canyon ahead, and my heart hammered against my diaphragm the instant I saw the train car shift. Slowly, loudly, begrudging the interruption after years of sitting. But it was moving, and as much as I knew I should, I couldn't believe it. The bramble that had taken over the bridge and river valley stirred with it, tearing and breaking, and wisps of it snapped and flung into the air as Thea broke its hold. A sudden surge of awe filled me, and my chest tightened. Even after all I'd observed living in Whitehorse, I'd never encountered anything as jaw-dropping as petite, bubbly Thea, wielding an unfathomable power I couldn't even see, let alone comprehend. She was amazing. "Don't mess up the bridge," Kat pleaded quietly. "Don't mess up the bridge." Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she bit at her thumbnail, her attention fixed ahead. The three of us watched another train car moving along with the first, just as stubborn. I knew what Thea could do, because I'd seen what she did for Milo in the barn, but I had never seen her move something so huge, and she didn't have to lift a single finger. "Pretty cool, huh?" Bert said, his eyes meeting mine. "Yeah," I breathed. The first and second train cars shuddered. With his hand in Thea's, Alex stepped closer, like even his proximity might help her. The metal continued to groan and shift off the track toward the cliff, and the third train car skidded as it was pulled off kilter. As the first one edged over the cliff, I expected it to plunge to the bottom, but it continued to move further over the ledge, floating in the air, its immensity quaking. "It's going to fall," I said, but Kat shook her head. "Don't mess up the bridge," she continued to chant, her voice barely a breath. Only then did I realize what Thea was trying to do. If she let the first train cars fall, she might lose control of the rest. So she suspended them until each one was clear of the crossing. I had no idea how many thousands of tons she was controlling with her mind, and the sheer awe of it made it impossible to look away. "How does it work?" I whispered. It was easy to forget what some of them could do. It wasn't like everyone walked around with neon signs and lightning bolts coming out of them as a daily reminder. Mostly, they were just normal. "Thea's telekinesis?" Kat asked. I nodded, my eyes fixed on the first train car, moving further and further away from the cliff, making room for the others trailing behind it. "I don't know exactly. Focus, I guess." Kat tilted her head. "With her, it's changed over time. If she's concentrating, I think she can do it without moving or blinking if she wanted to. But when she was little, she used to point, and she'd have to strain to make things move. Obviously, having Alex makes it easier for her." "I'd use it a lot more than she does if I could do that," Bert said, and he leaned against the truck like it was just another pit stop and just another day on the road. "I'll tell you that much." "Yeah, well, you've never hurt someone with it, so you don't know that for sure," Kat reminded him. Bert conceded with a sigh, and we stood there for what felt like a fleeting moment. and yet the sun was lowering in the sky by the time Thea was finished, and the last train car neared the cliff. Suddenly, the screeching metal became a clanging, clanking cacophony of ear-splitting noise as the train slid the rest of the way off the cliff and into the river. The ground shook. A hawk sprung from its perch on top of the bridge, and Littlefoot ran for cover under the truck as the metal frame moaned. As suddenly as the disruption started, it was over. Everything became still and quiet, save for my heart pounding in my chest. Holy shit. Bert whooped, and Kat clapped her hands, rejoicing in Thea and Alex's success. I watched the water rushing around the newest obstacles in its path, and a stupid thought came to mind. The next people to come this way wouldn't know what happened here today. That a young woman who liked to eat honey and play with animals, whose build was no bigger and whose body was no stronger than the average person, moved an entire train off the tracks and into the river with her mind. As Alex and Thea made their way back with grins on their faces, all I could think about was the raw power Thea could wield with a single thought. And for the first time, I thought I might have truly understood the burden she carried.
Chapter 17. Thea. Our camp, settled somewhere along the Fraser River, wasn't up until nearly 10, and by then the sun was only aglow behind the silhouette of the surrounding mountains. But after one of the longest days of my life, it felt more like midnight. The bridge had been sketchy in some areas, but hauling the trailers over it one at a time and as slowly as we could had been uneventful. Thankfully. I'd been napping off and on in the truck, but I was still exhausted. It was like the adrenaline and the fear combined had sucked every ounce of energy I'd rallied. It was a feeling I hadn't felt in a long time, if ever. The effects of exuding my telekinesis felt different this time. I felt stronger, even a bit more excited. And somehow, every muscle ached from doing absolutely nothing. As I wandered through the woods, collecting firewood, I told myself sleep was imperative tonight because, unless a caravan of sorts had passed through Vancouver and Seattle at some point before us and cleared a path, tomorrow I would have leftover road congestion from the outbreak to deal with. Even if Alex was going to be there to supercharge me, I would need all the energy I could muster. When I had an armful of birch sticks and branches, I headed through the woods back to camp. Our overnight spot was nothing more than a widened shoulder off the road, but we were too tired after an unexpectedly long day to continue driving. I stepped into the clearing where Bert and Kat were finishing up with the tents, and Hunter and Alex worked on dinner and the fire.
"You look like you're barely standing upright,"
Alex said, glancing up at me from beside the unlit campfire. He poured a can of beans into the pot. "I'm fine," I told him, "but I'm sure I'll sleep good tonight." I walked over to Hunter to hand him the firewood cradled in my arms. When his eyes met mine, dark and assessing in the lantern light, they lingered momentarily. I wasn't sure how it differed from usual, but Hunter had been looking at me strangely ever since the bridge. I felt his attention on me frequently, and he seemed even more contemplative, if that were possible. But was it because he saw me differently after what I'd done today? Or because he was seeing me, not the Thea from nearly 2 years ago, for the first time? Or was it something else entirely? Either way, I couldn't tell if it was a good thing or if it was bad. And I didn't want Hunter to look at me like I was a freak, even when I'd told myself it didn't matter what Hunter thought at all. I opened one of the camping chairs discarded in the dirt, appreciating the thought of a warm fire tonight. It had been days since I'd gotten to sit beside one, and the night was chilly, which made it the perfect way to wind down after such an exhausting day.
"What's on the menu tonight?"
Bert asked as he brushed his hands off on his dickies. I opened another chair and began placing them around the fire for our dinner feast.
"Beans and caribou," Alex said as he laid the grate across the stone pit.
Bert strode over to the girls' truck and opened the back door. He pulled out some pillows, stacking them under his arms. "Bert!" Kat barked as she struggled to finish the final tent. "If my pillow touches your nasty pits, I'm going to strike you down with lightning." Bert looked at me, and I had to bite back a laugh.
"I would never,"
he called back, and winked at me. He heaved Kat's red duffel out of the truck bed and headed back to the tent with her things.
"How could you ever think such a thing?"
Though he sounded innocent enough, his eyes were full of mischief. Kat grumbled something, but I headed for the truck to get my hoodie and scarf. The wind was cool, though not frigid like it often was at home, and I thought that was one more thing I might like about being further south. "Where's Littlefoot?" I asked no one in particular, my back to the group as I tugged my sweatshirt over my head.
"Probably hunting."
I spun around. Hunter stood behind me, the burgeoning fire crackling behind him, casting his profile in shadow. How was it he could seem so ominous and intriguing as he stood there? "Makes sense," I said. The others moved around camp, finally winding down for food before we hunkered into sleep. But I stared back at Hunter, waiting for him to say something as he stood there, staring. I worried that, after today, whatever progress we'd made since our truce by the lake had been for nothing, because I was feeling uncomfortable around him again, like he was judging me, and I bristled. "What, Hunter?" I asked, impatiently resting my hands on my hips. After a few seconds, he lifted the flashlight in his hand.
"I was waiting for you to move so I could put this back in the truck," he said flatly. "But if you want to do it for me..."
I swallowed. "Oh." I was thankful he couldn't see the embarrassment on my face in the darkness. "Sure." I took the solar flashlight and tucked it into the pocket behind the front seat. "Sorry, When I turned around again, Hunter was no longer standing there. He pulled the plastic bowls and the silverware out of the camping box and headed over to Alex, stirring the meat and beans by the fire. "Shit," I muttered. My stomach growled, reminding me I was starved, and with an exhausted sigh, I threw my hair up in a messy bun and grabbed my water bottle from the front seat.
"Come and get it, Thea," Alex said. "And grab my beanie from the truck, would you?"
"Sure thing." Closing the truck door, I headed to the other F-250 to grab Alex's beanie and his jacket, just in case. Then I headed to the fire. Alex ladled me a bowl full of beans and caribou meat.
"It's nothing gourmet, but..."
I exchanged the bowl for his beanie and jacket. "This is great, thank you." He nodded and draped his jacket over the seat next to him, which left only one empty chair beside Hunter. Just grateful to relax and eat, I walked over and sat down beside him, telling myself I was going to eat, then go straight to sleep. I wouldn't be able to make things more awkward between us if I was asleep. Hunter didn't seem to care I was so close, which made it easy to forget my discomfort, and I dug into my dinner. The beans were tender and warm on my tongue, and I could taste Alex's signature surplus of brown sugar he always added.
"This is perfect, Alex."
"Thank you," Kat said. Our heads bobbed and we mumbled in agreement as we shoveled food into our bellies. I could feel it coating my insides, sating the gnawing parts of me that needed comfort and sustenance. I was scraping the last of the beans from my bowl by the time everyone had finished, too relaxed for much conversation. The fire crackled and popped, and the crickets chirped. The breeze kissed my nose and cheeks, making me appreciate the warmth of the fire all the more.
"Assuming we can make up for lost time tomorrow," Bert said, "we'll be in Olympia for the night. Do we have any idea where we're going to stay?"
The low gruffness of his voice was a sure sign he was ready for sleep, and I didn't envy Alex for having to sleep beside him in the tent again. I made a mental note to give Alex a pair of my rubber earplugs, which I'd specifically brought because of Bert. Kat walked around the circle and collected our bowls for the wash bin. "I've only been to a couple places in Olympia," Kat said. "At least that I can remember. I think somewhere near the Puget Sound is the best option, if we can manage it. The cities are too unpredictable, and we've been making a lot of noise in our wake so far. Tomorrow won't be any different." "I say we get past the cities," Alex said with a curt nod, "and we try to find a place somewhere off the road. The ocean would be nice, but we're going to have to figure it out as we go along at this point." "I've never been to the ocean," Hunter said. We all looked at him as he stared into the fire. "Really?" I asked, though I wasn't that surprised. He'd lived inland all his life, without a reason to go so far west. His eyes met mine. "Really?" Pulling my lip balm from my back pocket, I leaned back in my chair. "You're going to like it," I told him. He held my gaze, the air between us humming with something I couldn't name until I forced myself to look away. Focusing on the fire, I smoothed the raspberry salve over my lips before sliding it back into my pocket. Then, closing my eyes, I tried to lose myself to the feel of the breeze and the sound of Alex and Bert chattering about who was driving tomorrow. Kat griped at Bert for picking at a scab on his arm. There were moans and sighs as everyone began to unwind. The flames warmed my cheeks, nose, and hands, and as I soaked it in, I felt the heavy blanket of sleep settle over me more quickly than I could stop it. The hoot of an owl made my eyelids flutter open. The flames of the fire were low, the wind a bit chilly, and I nestled closer to the warmth of my headrest. There was no one left across the fire, and I thought I was alone for the briefest moment before I registered the scent of someone familiar, and that I was resting against something that felt a lot like a shoulder. Bleary-eyed, I lifted my head and looked at Hunter. His gaze flicked from the fire to me. I blinked as my sleepy haze faded. "Oh, sorry." I jerked away from him. "I didn't mean to." I wiped any remnants of drool that might linger from my mouth as my mind raced. "You should have shaken me or something." "You're exhausted," he said, like that was more important than however long he'd had to sit there, probably losing the feeling in his legs from sitting too long or worse. I felt my cheeks flush, and not because of the fire. Still, I swallowed thickly and peered around at the tents, realizing Bert was snoring in the outermost one. "How long was I asleep?" I whispered. Hunter leaned forward and prodded at the embers in the fire pit. "Almost an hour." I rounded on him. "Hunter!" "The wolf and I are on first watch anyway," he said quietly. "Don't worry about it." I peered around for Littlefoot, noticing he wasn't asleep by the fire, one of his favorite places. "He's probably out catching his breakfast at this point," I grumbled, and combed my wayward hair back with my fingers. I hope I didn't drool or something. Leaning forward, I put my palms to the fire, dreading leaving its warmth for the cold tent. "No drooling," Hunter said. "You only snored." "What?" I gaped at him. "Are you serious?" "Just a little." My apparent horror made his cheek twitch a little as he sat back in his chair, his gaze still fixed on the flames as they grew again. I shoved him playfully. "You think that's funny?" I couldn't help but laugh. "That's horrifying." Finally, he smiled and looked at me. "It happens," he said with amusement. I rolled my eyes as I rose to my feet. "Well then, maybe next time I'll drool on you too," I warned him. Hunter arched his eyebrow. "Next time?" I flashed him a grin as I walked past. "Night, brat." I barely heard him chuckle over the crunch of debris beneath my shoes.
Chapter 18. Hunter. Sleepless nights were nothing new to me, so I welcomed being on watch. I appreciated the evening air, cool against my skin as I walked around the perimeter of the campsite. I weaved my way along the line of brush and gangly trees at the edge of the woods, cast in the pale blue glow of deepening night. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, but every shadow was a potential hiding place. No amount of reassurance from Thea or Kat or Alex could change the clawing need I had to double-check each of those shadows, even if I wished it would. I inhaled deeply, the scent of moist earth filling my nose. I thought this journey would be long, looming, and uncomfortable, and it was to some extent. But it had been surprising, too. I almost smiled, remembering Thea moaning in her sleep against my shoulder by the fire 2 hours ago. A rustle in the trees startled me, and Littlefoot scampered out of the brush, his nose to the ground as he sniffed around. Just another day in the life of a wolf. His head lifted and his ears perked up when he realized I was standing amidst the trees. He trotted over as if saying hello was the proper thing to do. "You know," I murmured as his eyes met mine. They glistened in the full moonlight. "I've never been much of a dog person." Littlefoot licked my hand undeterred, then nuzzled me to pet him. "But you're not so bad," I admitted. "You stink, but you're all right." I couldn't help a small smile as he leaned against my leg, basking in the attention. Having bear around the village, popping up in the most unexpected places, had become part of our daily lives. The wolf, on the other hand, not so much. He was always with Thea or patrolling the land around the lodge. But just like with the grizzly, it was easy to forget that Littlefoot wasn't a pet, but a wild animal. Though I wasn't sure there was much of a difference when you grew up alongside humans. Fleetingly, I felt envious of Bo and Thea. I hadn't had a pet until Dancer was born when I was 15. Meanwhile, Bo and Thea had a zoo most of their lives. It was why I wanted Milo to have a horse so badly, to give him a purpose and sense of independence, like Dancer had done for me. She was a creature I felt a mutual respect for, that got me out of the house and out of my head. I didn't have to be strong for her, or try to be someone else to make her happy or feel safe. I could just be me. Littlefoot's hind leg tapped against the ground in euphoria as I scratched his back harder, and I chuckled. "That's the spot, huh?" He looked longingly back at me when I finally stopped. Allowing myself a minute of stillness, I leaned back against the trunk of a pine tree and peered deeper into the woods, toward the river that ran somewhere down the hill. I was considering a midnight dip to wash off the burden of the day when I noticed a divide in the tall grass. A chill trickled down my spine, though I tried not to let my mind wander too far too fast, and I straightened. Littlefoot seemed oblivious to it, which meant it wasn't likely problematic, and that put my mind slightly at ease. Still, I couldn't help my legs from moving, and I walked over to inspect the path. An intermittent, wide gate disturbed the grass, and I crouched down, scanning the surrounding woods, the branches and shadows, instinctively looking for movement. When I saw nothing but leaves and moon shadows, I reached down and fingered the damp earth illuminated by the bright night, scouring it with fresh eyes this time. Shoe prints, heavy and large, matted the path. They weren't exactly fresh, but they couldn't have been more than a day or two old either, old enough that the ground was drying them into place. I looked furtively toward camp where the others nestled inside their tents, then back into the woods. I could ignore the unsettled feeling needling me, especially since I tended to be paranoid and Littlefoot didn't seem worried about them. Or I could wake the others, potentially worrying them for what might be nothing, a print much older than it looked, an innocent traveler who'd been in search of water. Maybe I was wrong and it wasn't old at all, but Bert's from one of his many bathroom trips. Either way, Littlefoot and I could check it out for ourselves and come back for the others if something wasn't right. If there was one thing I was good at, it was tracking, hunting, and sneaking around. And feeling for the gun in my waistband, ensuring it was there, I scanned the woods again. With my mind open to the noises surrounding me, I followed the trail, quiet and slow, my steps as light as a fox, as I slipped inside the forest.
Chapter 19. Thea. Shivering, I reluctantly stumbled out of my tent, having to pee despite my desire to stay in the protective warmth of my sleeping bag. I peered around, startled when I saw movement in my periphery. Squinting, I watched as Hunter and Littlefoot disappeared into the trees. What the hell are they doing? I muttered. Kat groaned and turned in her sleep, and I zipped her back inside the tent before wrapping my arms around myself and following after them. Briefly, I considered grabbing a solar-powered flashlight, but the moon was high and bright in the sky, and I was too groggy and impatient to spare it another thought. I hurried into the trees, hoping I didn't stumble upon Hunter doing exactly what I was waking up to do. I paused momentarily at a perfectly covered peeing tree. Squatting down, I listened for Hunter as I took care of business, and tried not to groan with ecstasy as my bladder thanked me for finally crawling out of my sleeping bag. When I finished, I peered around the grassy forest and down the hillside toward the river. My curiosity got the better of me as usual, and I decided to follow Hunter and Littlefoot instead of returning to the warmth of the tent. Twigs and pine needles crunched beneath my footsteps as I tried to focus on both the uneven earth and the patch of woods Hunter disappeared into. The spruce were tall, and the low-hanging branches brushed the top of my head, forcing me to duck between and around the trees. "Hunter?" I whisper-shouted as the shadows of the forest seemed to swallow me. I quickened my pace along the moonlit path in search of them. "Littlefoot?" I must have walked for a few minutes before I paused mid-step, hearing what sounded like a crack echo faintly in the air. I held my breath, listening for another sound. When I heard nothing but the crickets starting up again in my stillness, I continued deeper into the woods, clenching my hands at my side. I'm not defenseless. I needed the reminder. It was strange that Hunter would leave like that, but then I knew he liked to be alone and never slept. And when the river caught my attention through the trees, glistening as if it was glowing from the night sky, I thought maybe he'd wanted to take a midnight dip, even if the setting was beyond eerie. I didn't worry about invading his privacy as I weaved my way through the giant spruce, squinting to see in the shadows. I was near the river's edge when I heard a voice.
"So where'd he go?"
The voice ricocheted from beyond a thicket of trees, and I froze where I stood. A cold sweat broke out instantly across my forehead, and I strained to listen. It was not a familiar voice.
"You know him. He heard something and took off,"
a different, more high-pitched male voice replied.
"He's always hearing something." "Yeah, well, we can't all be mind-melders like you," the other quipped. "Hey, I caught us a sacrifice, didn't I? So don't start with that shit."
My spine clicked ramrod straight, and I could feel the blood leaching from my face. An image of Hunter flashed to mind, and my breath caught in my throat. A sacrifice?
"Well, go get Ricky,"
the man's voice echoed over the water.
"Mother wants him by her side tonight." "You go get him, Fred. I gotta wrangle 100+ pounds,"
the man cursed, and there was a crash.
"Jeez, this one's a brute. I like the females a lot better."
My stomach soured at his words, and I held my breath as I stepped into the brush against my better judgment, to peek across the river. Despite my instinct to run, I couldn't go back to camp before I knew if it was Hunter they were talking about. I couldn't leave him out here. I blinked, trying to focus and calm myself enough to take in the scene 200 yards away. The land surrounding a farmhouse, a barn, and a 2-story garage was cleared. and dancing shadows from the fires that flickered on torch spikes scattered throughout illuminated the property.
"The fire's not gonna stop burning to wait for your sorry-ass, Denton,"
Fred bit out, walking to the barn. He wore a white robe that reminded me too much of a ghost.
"I would have wrangled him myself, if I knew it was gonna take you this damn long to prep him."
There was another crash inside the barn.
"By all means, you're welcome to him,"
Denton shouted.
"The bastard bit me twice already."
More thrashing emanated from inside.
"Hell no, you've already pissed him off."
Fred threw up his hands as if he couldn't be bothered, then grabbed a bucket from the side of the barn and headed to a cross that rose in the center of the lot. Torches burned in a square pattern surrounding it, illuminating what looked like a scarecrow sagging from the beams. I clamped my hand over my mouth to suppress a shriek as I realized it wasn't a scarecrow, but a withered body. Human and a woman by the looks of the dark, bedraggled hair hanging from the head. The remnants of a white dress, tattered and weather-beaten, dangled from her. I nearly fell backward. She was dead, too shrunken and emaciated not to be. But what had they done to her? And why was there a dead body up there in the first place? The door to the house opened. "Are we ready?" a woman asked as she stepped into the doorway. The torch blaze danced off her, illuminating her in a glowing halo, and it took a moment for my eyes to focus. She wore a white, strappy gown that showed her supple body and a cherub-cheeked face.
"No, Mother,"
Fred said as he straightened from sprinkling what looked like feathers or petals that floated down around the base of the cross. He pointed to the barn.
"I told Denton to hurry," he said defensively, "and Ricky went to investigate a noise."
The woman peered around the property and out toward the reflective water. "The moon is high. It is time. We cannot make the Virgin wait."
"Yes, Mother,"
Fred said, but the woman looked anything but motherly. I stared at the dead body hanging on the cross again. The Virgin? "I'll ready the others and find Ricky," the woman told him, her gaze locked on the moon above. She sounded odd and urgent at the same time. "We must not be late. Not on the night of the full moon." She disappeared into the house again, and I peered up at the sky. We were no longer in the land of the midnight sun. The moon was definitely full, and it was bright. I wasn't sure if they were crazy people or if they were a doomsday cult reveling in the end of the world. But as another crash echoed from inside the barn, Denton, tall and dressed in the same white robe as Fred, wrangled a giant creature from the shadows. The beast was thrashing against him, then charged, making Denton shriek. A boar. I squeezed my eyes shut, barely able to feel relief that it wasn't a human sacrifice, when a quiet owl sound met my ears and my head shot up. Hunter stepped out of the shadows, his eyes wide and his forefinger pressed to his lips to silence me.
"I heard you a mile away,"
a man's voice cooed quietly in the woods behind us. Hunter reached for me with rough hands, grabbing my forearm and pulling me into the shadows of the low branches between the trees. I pointed to Hunter's gun, gripped in his other hand, concerned that it wasn't aimed in the man's direction already. Hunter shook his head and pointed to his ear. The sound. I glanced toward the homestead. Everyone would know we were here if he used the gun, and hell would break loose. I scanned the river, hearing the squealing boar and the sound of the woman's voice. My insides were screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I had no idea how many cult people there were, or what abilities they could use against us if we were discovered. Hunter glanced down at my hands, nodded, then his gaze shifted back to me as if he was trying to tell me something. I flexed my fingers as my head shook of its own accord. Hunter nodded, adamant.
"In this world, you're one of the strong."
His words from the other night had been at the forefront of my mind since the moment he'd uttered them. Once again, I realized how right Hunter was. Train cars and inanimate objects were fun and games, but this was our safety. And if ever there was a time to use my ability, This was it. Here, with who know how many possible dangers, whether they were crazy people or not. Then I remembered Hunter hadn't come down here alone. "Littlefoot?" I mouthed to him, but Hunter only stared at me, pensive and listening to the footsteps drawing closer through the trees behind us, a few dozen yards away. "Where'd you get off to?" the man, who I assumed was Ricky, drawled. I wasn't sure if he knew we were human or if he thought we were dinner, or if they were the same thing. But I held my breath, praying Littlefoot didn't do something stupid as I heard a wolf's growl, low and menacing. "Oh, shit!" Ricky spat, and everything after that was a blur. Determination flared to life. I stepped out from behind the tree cluster, my body already humming with adrenaline. Ricky's rifle glinted in the moonlight, and it all seemed to happen at once. I tore a branch from the tree behind him, bashing the back of his head with it just as he pulled the trigger, skewing his aim. The gunshot missed Littlefoot and cracked through the air. Confusion registered in the man's expression. Then he fell to the ground with a lifeless thud. I wasn't sure if the blow to the head killed him or rendered him temporarily unconscious, but either worked for me. Littlefoot scrambled out of the shadows and inched closer to Ricky's body, sniffing as I forced myself to breathe. "Ricky?" An eruption of voices rang out across the river and my gaze snapped to Hunter's. He grabbed onto my hand. "Move light and fast, no noise," he commanded. I nodded frantically as he pulled me behind him. Hunter's footsteps were silent and quick as we hurried up the hill toward camp, though I wasn't sure I could say the same for each of my steps. I was a trembling mess of nerves and dread at what might come next. Fred and Denton continued to call for Ricky behind us, their shouts drawing closer. They might have no clue what happened when they found him, or they might find and follow our trail. There was no risking the latter. When we finally reached camp, Hunter pointed to my tent to wake Kat as Alex climbed out of the one he and Bert were sleeping in, half dazed and crazed at the same time. "What was that? A gunshot?" He glanced furtively toward the woods. "People by the river. We need to go," Hunter told him, and Alex jostled Bert awake. Littlefoot growled in the same direction, and I shook Kat. "Come on," I rasped, pulling her sleeping bag off. Her eyes flashed open as her hand went instinctively to her gun. "What is it?" she said, climbing out of the tent as if she was ready for a fight. Above my thudding heart, I could hear indistinct shouting from the woods. "There are people. I don't know how many." "We don't have time to pack," Hunter told them, grabbing food bins. "Leave the tents. We need to go, now." No one asked questions or argued as we gathered our weapons and necessities and climbed into the trucks. I didn't hear any more yelling as the trucks rumbled to life, or as we pulled off the dirt and back onto the road.
Chapter 20. Hunter. I heard Nessa's screams, Otto crying out in pain. "The weak smell weak." The madman's voice was right beside my ear. Wren trembled in my arms, crying against my chest as she prayed the bad men would go away. "It's okay," I promised, and clung to her tighter. She needed me. "I won't let anything happen to you." And when I peered down, wide, tear-filled eyes met mine. It wasn't Wren in my arms, but Thea. "Please, Hunter?" "Thea!" I breathed and shot up. The truck brakes squeaked, we lurched to a stop, and a discord of cawing crows echoed in my ears. I blinked as the sky darkened. Black-winged ravens blotted out the sun as they launched into the sky. "Well, shit. That's not ominous or anything," Bert muttered, peering out the windshield at the cloud of black disappearing into the distance. I watched as the birds fluttered toward their new perch on the horizon. I'd been dozing on and off all morning, but my thundering heartbeat ensured I wasn't drifting off again anytime soon. Wiping my sweaty palms on my pants, I inhaled a deep breath. What dream was that? The sleepless nights were catching up to me, and after what happened last night at the river, it felt like my body was finally too exhausted to function anymore. The dreams were re-emerging, but Thea was a new addition, which made them more unsettling than before. With a sigh, I leaned back in the seat. We'd been on the road for hours, not wanting to risk stopping in case the cult decided to look for us, but instead of hours or minutes, it felt like only seconds had passed. "Where are we?" Alex yawned in the passenger seat. "Seattle," Bert said, distracted. "Seattle?" I sounded like a parrot, but the last thing I remembered was driving through the greater Vancouver area surrounded by trees on a long, abandoned stretch of road. But as I registered the jagged cityscape outside my window, I knew we were far from no man's land now. The buildings were strange, tall and boxy, while some were pointed and looked made of glass that glinted in the sunlight. All I could do was stare at their dark facades and at the gaping windows, more ominous than I'd expected them to be. Every crevasse between the looming buildings was dense with greenery, and it was too easy to imagine what sort of survivors might dwell in the cities with so many places to hide and supplies to scavenge. There was a reason I'd lived with my people in the middle of nowhere, hidden from the world. Now, we were driving right through the heart of old civilization, a place I never thought I'd ever have to go. I realized Kat and Thea were stopped ahead of us. I tried to see around the truck and trailer, about to ask why we weren't moving, when I noticed the cluttered vehicles abandoned on the road ahead. This was the part they were talking about. The streets so congested, we'd have to inch our way through with Thea's help. "Is something wrong?" I asked, uncertain why nothing was happening. "I don't know," Alex admitted. "Maybe Thea needs my help." He was about to pick up the radio receiver when screeching metal met my ears and movement to our right caught my attention. "There she goes," Alex murmured, sounding a bit relieved. Beyond the truck, a red, rusted-out van with a hanging bumper shifted closer to the railing. The frame shook as it settled back into place, out of the way. There was more movement to the left as a small silver car crunched against the median, and the girl's truck began to roll forward again. Slowly, they weaved around the parked cars, the trailer tapping the back taillight of the van that was still slightly blocking the way. "I guess that's our cue," Bert said, and he shifted the truck into drive and followed carefully behind them. A rusted aqua car was next, bumping into a black truck that faced us as Thea shifted it farther to the left. All too late, I realized I should look away as we passed the first car just outside my window. A skull with a gaping mouth peered back at me. I straightened in my seat, horrified but unable to peel my gaze away. After last night, everything felt too close to the surface. Every uncertainty and fear, every dread. I blinked at the image in the car, taking it in. Tattered clothes hung from the skeleton's shoulders, and more faded fabrics clung to the other bodies decaying in the vehicle. Smaller skeletons. Children. A terrified numbness washed over me. "I always hate this part," Bert muttered. He kept his eyes in front of the vehicle. "Sometimes I forget," Alex whispered in front of me. His head bowed forward like he was looking down at his hands or feet, anywhere that wasn't out the window. Although I didn't want to look either, my gaze shot to the next vehicle we passed, and bile churned in my stomach. Inside were the skeletal remains of someone draped over their steering wheel and a four-legged animal in the back seat. I didn't know if the discoloration on the bodies was grime, leathered flesh, or a mixture of both, but I finally forced myself to look away. This is what the end looks like. A sea of bodies, people whose last breaths were spent in fear and chaos. It was one thing to assume, but to see the remains of humanity's final moments was the most sobering thing I'd seen in so long. It made me realize with a different sort of gratitude how lucky I was to be alive. I stared at the butt of the gun I rubbed incessantly, discarded on the seat beside me. Not even a weapon would have saved them. Haunting reminders of the past were somber and thick in the cab of the truck, making it difficult to swallow as we drove in slow silence. I'm not sure how many colors and cars passed by my window before Alex cleared his throat. I hadn't known Elle, Beau, and Thea more than 12 hours when we left Whiteley, he said. His voice was low and lost, like he didn't want to remember, yet he didn't want to forget either. I'd only known Sophie a matter of days at that point. We were all strangers, and when Thea asked us who was going to give the people in the cars a proper funeral, he cleared his throat again. I glanced at him in the side mirror. Alex shook his head, his eyes unfocused as he licked his lips. I didn't know how to answer her, but I didn't have to. I still remember her expression when she realized the answer for herself. No one was coming to help them. It was easy to picture a little Thea laughing and playing, but imagining her living through this, scared and sad, and registering all these dead bodies, made my chest ache for her. That was right after Elle and I had to find Sophie's mom, and all we could do was cover her up. We didn't get to bury her. That was all the closure Sophie got. He blinked a few times and licked his lips again. I didn't have anyone to mourn, but witnessing Sophie's sadness made me glad for it. Bert grabbed hold of Alex's shoulder and squeezed. It's a complicated feeling, he said, the voice of reason and wisdom when it mattered. Alex looked at him. Survival. Bert glanced from the road to Alex. The guilt, the gratitude, the fear. It's confusing as hell. It makes you question everything that made you who you are and regret the things you're grateful for, wondering if you deserve them. With a final squeeze, he let go of Alex's shoulder. Surviving while everyone else is gone seems like it's pretty straightforward, but we know life is never straight or easy. I stared at Bert's profile as he watched the road ahead. He was a colorful guy, which made it easy to forget that he'd also lost people he cared about, that all of them had. And while seeing the aftermath firsthand was a shocking revelation for me, it was only dredging up the past for them, a past they'd worked 12 years to overcome. Don't forget to feel pride, too, I told them. Both Alex and Bert peered back at me. Look at what you've all achieved in the wake of it. They blinked at me, and Alex dipped his chin almost gratefully, and he faced forward again. Whether it was out of respect for the dead or an ode to the past, the three of us drove through the rest of the city in silence.
Chapter 21. Thea. We didn't get to stay on the beach in Olympia. Instead, after raiding a partially collapsed camping store for more supplies and triple-checking what sort of neighbors we might have, we'd found another place to camp off the side of the road. We had ourselves a rabbit stew, since Bert had found and shot one while he was peeing behind a tree, but the vibe in camp was stilted and heavy. Maybe it was seeing that woman strung up on the cross by the river, or fearing Hunter had been captured. But upon seeing the sea of cars in Seattle, I'd had a small breakdown. The night we'd left Whiteley suddenly seemed like it was yesterday, and all the cars on the road filled with the dead and dying bombarded my memories all over again. I remembered the smell of the cannibals, a sickly sweet scent that made me cringe the moment we'd walked into the bus depot, even if I didn't understand why at the time. I thought of my mom, not about what I'd done, but about what had happened to her, how she'd changed into something unrecognizable and frightening. And I thought about my dad, who we never found at all. But it wasn't fear and confusion I felt this time, but an indescribable sadness. Once the emotions were out and Kat and I had a quick cry, I forced it all back down again, determined to keep us moving forward. None of us talked about the 2 hours it took us to get through Seattle. We seemed to wordlessly agree that we'd been through enough and mingled in companionable silence for most of the evening. I was squatting at the soapy bucket, washing the stew pot, Bert's butchering knife, and our plastic bowls and spoons, when Hunter walked over and sat a steaming mug on the camping bin beside me. "What's this?" I asked, craning my neck to look up at him from my makeshift kitchen sink. "Hot cider," he said, standing to full height again. "I know you like sweet things, and I made some for Kat, so—" He shrugged. Hunter shrugged. "Oh." I couldn't help the surprise in my voice. Thank you." Instead of answering me, Hunter lifted the mug again and opened the bin. He pulled out a towel and replaced the lid. "I'll dry," he said, and crouched down beside me, balancing on his knee. "You don't have to help," I told him. "I'm capable of drying them myself." He glowered at me, and I paused. I was about to glower back when I realized I was being rude. "Sorry," I muttered. I glanced down to my dirty suds. "I appreciate you helping." Hunter reached into the tub of freshly washed bowls and grabbed one to pat dry. "I'm not sure why I snap at you so much," I thought aloud. When he looked at me, his hands moving methodically over the bowl, his expression was stern and unreadable. "Probably," I said with a sigh, "because you look at me like that, and it makes me feel uncomfortable." Hunter's brow twitched and he averted his gaze. He set the dry bowl on the camping bin and grabbed the next one from the tub. "I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable," he said, thoughtful. "I didn't mean it like that," I told him. "Yes, you did," he said without sparing me a glance. "No, I didn't. I don't know how to act around you, and it's hard to tell what you're thinking." He stacked another dry bowl on the bin. "You could ask me," he said. His eyebrows lifted as he grabbed another bowl from the wet tub, and his gaze skirted to me. It was the most sincere expression I'd seen on him, and I felt a prick of heat over my skin. Hunter's jaw flexed. Had I not noticed the scar on his jawline before? I opened my mouth, uncertain what to say. "Okay," came out first. Then I smiled. "But you don't think that's kind of advanced for us?" He smirked, and I felt another furl of heat, this time in my chest. "I'd rather you ask me questions than assume something that's not true." Somehow, Hunter made it sound so easy and matter-of-fact, like he was an open book. I smirked back, finding that hard to believe. Mulling his words around in my head, I scrubbed the last of the goop on the bottom of the pot and glanced at him through my lashes again. "I guess that's fair. But be careful what you wish for," I warned. It was meant to be another joke, but Hunter said nothing, and he didn't look at me again as he finished drying. Taking his cue for silence, I put the pot on the bin with the other washed bowls and walked the dirty water a few yards from camp, dumping it at the base of a tree. When I returned, the dishes were all dried and stacked, and Hunter held out my cider mug. "Can I ask you something?" he said. His voice didn't sound inquisitive as much as it sounded concerned. "Sure," I drawled, hesitating as I took the mug from him. I suddenly wondered if our open invitation to ask questions was going to bite me in the ass, not him. And yet, that he wanted to ask me something made me inexplicably pleased at the same time. I inhaled the sweet steam from the cup as he lifted the clean dishes to put them away.
I know what you don't like about your ability, but what's your favorite part about it?
I eyed him over the brim of my mug. Interesting question. Hunter looked at me, waiting for an answer. Well, to be honest, I don't use it as much as I did when I was a kid, I admitted. But remembering the scent of winter and feeling the snow on my skin, I smiled. But one of my best memories was the day I realized I could use my ability against Bo. He and I were outside waiting for the wolves one day. This was before Elle and Jackson knew what Bo and I could do. Bo pissed me off. I shook my head. I don't even remember what, but I chucked a snowball at his head and he got so mad at me. I could still see his eyes narrowing on me and his cheeks reddening with annoyance. Of course, it wasn't as funny then, when I knew he had better aim than me. But I realized I didn't have to have better aim in a snowball battle because I could stop his from hitting me at all. Hunter's lips parted in a grin and my heart melted a little. I cleared my throat. Anyway, I continued, and took a sip of my cider before meeting his gaze again. It was fun then, and it made me feel powerful. Now I forget I can do things like that. The power is a bit too real, you know? Hunter lifted his chin in understanding.
After what I've seen the past couple days, it makes sense.
He folded the towel and dropped it back to the camping bin. What's that mean exactly? After my hesitation to use my ability last night, when we needed it most, I wasn't certain.
It means, Hunter said, straightening his shoulders. It means that even if what you did with the train cars is one of the most amazing things I've ever witnessed, I understand why it scares you.
He was close enough I could smell the campfire smoke on his sweatshirt and see his jaw working beneath his skin. Hunter thought what I could do was amazing? The same Hunter who distrusted people like us? Even if it was for good reason? I frowned, unable to stop my thoughts from tumbling out from between my lips. Why are you so different? I whispered. The austere expression I knew so well slid back into place.
Different?
I tilted my head, scrutinizing every nuance in his face, realizing how difficult it was to see the same Hunter from days before. You're not the same out here as you are back home. Per usual, Hunter's expression gave nothing away.
Am I different? Or are you only just getting to know me better?
I don't know, I admitted. I didn't understand why my heart was beating so fast, or why I felt the urge to avert my gaze, but I wouldn't allow myself to. I didn't want to miss a single change in his expression. Hunter's lips pursed. His eyes narrowed slightly. He assessed me as I studied him, and I saw questions in his eyes and wondered if they were teeming like mine. Then Hunter turned.
Good night, Thea,
he said quietly and walked away. Thoughts suddenly scattered. I lifted my cup. Thanks for the cider, I told him in a rush. And for helping me with the dishes, and for last night. I bit my lip, uncertain what trouble I would have found myself in if he hadn't pulled me into the shadows to hide me. Hunter nodded, but continued walking. Hey, Hunter, I said, uncertain why the word sounded like a timid plea. Finally, he stopped and looked back at me. I'm sorry we didn't get to go to the coast today. I could tell you really wanted to. He shoved his hands in his hoodie pockets.
There's always new bodega, right?
Yeah, I said with a tight-lipped smile. I guess so.
Night,
he said again, and then walked past the others sitting by the fire, oblivious to our conversation.
Good night,
he told them. Good night, we all said in unison, and I watched as he climbed into his tent. It dawned on me that it was the first time I'd seen him attempt to get some sleep the entire trip. And it was the first time I realized that, behind his reserve and quiet demeanor, Hunter didn't look severe or disapproving so much as he looked lonely. Chapter 22. Thea. After a 6-hour driving stretch, Bert, Kat, and I pulled off the interstate, behind Alex and Hunter for a bathroom break. At first, there was no real difference between British Columbia and the lower 48, at least not in the Northwest. But the further south we drove, the more captivated I became as I noticed the changes. Like the far-reaching gnarled limbs of the wild oak trees that dotted rolling golden hillsides, and the blue sky that seemed to stretch forever in both directions, with no mountains or jagged tree lines to impede it. "Where are we?" I asked, in awe at how quickly the landscape could change. Bert shut the truck off with a grin. "Gold country," he said, a merry sheen in his ochre eyes. "South of Redding, somewhere in Tehama County," Kat clarified from the passenger seat, studying the map. "But I'm going to call it the armpit of hell. It's hot as shit here." Bert chuckled. "Just wait until the peak of summer. Then you'll wish you were dead." "Wonderful," Kat grumbled, and she shoved the map into the glove box. "Have you been here before, Bert?" I asked, and I opened my door to climb out. "Yep, many times." He unbuckled his seatbelt. "After Vietnam, I hopped on my motorcycle and traveled around. I spent nearly 5 years in California before I headed up to Alaska, where I met my wife." He smiled fondly at the memories and climbed out of the truck. "And boy, did the law and I have our differences." Curiosity piqued, I hurried around the front of the truck to hear the rest of his story. "I was in a motorcycle club, and we'd ride from Redding all the way to Stinson Beach, causing trouble along the way." "What did you do?" I asked, suddenly in awe of him. I loved Bert like the crazy old guy he was, but I never thought of him as a troublemaker. "Drugs," he said. "That's all you need to know." Kat laughed as she readjusted her sunglasses, then brought her pinched index finger and thumb to her lips, like she was smoking a joint. "A lot of drugs," she mouthed. I couldn't help my laugh as I knotted my hair on top of my head to get it off my sweaty neck, then glared up at the intense rays of the sun. "I wouldn't say hell's armpit," I told Kat, "but I don't think I've ever been this hot before." "Ha!" She headed for the other truck as the guys finally climbed out. "Welcome to Cali," Bert said with a stretch. "Summers are dry and hot here." "Well, since you're so familiar with the place," I said, reaching through the back window for some sunblock. The sun was intense, suddenly too warm now that we'd stopped driving and the breeze was gone, and I rubbed Henny's famous carrot seed lotion on my nose, cheeks, and forehead. "How close are we to Petaluma?" It felt like we'd been on the road for days, and I was eager to get to Hope Valley, nestled between there and New Bodega. "Another 4 hours or so," Bert said. "Well, maybe 5 with your brother leading the pack," he grumbled. Alex flipped him off as he grabbed his duffel out of the back of the truck. Bert blew him a kiss and did a deep lunge to stretch. "I'm getting too old for this shit," he groaned. "The long drives are killing my sciatica. One more reason for you to retire from this gig, old man," Alex said. "Thea can take your spot," he offered, winking at me. "I'm actually surprised Corey didn't come in your spot, Bert," I said. "He's a good mechanic, too, and could get us out of a pinch if we needed." "Corey thinks everything can be fixed with his ability," Bert muttered. "Kids these days don't realize know-how is also important." He held his hand up and wiggled his fingers. "It's not just about superpowers, but skills and practice. It's about wisdom." I tried not to smile too obviously with amusement. Bert was one of many in the community who were having a difficult transition with the changing times. Whether it was some sort of kinetic energy or electrical charge he exuded through his touch, Bert could make an engine run or keep the power plant functioning if he had to, with help, of course. But Bert's mind was sharper than his ability these days, and I thought that might be why he held on to the past the way he did. His years of hard work were ingrained in him. "Well, I'm glad you came, Bert. Even if you're feeling your age," I told him. You might snore louder than anyone I've ever known, even louder than Bear, but Corey would have talked our ears off until they were bleeding. Bert grinned.
It's only because he likes you.
I snorted. No, that's not it.
Suit yourself, he said. I'm gonna find me a tree.
Bert studied the oak-dotted hillside that butted up to the highway.
If I'm not back in 10 minutes, it probably means I got bit by a rattler or I broke a hip.
I'm not sucking the poison out, Alex muttered as he followed, leaving a generous distance between them. Just happy to move my legs, I peered down the abandoned highway. We'd seen big rigs, cars, and trucks along the way, but there weren't a ton of them, at least not yet, and we'd had no issues getting through the stretch of road since Oregon. I headed in the direction Littlefoot wandered, sniffing as he explored. Grapes, I chirped, and hurried closer to the overgrown vines along the side of the road.
Wine grapes,
Bert called from the trees, and I picked a tiny green grape off the vine.
You're not going to like the way they taste.
His voice carried through the afternoon, but I'd already put a grape in my mouth. Instantly, my throat tightened and my lips puckered as the juice squirted onto my tongue. Hunter chuckled behind me and I spun around.
They're that bad, huh?
No, they're great, I lied. You should definitely try one. A barely there smile tugged at his lips.
Well, since you're selling it so well.
I picked another grape and handed it to him, anticipating his expression when the tart grape burst on his tongue. Hunter's eyes locked on mine, almost as if it was a silent dare, and his expression didn't change in the slightest as he chewed and swallowed.
You're right, they're not so bad.
My shoulders slumped with disappointment. I should have known you'd be able to keep a straight face. That's your M.O. I brushed my fingertips over the smooth, perfectly round grapes, wondering if they'd get sweeter as the summer continued to warm them.
What's that mean?
Hunter picked another grape off the vine and plopped it into his mouth. What, your M.O.? He nodded. You're the king of serious face, I explained, running my fingers over the thick grape leaves. I noticed Hunter's head tilt from the corner of my eye. Oh, don't act so surprised. I pried my attention from the foliage and looked at him. I can count how many times you've smiled or laughed in the year and a half I've known you on a single hand. His eyebrows rose at that.
Maybe you don't pay enough attention.
I scoffed. I pay plenty of attention. Hunter's cheek twitched and his eyes held mine, curious. My heart palpitated suddenly, and averting my gaze, I started walking further down the road toward Littlefoot. What I meant was, I continued as Hunter fell into step beside me. Maybe you're different around your family, but when you're around the rest of us, you're pretty... I glanced at him, trying to find the least offensive word. Serious. Hunter stared at the rutted highway as we walked, running a grape leaf through his fingers. It's not a bad thing, I amended, and I guess it wasn't, even if I used to take it personally. But in the days I'd spent with him, I realized Hunter was too worried about everyone else to be purposefully hurtful or offensive.
It's not?
His eyes narrowed, like he was gauging whether I was lying. His irises looked like melted chocolate in the sunlight. Slowly, I shook my head. It just makes it harder to get to know you is all. Inhaling a fortifying breath, I turned my attention to the chirping, rustling world around us. Blackbirds flitted to and from broken power lines, and golden grasses swooshed on the hillside in the breeze. Still, I could feel Hunter watching me. The heat and scenery weren't the only differences I'd noticed this far south. His presence had become as comforting as it was unnerving. Oh, those are pretty, I said, in need of a distraction. I scuttled over to a giant bush of white, funnel-shaped flowers that looked almost tropical. I saw a bunch of pink ones lining the freeway earlier. As I reached for a blossom, Hunter grabbed my hand.
Don't,
he said, his fingers squeezing around mine.
Oleander's poisonous.
Oleander? I tried to recall Sophie's drawings and survival journals I'd pored over as a little girl, and Jade's teachings over the years. I don't think I've ever heard of oleander before.
It doesn't grow like this at home.
Oh. My gaze drifted to his fingers gripping mine. 3 times. That's how many times he'd saved or protected me in some way. At the lake when I'd slipped, in the dark shadows of the forest, and now. Hunter let go and dropped his hand by his side, tightening it into a fist. As another confusing mixture of comfort and uneasiness coursed through my veins, I tried to focus on the flowers again instead. I started, realizing I'd spent so much time as a child learning about the land we lived on. I didn't know much about the world around me. I thought maybe I'd missed one of Jade's lectures about it or something. Noticing how far we'd wandered, Hunter and I turned and meandered back toward the trucks. It was hard to stay focused when we went on nature walks, especially if the wolves were around. I smiled at the thought. I can't tell you how many times I got the stare when I should have been paying attention. Hunter's footsteps were slow and heavier beside mine, and he was quiet. Too quiet. When I looked at him, he was staring at the horizon, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" I asked gently. I could only assume his change in mood had to do with something I said. Hunter shoved his hands into his pockets.
"I'm just ready for the day to be over,"
he said, and his sudden soberness surprised me. "Guys," Kat called. "If you're going to pee, do it and let's go. The sun actually sets here, remember? And I'd like to get to Petaluma before midnight." I glanced at Hunter. "I guess we're being herded in," I said wryly, trying to make him smile again. But Hunter didn't smile as he continued toward the truck, his footsteps quicker than before. Although we could find common ground most of the time, it didn't feel like it was enough. As Hunter put more distance between us, I questioned whether we'd ever truly be comfortable around each other. And suddenly, I realized how temporary all of it might be anyway. Once we returned home, everything could go back the way it was, and the reality of it made me sad. Chapter 23. Thea. I leaned out the passenger window, feeling the warm breeze against my skin. Purple clouds painted the sky as it began to darken, and the fields that stretched on either side of the road were glowing. A rabbit with tall, pointed ears rose out of the yellow and white blossoms spackling the fields, eyeing us as we passed. Kat laughed in the driver's seat. "What are you, 5? If you fall out, I'm not stopping. I have to pee like a racehorse." I smiled but said nothing as I took in the country road. Alex honked the horn behind us, and when I looked back, he and Bert were laughing at my giddiness. Ignoring them, I let my hair blow wild and free, and I inhaled the scent of dry earth. I'd never seen so much open land as there was in California, and I yearned to climb onto Cinder's back and see how far we could ride before we reached the ends of the earth. "Perfect, our turnoff," Kat said, and slowing, she veered down an overgrown road. Horse-dropping and walking trails lined the path, used little by vehicles, it seemed, and within a few moments, small cottages came into view to the left. The settlement spread out over the rolling hills, interspersed by oak and eucalyptus trees. There were sheep and cows grazing on swells of green and gold, and as we passed an intricately hand-painted sign that read Hope Valley, my stomach knotted and an unexpected wave of nerves fluttered through me. We'd arrived. "Finally," Kat breathed, and she sighed with what sounded like both apprehension and relief. She knew some of these people, but I knew none of them. As excited as I was to meet everyone, I also wasn't sure what to expect. Smiling faces? Unease? Stilted conversation? Kat continued up a gravel driveway toward a large white farmhouse. We passed a barn and animal pens to the left and pulled around a circular lot. I stared at everything, taking it all in. It was a proper farm. Fruit trees extended behind the house and the cottage that flanked it, and next to the barn was a garden the size of Hunter's fields back home. A German shepherd, old and gray but wagging his tail excitedly, crawled out from under the farmhouse porch and trotted toward us. Littlefoot jolted to attention, his fluffy white tail thumping against the back seat and his stance posed for playtime. Kat shut off the truck and a smile stretched her lips. "Well, this place looks fun." Her gaze was assessing before it locked on the horses in the pasture beyond the property. I noticed the settlement I saw from the road butted up to the pastures in the distance. So much of it was similar to home, but so much more sprawling and all in one place. The German shepherd yipped in greeting, and Littlefoot leapt out the back window, sniffing his new friend excitedly. Briefly, I wondered if Littlefoot was lonely without his pack to pal around with any longer. The screen door of the house screeched open as I climbed out of the passenger seat. What do you know? A wolf to add to the mix. A woman in a long skirt with a pregnant belly and long, raven-black hair stepped out, her eyes a jewel-like blue. One of the truck doors slammed shut behind us. "Hey, Zoe," Alex said with contented laughter as he came up behind me. "Alex." Zoe smiled, and she opened her arms to him. The wrinkles around her eyes were subtle, and I noticed a streak of gray in her hair. She must have been in her late 30s. "It's good to see you, old friend." Alex leaned down and gave her a hug as Hunter and Bert walked up beside us, scanning the farm. The farmhouse doors opened again, and others filed out. "She was this close to worrying," a tall, broad-shouldered man said, striding up behind her. Alex straightened and reached for his hand. "Jake, good to see you. We ran into a few snafus, but nothing we couldn't handle thanks to Thea." He winked at me. Zoe stepped past Alex and gave Kat a quick hug, then Bert. "Hey, old man," she said affectionately. Bert gave her a squeeze, muttered something that made Zoe laugh, though I couldn't hear it, and they all continued to greet one another, as they likely did at the summit each year. Finally, Zoe looked between me and Hunter. "Welcome to Hope Valley," she said. "I'm Zoe." She reached for my hand first. "Hi, I'm Thea," I said, forcing an awkward smile. Zoe's eyes were assessing but kind and crinkled in the corners, and a small smile curved her lips. "I feel like I already know you," she mused happily, and I assumed it was from years of gleaning information about me from Alex and the others. Jake shook my hand next. He was rugged like Jackson, but with cropped, sandy-brown hair, rich amber eyes, and a slightly crooked nose. And Jake had a gentleness about him I hadn't expected. When I recalled what Alex had told me about the prophecy, Zoe losing her memory, and their epic love story, I realized any man that romantic would have a kind, gentle soul, and I smiled. A slender-framed woman with wavy, brunette hair hanging past her shoulders stepped out of the farmhouse next. A girl a few years younger than me was at her side and had a falcon perched on her shoulder as they headed in our direction. "And you must be Hunter," Zoe said, her attention fixed on him. As she reached for his hand, a flicker of what looked like regret crossed Zoe's features. Then, remembering herself, she smiled. "I'm happy to finally meet you." "Same," Hunter said, and dipped his chin as he let go of her hand. It dawned on me how immense the moment was for both of them. Zoe shouldering some of her mother's blame for all that had happened in the world, and Hunter, who was one of only a few like him left. Now he was relying on her for help, which he could probably hardly believe himself. "This is my sister-in-law, Becca," Zoe said, gesturing to the wavy-haired woman as she stepped up beside her. The setting sun illuminated Becca's gray-violet irises. "And my niece, Annie." Zoe motioned to the falcon girl. Annie waved a bit shyly, her wild blonde curls bouncing around her face. The falcon fluttered on her shoulder as she knelt down to Littlefoot, who was wagging his tail as he peered up at her. "He's beautiful," Annie said, and the falcon eyed the wolf carefully. For a moment, Annie seemed to lose herself in Littlefoot's eyes, and I knew immediately what she was doing. Her grin widened and she peered up at me. "I had wolf friends when I was little," she explained. but it's been a while. I couldn't imagine my childhood without them, I realized. The pack had been with us since the beginning. So, Annie was a telepath. I wasn't sure I knew that, though Alex had told us about the rest. Jake could regenerate. Alex had felt his raw power when they'd had to save the Honeymaker's father back in Prince Rupert. Zoe's ability was like Sophie's, but amplified, and she could read minds and feel emotions. Becca was a regen, like Jenny had been, and she had the gift of prophecy. In an offhanded way, I felt gratitude toward Becca, who'd been the one to warn Alex, Kat, and the others about Nora all those years ago, sending them home in time to say goodbye to Jenny before it was too late. Annie's falcon peered up at me, and as if the falcon had asked her a question, Annie glanced from it to me. Sorry, I saw the wolf and got excited. She rose to her feet. This is Perry. I'm an animal telepath, in case you couldn't tell. I waved to her falcon, uncertain what else to do. I'm Thea, and yeah, I recognize the signs, I said half-jokingly. My brother Beau is a telepath, too. Oh, yeah. Aunt Zoe told me about him. He has a black wolf, right? My aunt said she's beautiful and very protective. My smile faltered. He actually pals around with a clumsy grizzly bear these days, I said, forcing a broader smile, and my gaze automatically sought Littlefoot, already sniffing around the property. Annie laughed. That's so cool. We don't have bears around here, but it still gets pretty crazy sometimes. She glanced toward the horse pasture. My mom's out with my little sister, Kiara, checking on the baby sheep. Oh, yes, Zoe said. The chatter of the group died down. Danny's going to be so excited to meet you all. She's heard our stories over the years, and now she can finally see your faces. Though Zoe smiled, glancing between everyone, I noticed the way her attention continued to fall on Hunter. She cleared her throat. My brother, Jason, and I appreciate you coming all this way. And Harper, the physician, she clarified, looking at Hunter again, has been talking about this moment all week. They'll be relieved to know you've arrived. Let's let them all unwind a bit, Jake offered, gesturing toward the house. You've been driving for days. And I have to pee. Badly, Kat added. Everyone chuckled like they were used to Kat's unapologetic bluntness. Of course. Zoe pointed toward the farmhouse. Kat took off at breakneck speed. I'll find my own way, she called behind her. Zoe laughed and rubbed her pregnant belly. She must have been 7 or 8 months at least. We don't host many visitors, you can probably tell. We're all family here, and we just help ourselves. She nodded toward the farmhouse again. How about some iced tea or water? Are you hungry? She glanced between the 4 of us. Bert was doing his embarrassing lunges, and Alex was chatting with Jake. My stomach rumbled at the thought of something other than beans, fruit, and jerky. I could eat. Would you like to go to the clinic now? Becca asked hoarsely, stepping closer to Hunter. Her tone was warm, but her words too formal, much like Jenny's had been. I felt a swell of guilt in my gut as Jenny's crumpled body flashed to mind. Prophecy, I reminded myself. Becca saw things the rest of us didn't. I pried my gaze away from Becca to look at Hunter, wondering what she'd seen to make her so thoughtful. I would, actually, he said. Hunter seemed tense and hesitant, and my heartbeat skittered as I glanced between them. Of course he'd want to talk to Harper about the vaccine. It was why he'd come all this way to begin with, though Hunter's obvious discomfort made me anxious for him. Becca nodded like she'd anticipated his answer. Zoe shook her head. Yes, of course, she said as if she'd forgotten herself. Isn't it kind of late? I thought out loud. Hunter looked at me, his expression stone. No, it's completely fine, Zoe said, waving my worry away. I should have thought of that. Of course you'd want to move things along, she told Hunter. I knew Zoe felt guilty for all of this, but I wasn't sure why she seemed frazzled and nervous. Jake took Zoe's hand in silent reassurance. Zoe and I will take you into New Bodega, he said. Jason is there on business,
And Harper should still be at the clinic, so he can answer all of your questions.
Zoe glanced among us. We thought you'd like to stay close together, so we made accommodations for you in town. We can drop off your things at the apartment you'll be staying in on the way. Alex held up the keys.
I'll drive, he said, and started for the horse trailer. Bert, help me unhitch this, would you?
Jake stepped in to help. I'll stay here with Kat, I guess, I thought aloud. Hunter eyed me for a moment, and I could tell something was wrong. I was going to ask him why he looked so worried suddenly, when Annie stepped up beside me. Is he your boyfriend? She asked. She and her falcon watched Hunter as he headed toward the truck. Annie was pretty, despite her torn jeans and tomboy appearance, and maybe 15, give or take a year. No, that's Hunter.
Duh.
Annie rolled her eyes, grinning.
Thank all that is holy, Kat cried, coming out of the house. I feel so much better.
She hurried down the steps as Alex started the F-250.
What's going on?
They're going to the clinic, I told her, and Kat spun around to Hunter climbing into the truck.
Oh, already?
Kat's brow furrowed.
I thought he'd want to rest first.
I lifted my shoulder and shook my head, feeling a little off-kilter in the commotion. I guess not.
See you in a bit,
Alex called, and Jake and Zoe climbed into the truck with them.
Good luck,
Kat called, and Hunter nodded from the front seat. His eyes found mine, and just as quickly he looked away. Well, Annie chirped. She pointed to the pasture behind her. We should go find my mom and sister.
Oh, good,
Kat said, and she fell into step behind Annie.
Come on, Jack,
Annie called over her shoulder. The German shepherd perked up, his tongue hanging from his mouth. But as the dog and I brought up the rear, I turned, watching the truck's taillights disappear down the road and out of sight. Something didn't feel right.
They're here,
Annie called, and my gaze shot over to the pasture where a small woman, who I assumed was Danny, came out of the gate. Bays and sorrels and grays loitered around the pasture fence, ears perked up and heads bouncing happily, as if saying goodnight to Danny as she closed them in. With a final pat on a paint horse's neck, the small woman looked at us, her wild red hair pulled up on top of her head, alive like fire in the dying sunlight. A smile engulfed her face as she registered us. Tilting her head, she pointed at Kat.
Blonde bun and that stride screams no nonsense, she said, which means you must be Kat.
With a chuckle, Kat reached for the woman's hand.
Guilty. I'm Danny.
Her green eyes shifted to me.
And you must be Thea?
Yes, I said, my attention flicking back to the horses. They're beautiful, I told her, and shoved my hands into my back pockets. There were at least a dozen in the herd, some of them grazing while others, like the paint, watched us curiously.
Thank you. This old beauty is Wings. She's been with me the longest, since the beginning,
Danny explained, and there was a respect and affection in her voice I could relate to.
Annie and I have brought the others up over the years, she continued, squeezing Annie against her. The teen was taller than Danny by a couple of inches, and despite their curly hair, they didn't look much alike. We try to match them for riders in the community, Danny explained. And some we just have because, well, horses like to stick together, so why not have an entire herd? She laughed with exasperation. This place is already a zoo, right?
Annie shrugged.
Pretty much. There's no escaping it with 3 animal telepaths in the family,
Danny explained, and she seemed so happy talking about her ability, I envied it a little. I've always wished my ability was animal telepathy, I admitted. It would be helpful and awesome.
You are important, Thea.
Becca's voice spooked me from behind.
And exactly as you must be.
I glanced back to find her and Bert walking toward us, her violet eyes spearing me.
Never question that, she continued. Your future will help give rise to a world different than this one.
I felt the weight of her words, even if I didn't quite understand them. It will? Becca stumbled, missing a step, and Bert caught her.
Careful there.
Becca's gaze shifted to Danny. I am tired tonight, she told her, her voice a strained whisper. I will see you tomorrow. Danny eyed her cautiously. Annie will walk with you. I will be fine, Becca assured them. As if knowing her insistence would be futile, Danny didn't argue. Good night, then, she said softly. Annie looked after Becca with concern. Night, Auntie. Becca flashed the girl a weak smile, then continued down a path that led between the pasture and the garden, toward the settlement beyond the farm. There was a heaviness to Becca's demeanor I hadn't expected, but then I assumed prophecy would be a heavy burden for anyone to bear. I see you've met Jake's sister, Danny whispered, her attention lingering on Becca's retreating form. She's seen so much over the years. I think it's beginning to take its toll. Like Danny suddenly remembered we were standing beside her, she perked up and gestured toward the settlement. And that's the heart of Hope Valley, she explained. It's where the Regens settled after the rebellion against General Harrodson. They continue to thrive there, thanks to Chris and Carlos and all the work they've been doing throughout the years to help maintain the Regens' abilities, which is the only way they've survived this long. She turned to us. You're familiar with the Regens? Yes, I said quickly, with the flash of a bright, pleading smile. Elle's sister, I explained. Jenny. I glanced at Kat, my heart bleeding for her a little as I saw the shadowed memories flash quickly over her features. Danny nodded as if she understood the topic was a touchy one. I hadn't realized how many old wounds might open again, coming to this place and seeing all these people that had been connected to us through the years in some way. Becca's prophecies about Nora and the answers she'd given Kat when she was trying to save Jenny's life, all for naught. Hope Valley was where the General and Dr. Wesley fell during the standoff, and where Zoe and Jason made the serums and vaccines to fix their mother's wrongs. Our lives in Whitehorse were interwoven with this place, and only by being here did I realize how much. Danny glanced into a copse of eucalyptus trees nestled against the far fence of the pasture. On cue, a little girl with wavy auburn hair popped out with a baby deer. Jack perked up a little when he saw her and trotted along the fence in her direction, like he wanted so much to run and play with her, but his age forced him to the sidelines. Time to come in and get cleaned up for dinner, Danny called, and the little girl frolicked through the pasture toward us, the fawn prancing after her. That little munchkin would be my other daughter, Kiera, Danny said. I'd like to say that crazy child takes after Jason, but between the mane on her head and her fondness for animals, I think it's obvious she's my daughter. Danny chuckled as Kiera galloped closer, chirping and chatting with her fawn friend. The horses looked on, undisturbed. Come on, Jumper, she sang. It's time for dinner. For human dinner, Annie told her, much like an exasperated big sister would. I couldn't help but smile as I thought of Beau and me as children. He still looked at me like that sometimes, perturbed and exasperated. But I'd grown to accept it, to count on it, and actually missed it now that he wasn't around as much anymore. But Kiara didn't seem to care, and with her German Shepherd and fawn in tow, we all turned back toward the farm. Cute kid, Bert mused. She's got spunk. She's got plenty of spunk, Danny muttered. We walked a few steps, taking in the inky evening, and I realized the others sort of just left us. I hope you don't mind, Kat started as I wound my arm through hers with an exhausted sigh. I rested my head against her shoulder as she glanced back at Danny. The others went to the clinic with Hunter, so you're sort of stuck with us for a bit. I stared at the unhitched trailer beside our truck and wondered how far away New Bodega was and when they'd be back. No, we don't mind at all. In fact, I know you've brought some things for us, so we can unload while they're gone, if you like. But let's get you something to eat first. You must be exhausted and starving. As we drew closer to the farmhouse, a guy stepped out of the barn with a lantern in his hand. He looked to be about 20 or so and had grease on his t-shirt and cheek. I noticed his headphones and smiled. That's Sam, Annie said. I vaguely recalled someone mentioning once that Zoe and Danny had found Annie and Sam years ago, on the group's journey to New Bodega, much like Elle had found Beau and me. His eyes widened as he turned around.
"Company," he said, sliding his headphones down around his neck. "Sam," Danny said, stepping aside as she gestured to us. "This is Thea, Kat, and Bert." As Sam studied each of us and shook our hands, my gaze lingered on his pale baby blues. "Is that music you were listening to?" I asked. It wasn't very often I met someone with the same proclivities as me. Yeah," he said, and glanced down at the contraption attached to his pocket. "It's a Walkman, something old I found a while back. Carlos charges the batteries for me when they get low. It's the only way I can listen to it."
"And who's Carlos again?" I asked, feeling like an ass for not remembering. "His name sounds familiar, but—" Sam chuckled and shook his head.
"I doubt you've met him. He's down south with Tom and Peter, Zoe's father and her other brother. Carlos helps at the regen settlement. He's essentially a human battery."
His grin widened. "Oh, wow. Well, that's handy." I gestured to his Walkman. "What were you listening to?" Sam eyed me carefully.
"Garth Brooks."
I could tell he didn't think I knew who that was, and he was right.
"It's country music," he clarified.
"Oh, I don't have much country on my playlists," I realized.
"Well, you can listen to Garth later," Kat interrupted. "Let's get some grub and unload so that we can skedaddle when the others get back. I'm beat."
Chapter 24. Hunter. The night air felt strangely thick as I rode with Alex, Zoe, and Jake to town. It was another 30 minutes to New Bodega, but it felt longer, like time was slowing down, prolonging an uncertain fate. The faint scent of the sea hung on the breeze as it wafted through the open windows, much cooler than it was inland. Like in Whitehorse, a wall stretched around New Bodega, spotlights illuminating the cement and cyclone fencing. Jake waved to the guards from the back seat, and we passed through the gate without having to stop and explain what we were doing there or who we were. I could see little of the ocean in the darkness, but my mind was too busy to think much more about it. The city itself was lit by lighting that I assumed was solar-generated or ability-powered, and the buildings were stacked along the coastal cliffs. Everything was more compact, and with shops and buildings lining both sides of the narrow, winding street, New Bodega felt cramped and suffocating. Or maybe that was my looming future closing in on me. Alex wound the truck slowly through the unkempt roads, and what few people were on foot and horseback moved out of the way, watching us with curiosity. Glancing back at Zoe from the side mirror, I wondered what her baby would be like, especially since I knew Zoe was an original, or at least that's what some people in Whitehorse had coined her. She and Jason were ghosts in a way. They were entities that some people questioned really existed, or argued whether they were villains in disguise trying to take over the world, like their mother and the general had tried to do. Benevolent do-gooders, bringers of death, propaganda slingers. I'd heard Zoe and Jason called many things by people who had never met them, and for the first time, I questioned whether any of that was true, and if I'd made the wrong decision. Did it matter? It was a pointless thought, because not following through was the biggest risk of all. The end of a people, the inability to procreate. The old would die, the young would too, unless we searched for other untainteds like us. As the road straightened and widened, we passed a warehouse and more shops, but it was the unmarked 2-story building up on a grassy hill surrounded by cypress trees I stared at. The clinic. I'm not sure what it had been in the world before, but something about its big windows and sterile stone facade gave its importance away. Solar panels lined the roof, and the building itself seemed to radiate with light inside. We turned up the drive and Alex pulled up next to the only other vehicle parked beside the large sliding doors. 2 horses hung their heads low at the hitching post, their manes catching in the breeze, though they seemed indifferent to the brisk evening. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel Zoe's eyes on the back of my head as the truck's engine switched off. "I'd tell you not to worry and that everything is going to be fine," she said as she pushed the back door open. "But I know that's not helpful." All of us climbed out of the truck, and I reached out to help her the rest of the way. In the darkness, with the light of the clinic casting shadows over her delicate features, her brow lifted with regret. "No, it wouldn't," I admitted, but I hadn't needed to answer her. She already knew everything I was thinking and feeling. Even if it made me uncomfortable, at least I didn't have to make small talk, prolonging the inevitable. Zoe splayed her hand on her belly, really looking at me, reading me. Jake walked around to take her hand, and I got the impression she was more delicate than she was letting on. Fleetingly, I realized she was older than I'd imagined she'd be, and that she was pregnant gave me pause. "It only took us 12 years, Zoe murmured. She glanced over her shoulder with a wry, waning smile as Jake led her toward the clinic doors, and I felt a strange sadness for her. Had she wanted a child so badly that she'd tried for so long? I grabbed my backpack from the floorboard and slung it over my shoulder as I headed inside behind them. "You can change your mind at any time," Zoe reminded me without looking back. But my decision was made. "I won't change my mind," I told her, no matter the possible outcomes. Jake peered between us, as did Alex, and we stepped through the automatic doors of the facility. It was stark inside, with tiled floors and white walls. There was a desk in the front, and a gray-haired man with a goatee stood to greet us. "Ah, Zoe," he said with a grin, and he extended his hand to Jake. "Good to see you both." His eyes met Alex's before they shifted to me. "You must be our special guest this week." He extended his hand to me first, his expression kind and curious. "I'm Chad." I shook his hand with a nod, then surveyed the room. There was a walkway that stretched behind the desk, leading to a hallway of doors, and an exposed stairway to the next floor to the right. "Harper is upstairs in his office with Jason," Chad offered, his eyes meeting Zoe's. "Thank you," she murmured, and Jake took her hand again, leading us further inside. "I met Harper right after the virus," Zoe explained as we made our way up the stairs. "He was an army medic at the time, but has since become one of our resident physicians. He and Gabe, an old friend of Danny's and brilliant geneticist, were able to consult for the initial stages of the vaccine, pointing us in the right direction." Zoe paused as she climbed the final steps. "We also have a few elementals here in New Bodega that have helped us with the more intricate manipulations during the engineering process, specifically with the ability swiping serum, which was, 7 or 8 years ago now, I guess. Equipment from before the ending is hard to find, and half the time it doesn't work anymore, so water manipulation has been extremely helpful, as well as telekinesis." Zoe continued her introduction of the facility as we reached the second floor, but I studied the place that might very well be the last I'd ever step foot in. It wasn't exactly welcoming, but it wasn't inviting either. "Harper?" Zoe called, and she continued toward a partially closed door that opened almost immediately. A man with an imposing frame and short brown hair stepped out in his street clothes, his eyes similar to Zoe's. When his gaze shifted from her to me, his expression twitched minutely. "Jason?" Zoe looked back at me. "Hunter, this is my brother." Jason offered me his hand, He had a firm grip, and I imagined he was every bit as hard and determined as he looked. "Welcome," he said, and glanced at Alex. "Jason Cartwright," he said, introducing himself. "I've heard a lot about your crew." He reached out to shake Alex's hand. "You guys are late." "Yeah, we had a bridge issue to deal with," Alex told him. "Among other things." "You're here now," another voice said from inside the office. "That's what matters." A dark-skinned man with buzzed hair and glasses stepped out from behind Jason. "Hey, baby girl," he said with a wide, genuine smile as his green eyes met Zoe's. He leaned forward and kissed her cheek, his white lab coat brushing against her skirt. His eyes rested on me as he straightened. "I'm Dustin Harper. Welcome to New Bodega." I stared at him, my mind a flurry of questions and nerves, and the names and faces were blurring together, save for Harper, the doctor, the administrator of my fate. I shook his hand, peering into his eyes. My mother always said you could see a man's soul in his eyes. She'd known my father was bad news the moment she'd met him. But in her small community growing up, marriages were a lot like they were going to be for me. Planned. Strategic. She could see the devil in my father long before he ever put a hand on her. Harper's eyes were bright with excitement. They were sincere, too, and I felt instantly better meeting him. He rested his hands on his hips. "Did you just arrive?" "An hour ago, maybe," Zoe said. "The others are back at the farm." "You didn't take much time to settle in, then," Harper mused with a chuckle. "Becca seemed to think coming over now was a good idea," Jake explained. Harper's grin widened. "She probably saw Hunter here running for the hills." "Or wanted to put him out of his misery," Zoe offered, glancing at me. I assumed that was exactly why Becca had offered. Harper's eyebrows rose, and he motioned to a large room next to his office with a table and chairs around it. "Then have a seat and we'll get started." With a quick, reassuring nod, he headed back to his desk. "I'll grab my things and get you up to speed." I didn't think my muscles could coil more than they'd been all day, or that my stomach could knot any tighter, but it did as I walked into the large room. At least the windows were wide, making it feel less closed in, and I sat down in one of the seats, trying to ignore the 4 pairs of eyes on me. Zoe walked over and opened a window, though I wasn't sure if it was for me or her, as I noticed her forehead was glistening as much as mine. Jason took the seat across from me, a severe expression schooling his features. "Harper gets a little nerdy when he talks about this shit, so if you have questions, ask them." "Okay." "I resent that," Harper quipped as he strode into the room and pulled out a rolling chair between Zoe and Jason. He set a folder on the table, and Alex pulled out a chair beside me and Jake. "So," Harper started, "the short of it is that we're ready to do this if you still are," he said, leveling his gaze on me. "After finding out about your community, among others, Zoe was adamant we needed to do everything we could to help make this situation right for all of you who were never infected, especially with all the knowledge we have about the origins of the virus and how it works thanks to our connections over the years." Harper licked his lips and took a deep breath. "The longer version goes something like this. We've been working on this for over a year, and while I think the vaccine is as close to perfect as it's going to be, we have done no human testing." His focus fixed on me, sincere and kind, but also full of warning. "As you can probably imagine, not only are uninfected survivors difficult to find, but ones willing to be tested on are even rarer, and we will not force anyone to do this." Jason leaned forward then, his hands folded on the table. "If you change your mind at any point, you tell us. We won't hold it against you." His eyes flicked to Zoe, and she agreed wholeheartedly. Jason exhaled and leaned back in his chair again. No matter what the rumors are, we're not like our mother or the general. This is a choice you need to make for you, not anyone else, you got that? I know, I said easily. I didn't feel forced by them or anyone, though I did feel obligated. I looked at Zoe. I won't change my mind, I reiterated, determined. I'd made my decision. I want to do this as soon as possible. Stewing in my own worry wasn't making anything easier. I needed to get it over with and to know my fate. All right then, Harper offered me a sketch of molecules and terms I could barely read, let alone understand. Let me explain what we've done, he said. I want you to understand the possible side effects this vaccine will have on you before we move forward. Side effects? I'd seen Wren coughing up blood after Bo infected her. I'd felt her skin on fire. I was very aware of the alternative if something went wrong. The most straightforward explanation of the vaccine is that it's a version of the virus itself, so you could still have a fever or feel nauseous, achy, and everything that comes with it. That being said, it's a weaker strand, and we've altered it by introducing the Devil's Club, which attacks the virus before it gets inside the cells. Harper took a breath and pointed to the file in his hand. As I've said, we haven't injected a living person with this vaccine yet, but I wouldn't be offering this as a viable solution if the results we'd found so far weren't promising. Or, Zoe started, had we not had Becca's reassurance that it was ready. She's seen nothing in her visions to raise any alarm, and we rely on that and trust that more than anything. In fact, she's been steadfast in her belief that this next step isn't only plausible, but necessary for your future. I frowned. I wanted to know her meaning, but another part of me couldn't process that at the moment. Harper looked at Alex. With the blood samples we collected from the Ranskins at the last summit, pure, uninfected blood, we've been able to test the vaccine, so it's not as if we're going into this completely blind. Don't you need, like, a base or something to build the vaccine off of? Alex asked. How did you get the virus to begin with? The foundation of the vaccine is the virus in its purest form, taken from Jason's blood. Considering their origins, Jason and Zoe have the purest form of the virus, so it made the most sense. Though we haven't taken any from Zoe, uncertain how things might be changing given her unexpected pregnancy. Harper grinned and winked at her, eliciting her smile in return. That being said, Harper continued, his expression doctorly again. Assuming the Devil's Club does its job and you come out of this as we expect you to, that's only step one of a two-step process. What do you mean? Alex asked, leaning forward. What's step two? Harper's eyes didn't leave mine. We won't know if it works until you test it, meaning what side effects you have after intercourse. I understand, I said, and moved uncomfortably in my seat. The last thing I wanted to talk about with these people was my sex life, or lack of it. Harper cleared his throat. But all of that can come later. It's the effects of the vaccine itself we have to start with. We need to make sure it doesn't do more harm than good after administration. We have plenty of Devil's Club if we need it to counteract the virus, like what you saw happen firsthand with Wren and Bo. You shouldn't manifest an ability or change in that way. It's not a true strain of the virus. But, again, we can't know for absolute certain. Other than achy joints, what will happen? Alex asked. You're putting a version of the virus in him. There has to be some sort of effect. I appreciated Alex's questions. I was too busy absorbing everything to ask any myself. Harper glanced from Alex to Zoe, then to me. It's true. There's no way around it. No matter what, whoever takes the vaccine will be genetically different than any of us so far. And as a byproduct, any children will be different as well. What that looks like, I don't know. However, it's something you do need to be aware of going into this. But, he said with a sigh, in my opinion, it's better than the alternative. A celibate, lonely life, Alex muttered, and Jason chuckled under his breath. I already expected my blood would be different, just as Wren's was. She was a carrier now, and even if she couldn't levitate or speak telepathically, she was different. The blood work Nathan had done on her in Whitehorse proved that much, but considering what effect it could have on my future children was a question mark I hadn't fully considered, and the immensity of what I was doing, the lasting effects of it, settled in anew. And if this works, I started, if I survive this, my brother and mother, my people, will be safe? They won't have to think about this or worry about it anymore? Although I knew Harper couldn't promise that entirely, I needed to see the truth in his eyes that there was hope for my family and my people. I needed to know that when I finally convinced my mother that this was the only way forward, my brother, Sutton, and myself wouldn't have to worry about choosing a solitary life or one of potential death. If this works, Harper said, leaning forward, every uninfected person left in this world should be able to take this vaccine as long as it's with precaution, ensuring that all survivors, regardless of whether they have abilities, could really, truly commingle, cohabitate, and live without any worry of infection. If we get this right, we can make it available to everyone. Harper clasped his hands on the surface of the table. So, if we do this tonight, we wait 24 hours for any symptoms to show up. If there's nothing, that's great. But if there is an adverse reaction or negative side effects, we can manage it here, and we'll know what we need to do moving forward. He looked at Alex and Jake. Having the two of you on hand is an added bonus since we've seen how your abilities work together. Jake and Alex exchanged a look of understanding. Just to be clear, I said, imagining my mother's tear-filled eyes before I'd left, and the hell she was in now, waiting to know my fate. If for some unforeseen reason this doesn't work and I survive this, I won't be your pincushion again. I won't do that to my family. Understood, Harper said. I glanced at the radio on a small table in the corner. Do you have carrier pigeons here? I joked, straight-faced. I want my mother to know I'm okay when this is all over. Harper grinned. We'll make sure Whitehorse gets word, one way or another. Hunter? I looked at Zoe as she bit the side of her cheek. I would like to stay with you, if that's all right, so that you're not alone. My chest tightened at the concern in her voice, and for the first time I realized I did feel alone. I forced myself to swallow and stood. Okay, I told her, and looked at Harper. Let's get this over with, then.
Chapter 25. Thea. After sandwiches and iced tea, Danny, Sam, Bert, Kat, and I used the motion sensor lights in the front lot to unload the goods staying at the farm. While some items needed to remain in the trailer for New Bodega, nearly a third of what we'd brought was for Hope Valley. Between the regen settlement and the farm, the community had nearly 200 people, and was responsible for many of the goods we traded for. I was listening to the crooning voice of Garth Brooks, singing about friends in low places and beer chasing blues away as I unstacked the jam crates from the trailer, when I felt a nudge against my shoulder and glanced behind me. Sam was standing there, grinning. I slid his headphones down to hang around my neck.
Well, what do you think of Garth?
He asked. And he held up his hand.
Don't lie, because you were humming, which means you can't possibly hate it.
I grinned back at him. Uncertain if I should be mortified I was humming, which meant I was close to singing, or if I didn't care one way or the other because he was clearly amused. You know, I started, giving a show of uncertainty. I think I do like him. Sam's grin widened and he threw his arms up.
Of course you do. Everyone loves Garth Brooks.
My eyebrow lifted of its own accord. So you're cocky too, I see. I began unloading the flats of tinctures and powders for them to take next.
It's not cocky when it's the truth, he said with a wink.
Danny walked up the ramp, her red hair brunette in the shadows.
This rhubarb jam looks amazing. We don't have to share this with New Bodega, do we?
She teased and heaved a crate out of the trailer. They have 2 crates of their own, Kat said, coming up behind her. And a little extra of everything to sweeten the pot, so I can try Grayson's ale I've been hearing so much about.
Oh, his ale's good, Sam said with a grin. You definitely have to try it.
I lugged a flat of Seneca snake root and valerian concoctions off the trailer. Why did we bring so much?
The extra dried stuff is for teas and tinctures. For Danny, Kat said. As a thank you for the extra horse.
What extra horse? I set a flat down on the ground outside the trailer and straightened. Even in the cool evening air, I felt the sweat beating on my brow and wiped it away with the back of my hand. Damn, California was warm. Kat handed Sam a flat of salmon jerky jars, and looking at me, nodded towards the horse pasture.
One of the horses we're bringing back is for Milo.
Really? I couldn't help my smile. He's going to love that. I lifted my shoulder. I guess his mother finally came around. Kat snorted and shooed me out of the trailer so she could close it up again.
I don't think Letty was necessarily on board, but then Hunter doesn't strike me as someone who asks for permission.
Her words gave me pause.
What's that look? Kat said with a wry smile.
She brushed her hands off on her pants.
Are you really so surprised Hunter has a heart?
No, I said easily, and blew a strand of loose hair from my eyes. Not exactly. I'd glimpsed a different side of him over the past week. But I'm a little shocked he felt strongly enough about it that he'd go against his mother's wishes. Sam reached for the last flat of snake root beside me, heaving it against his chest.
Hey, can't you, move things with your mind? He asked.
Yeah. I stared at him. Why? Sam glanced around as if it was obvious.
Why aren't you using it?
I peered at the others lugging boxes and crates around. The thought to use my telekinesis never crossed my mind. Because, I started, but I wasn't sure of the answer anymore. It scared me. Or at least it used to. I don't know, I said instead, and I thought about Hunter. He'd been encouraging me to use it more the entire trip, insisting it was a strength, not a weakness. And as I thought about the guy with the gun in the woods the other night, I knew Hunter was right. I should, though, shouldn't I? I thought aloud. My gaze fixed behind Sam, on one of the discarded moving blankets in a pile on the side of the trailer, and I tossed it at him with a single thought. Sam stumbled back, clutching the blanket in his arms, stunned for a second before he smiled, shaking his finger at me. Make yourself useful, would you? I teased. That earned me another wink from him, and he folded it and dropped it on the gravel drive as the other F-250 rumbled up the road.
Of course they're back, now that the work is finished, Bert grumbled.
I realized my brother was driving, but I didn't recognize the man sitting in the passenger seat, and there was no one in the back. Dad's home, Annie said as she and Kiera came out onto the porch. I glanced at Kat as the truck came to a stop. Where are the others? At the apartment already? I asked. Probably at the clinic, she said as the man I assumed was Jason climbed out of the passenger side, his frame and stature that of a well-honed military man.
Hey, Red.
He beamed as Danny sidled up to him. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a quick kiss. I wondered when you were coming home, she said. Is everything okay? Kat asked Alex, and she took a chug from her water bottle.
So far, so good, he said with an exhausted sigh. And I know where our apartment is, so we can hitch the trailers up and head back.
What about Jake and Zoe? And where's Hunter? I said, scanning the back seat again like they'd miraculously appear. Alex hitched his thumb over his shoulder. They're staying at the clinic tonight. I told them I'd check back in after we finished up to make sure everything's okay. Wait, at the clinic? My heart raced as a cold sense of dread washed over me. Why? I glanced from Jason, who looked confused, to Alex, who looked curiously at Kat. Then they both stared at me. Why would Hunter be staying at the clinic? I asked again, growing more impatient by the second. Harper wants to keep him monitored, Jason offered, and make sure he doesn't have any issues. I held up my hand. Wait a sec. I couldn't help the angry crease in my brow as I glared at Kat. Hunter is taking the vaccine? What else don't I know? I bit out. Alex shrugged, appearing more confused than I felt. That was the whole point of him coming, Thea. No, I said carefully. I thought it was to learn about it and take it back for his village. He wanted to make sure it was safe before he let the others try it, Jason explained, and I spun around to look at him. He was pretty adamant about it, he added. Why are you so angry, Thea? Alex whispered, his head tilted slightly. I'm not angry, I said far too quickly, surprising myself. I was clearly something. I'm just shocked. How did I not know this? While the logical part of my brain told me it made perfect sense to try the vaccine here, supervised, another part of me was worried about him. We all knew how dangerous the virus was. Heat unfurled in my chest and up my neck, and I swallowed the lump in my throat before forcing myself to take a deep breath. Alex stepped closer. This was always the plan, Thea, he said softly. It wasn't a rash decision or something any of us are taking lightly. That's why he's under observation. Harper will take good care of him, Danny offered, her voice gentle and reassuring. And while I didn't doubt it, it didn't ease the sudden alarm I felt either. Feeling all eyes on me, I forced a weak smile. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. With a final look at Kat, I headed toward the truck. We should go, I called back. Alex, let's hook up the trailer so we can load up and let everyone get on with the rest of their night. I flashed Danny a grateful smile. We've bothered them enough for one day. Alex jumped into the truck and shifted it into reverse. I turned the trailer crank telepathically as I headed over to it without a second thought. Thea, Kat said, striding closer. Harper and Zoe would never let him take that vaccine if they thought it was very dangerous. Hunter will be okay. Becca even said, I'm sure he will. I forced a tight-lipped smile. Not only had I been clueless and felt lied to somehow, I was more worried than I was comfortable with. Make sure the back's locked up, would you? I asked brusquely. With a sigh, Kat walked to the trailer gate. I watched the F-250's taillights flash as Alex inched the truck closer, and all I could imagine was Hunter, who'd probably never been to a hospital a day in his life, stuck in a room with strangers, waiting for an uncertain fate. Chapter 26. Thea. It was late, and we were all exhausted, but Kat and Alex headed back to the clinic with me, after we dropped off Bert to pass out for the night. The clinic was a boxy white building, and stood alone on the top of a hill, braced against the wind. The coastal breeze was frigid, but I ignored it as I walked faster toward the clinic entrance. Only 2 of the 7 windows on the second level were lit up, so I knew where I needed to go. Are you still mad? Kat asked behind me. Our footsteps echoed against the tile floor as we headed through the entry. I adjusted my backpack against my back. I'm not mad. You're mad, she said with a chuckle. I could feel her and Alex's eyes on me, though Kat said nothing else as we peered around at the empty reception area. With a few chairs along the far wall, it could have been a waiting room too, but there was no one inside. Ah! A man of Polynesian descent stepped out of a room on the second floor. Visitors. He smiled as he hurried down the stairs. He had graying, buzzed hair but no wrinkles to give his age away. "Cat," he said happily, his heavy footsteps resounding in the spacious room. "I thought I sensed trouble." "Hey, Harper," she replied with a chuckle, and they both leaned in for a hug like they were old friends. "And you must be Thea." Harper turned to me. He had an easy, white, toothy grin and held out his hand. I noticed a wedding band on his finger and recalled he was married to Chris, one of the Hope Valley gang, though I hadn't met her yet. Harper acknowledged Alex behind me. "Your brother mentioned you joined the fun this trip. I'm Harper, or H, whatever you want to call me. Just don't call me Dustin. That's reserved for my wife when she's angry with me." His grin widened as he shook my hand. "Harper it is then," I said, feeling strangely at ease all of a sudden. I liked the open twinkle in his eye. Harper winked at me as he rested his hands on his hips. "So, I know you didn't come to see me," he jested. "True." Kat smirked at him. "Is Hunter okay and awake? We wanted to see how he was doing." "Of course." Harper gestured toward the stairs. "He's awake and is having symptoms, but I think he's at his worst." My heart leapt into my throat. "It came on quickly, as expected, and has leveled off over the past hour. I'll take you to him." "What does that mean exactly?" I asked, falling into step behind him and Kat. Alex trailed behind me. "What kind of symptoms is he having?" "He has a high fever and achy joints so far," Harper explained over his shoulder. "Nothing we need you or Jake for yet, Alex," he clarified. "If at all, since I don't expect it to get much worse than it is." When we reached the landing, Harper stepped to the side and gestured toward Hunter's room at the end of the hall. "Zoe's sitting with him now," Harper said. "Maybe with you here, she'll leave poor Hunter in peace." Though there was humor in his voice, Harper also sounded resolved and sympathetic, which made me curious. "For everyone's sake, though, Jake went to get Zoe and the rest of us some dinner from our friend Biggs down the road." "And you'll be staying with Hunter all night," I confirmed, tearing my gaze from the open doorway to Harper. He winked at me. "I sure am. Don't worry, I'll keep him company and make sure he doesn't get worse. I'm no stranger to long nights here." While it felt like everyone else looked at me strangely for being so concerned about Hunter, Harper looked at me with a soft, reassuring expression that made my heart swell and the tension in my shoulders ease a bit more. "Thanks," I whispered, and with a deep breath, I headed down the hall, leaving Harper and Kat to catch up. When I stepped into the doorway of Hunter's room, my eyes darted directly to him. His head was back, his cheeks flushed, but I couldn't tell if his eyes were closed or if he was asleep. Quickly, I glanced around the room, surprised how simple and comfortable it was. More homey than I would have expected it to be, not like the hospital in Whitehorse. There was a framed painting of the ocean on the wall, and a potted plant by the window where Zoe stood wrapped in a blanket, gazing out into the darkness. A dresser of sorts and a chair was situated against the wall by Hunter's double bed. My gaze landed on him again. He looked like he did on most nights, wearing a black t-shirt and pajama pants. He looked unwell, but not like he was dying. I exhaled for what felt like the first time since I'd stepped through the clinic doors. It was too late to wonder if Hunter even wanted me there, especially since he hadn't mentioned why he'd come on the trip. But I couldn't ignore that he was doing this either, and I stepped inside his room. "Hey," I said, my voice barely a rasp. Zoe's head whipped around, and Hunter's attention shot to the doorway. His brow furrowed as he sat up, but I tried not to let it bother me. "Oh, good," Zoe said. She waddled over, one hand clutching the blanket around her shoulders, and the other hand resting on her belly. "A familiar face. I'm sure Hunter's glad for that." She flashed me a smile. I wasn't entirely surprised she was staying with him to make sure he'd be okay, but I could tell she was beyond exhausted. Her bright eyes were dull and heavy. "I'll leave you to chat." As she reached the doorway, she turned around. "We'll bring you some soup as soon as it gets here." Her gaze met Hunter's, then shifted to me. With another weak smile, she headed out the door, leaving me and Hunter alone. As I watched Zoe toddle down the hallway and into Harper's office, I realized I hadn't thought this far ahead, and now I was alone with Hunter in his room. I forced myself to look at him, at his wearied yet surprised expression. Heaving my pack off my back, I stepped closer to his bedside. "Well, you're alive, I see." He had a flannel sheet covering half of him, but the gray comforter was folded at his feet. "That's good, I guess." I dropped my pack at the end of his bed.
"Yes, I'm alive," Hunter said, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Just tired, but other than that, I'm fine."
I lifted an eyebrow skeptically and crossed my arms over my chest. "Interesting, because Harper said you have a high fever." Hunter's dark eyes, glistening with sickness, lit even more with amusement.
"Careful. It almost sounds like you care."
I reached out and pressed the back of my hand to his forehead. His skin was hot, and I could practically feel his exhaustion like it was my own. Remembering the scorching way the virus burned inside, I could imagine how uncomfortable Hunter was. "Of course I do," I whispered. That he would think otherwise stung a little. His brow furrowed deeper, but it wasn't with disapproval or disappointment like usual, more like surprise. I rolled my eyes. "I'm not heartless," I told him. Hunter blinked and slowly he shook his head.
"I know you're not heartless, Thea,"
he breathed. The longer he looked at me, the more feverish I felt. "Well," I started, glancing around the room again. "Is there anything you need?" I headed toward the water pitcher on the table by the door. "Thirsty?" I didn't wait for him to answer as I poured him some. As the cool water filled the glass, I realized I'd never been in a room alone with him before. Definitely not while he was in bed. After telling myself it was perfectly normal to be worried and supportive, that this thing had nothing to do with anything other than being a decent person, I turned back for his bed. Hunter wasn't glaring at me so much as he looked perturbed. "What?" I said, handing him the glass. "Why are you scowling this time?"
"You don't have to wait on me. I'm not dying."
I huffed. "Drink the damn water, Hunter." He eyed me over the brim of the glass as he gulped half of it down, licking his lips when he was finished.
"Thank you," he grumbled.
I smiled ruefully, feeling like I'd won that round at least. "You're welcome." With a lingering gaze, he set the glass down on the side table.
"You're just like Zoe. I keep telling her I don't need anything, but she doesn't listen."
He could say he was fine, and maybe in the grand scheme of things he was. But Hunter was flushed and glassy-eyed. He didn't look himself, and whatever worry I felt, even if it eased a little in seeing he was relatively okay, was still there all the same. "Well," I sighed, "she's worried about you. As she should be. What you're doing isn't exactly safe." While I hadn't come to lecture him about his decision, I couldn't help the frustration in my voice either.
"I'm fine, as you can see," he said. "And I've already disrupted their night enough. They don't need to fuss over me."
Ignoring his protests, I sat down in the chair beside his bed. "Did you at least bring a book or something to do while you're stuck in here?" Hunter rested his head back on his pillow.
"No, actually. I didn't think about any of that. I've been a bit preoccupied the whole trip."
I could only imagine, and felt guilty for not knowing this had been on his mind. But I forced myself to smile as happy-go-lucky Thea settled into place beside him. "Well, don't worry. I brought you some of my favorite old magazines, and I mean like early 2000s old for you to look at. And a book." I opened my bag and pulled the 3 magazines I'd brought for the road trip and set them on the mattress beside Hunter.
"People magazine," he read aloud as he picked the first one up. "Who's Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt?"
"Some big actors back in the day. I asked Elle about them. I guess they were the it couple for a while. But there's a ton of other people in there, too. It's fun to see what funky clothes they wore, what movies and shows were coming out, and what all the drama was about before, well, everything." Hunter lifted a wry eyebrow, as if it were beneath him to care. I sighed and waved his disinterest away. There's a Nat Geo about the deforestation of the tropical rainforest in there, too. I pulled out the word searches next. Hunter stared at the stapled pages. "You make your own?" I snorted. I don't have much choice. I've pretty much cleaned out Whitehorse. Jackson and Ross get them for me when they go on the occasional scavenging excursion, but mostly I'm left to my own devices.
But doesn't that defeat the purpose? Don't you already know where all the words are?
Not really. I opened to an unsearched page. I mean, by the time I get the whole notebook filled with letters, I start at the beginning to work my way through them. Bo used to help me sometimes, but, well, he's been busy, I said, feeling the loss more keenly than I expected. Jackson and Elle used to make them for me when I was little, but as I got older, it seemed silly to ask them since they were so busy all the time. I met Hunter's gaze. When our eyes held for too long, I forced myself to look away, and I smiled as I pulled out the only book I'd brought with me on the trip. Also, Pride and Prejudice.
There's more?
Hunter's brow rose.
How long did Harper say I'd be in here? He joked.
He didn't, I said with a chuckle, but I figured I'd give you some options. Hunter eyed the sepia cover.
I can't say I've ever wanted to read Jane Austen.
Well, you might get desperate. You never know. I set the book on top of the magazines and word searches, then looked at him. You ready for the big one? I asked. His eyebrows puckered in question, and I pulled out my iPod. Boom, baby! I handed it to him. No one has ever touched this but Jackson, so consider yourself special. Oh, you have to plug it into power at all times. It's a relic. Hunter eyed the iPod in his hand, and his expression softened with surprise, tugging at my heartstrings. When he looked at me again, his regard was intent and earnest, and my skin warmed.
Thank you, he said. You didn't have to do all this.
I wanted to, I whispered, sitting back down in the chair again. Though, had I known this is what you were coming here for, I could have brought you something more Hunter-ish. I couldn't help the disappointment in my voice, even if I couldn't quite understand it. I fiddled with the backpack zipper.
It wasn't exactly a secret, Thea.
My gaze drifted to Hunter's to find his lips pressed into a thin line. It sort of feels that way, I confessed.
Why?
The word was more of a breath. Because I had no idea, I told him. In fact, I'm the only one who didn't know. Hunter's attention shifted to my fingers, playing with the zipper again.
Well, I didn't think it would matter what I was doing, he admitted.
The fact that Hunter, who was stone-faced and reserved all the time, could sound so vulnerable and uncertain made my heart ache for him, and the words fell from my lips instantly. Well, I guess it does. But before I could overthink that remark or let any awkwardness settle between us, half friends or acquaintances with a truce, I asked, why are you doing it? A year ago you didn't even want to know us, and now you've put your life in these people's hands. They're strangers to you. It didn't make sense to me, unless he was considering his future, which would make perfect sense, though the thought made my mouth suddenly dry. I swallowed. Oh, I said dumbly as the realization set in. There's someone you...
It's not about that,
Hunter blurted, and his eyes flicked to mine reluctantly. His resolve and severity settled back into place.
I would never let my brother try something like this without knowing the outcome first. Or my mother, or anyone else.
The words came so assuredly, like it was so obvious. I felt dumb for not realizing it myself. Fine, I said, though it was pretty noble and warranted more than a fine. But what if you get sicker than this? What if you wake up tomorrow and your fever is worse? Or you don't wake up at all? Hunter looked at me as if he was completely unaffected by the possibility.
Isn't that what the Devil's Club is for?
I lifted my chin, uncertain how to respond. Yes, it was, but there were no guarantees with the virus, and just because it worked on Ren didn't mean it would work on him. But despite my concerns, Hunter seemed unmoved. You know, I said, eyeing him skeptically, you seem pretty confident in all of this.
Do I?
He huffed a laugh.
I don't feel certain. I haven't for weeks.
And what about your mother? What did she think about this idea of yours? Hunter sighed, as if that was an exhausting topic.
Despite what everyone seems to think, my mother doesn't get a say in this,
he said more coolly than I'd expected. Then it struck me, and I set my backpack on the floor at my feet. It's why Ren was angry with you, I said, and when I looked at him, he was staring out the window.
Yes.
I recalled the tears in her eyes and the bite in her voice. It wasn't anger, but concern.
That's why I waited to tell her until the end. I didn't want her to talk me out of it.
My hands were clammy as I fisted them in my lap. How had I gotten Hunter so wrong? How was it that my mind had gone from disliking him to distrusting him and always assuming the worst? It was hard to wrap my mind around how differently I felt about him now. The silence between us stretched too long, and I began to feel uneasy. So, I breathed, picking at my fingernail. I tried to push the shame I felt in my behavior the past year and a half away. Now what happens? Will you stay in here for the rest of the trip?
Assuming my fever goes away and doesn't get worse, hopefully just a day or two,
he said. As always, his gaze was thoughtful and focused, but on me this time. Well then, I said, and forced a chipper smile. What should we do until then? He bowed his head.
We?
I guess not, if you don't want me here, I said as I rose to my feet.
No.
Hunter reached for my arm, and our eyes met.
That's not what I meant,
he insisted. His hand, as warm as if he'd held it up to a fire, fell back onto the bed. I resisted a smile and sat down again, appreciating how fun it was to tease him. That I felt comfortable teasing him at all. Well then, I started again. How should we pass the time? A word search race? He scoffed.
That you would win because you made them?
I lifted an indifferent shoulder. I mean, I could give you a head start if you feel you need one. Hunter's brow rose.
You're competitive too, aren't you? You're practically jumping out of your seat with anticipation.
I batted my eyelashes at him. I guess you'll have to find out.
Chapter 27. Hunter. Please. The word was timid and far away. Screams and shouting echoed around me, a familiar hell I knew all too well. But this was different. My body was on fire, burning from the inside out. Please, I heard her pleading voice again, though it was distant in a vacuous fog. I'd never felt like this before, torn and confused, fuzzy. Please, Hunter, she clung to me, and I shook my head, willing myself to focus. Please, what? I breathed. Something was wrong with me. I felt like I was burning alive. Prying my eyes open, I looked down at Thea, scared and shaking. Hunter! Thea shouted, her fingers digging into my biceps. Wake up! My eyelids shot open, my chest heaving as I peered around the clinic. The room was dark and silent, lit only by a couple of candles on the dresser. My body felt feverish, and my mind was muddled. But I was alive. A soft moan tickled my ear, and I looked over. Thea was curled up and asleep in the chair beside me. Her pink lips were parted, and her long lashes fluttered while she dreamed. Her hair was loose and mussed, falling over her shoulders, and her chest rose and fell with quiet little breaths. As if she could feel my gaze even in sleep, she stirred and pulled the blanket tighter around her. Again she was in my dreams, and in that house with me. Again she was in my arms. Her brown eyes flashed to mine, and I swallowed thickly. I attributed it to getting to know her better and being around her the past week. But deep down, I knew it wasn't only that. The curiosity I had about Thea had always existed, and the pull I seemed to have toward her was becoming harder to ignore. I wasn't sure if Thea had been angry with me for not telling her why I'd come on this trip, or if she'd simply been worried, but she'd definitely been something. That she brought me magazines and games, that she'd visited me, was the most unexpected of all. Needing to move around and get some air, I peered out the open doorway and saw the light from Harper's office in the hallway. Every part of me ached as I flung the covers back and climbed out of the bed. It felt like I'd been in those train cars that careened into the ravine. The floor was cool against my bare feet, and I welcomed the chill it sent over my skin as I wandered down the hall. I eyed the door to the room Jake and Zoe slept in as I passed. Whatever part Zoe felt she needed to play in all of this, and whatever drive she had to see this vaccine through, felt akin to why I wanted to take the vaccine to begin with. I stopped in Harper's office doorway to find him reading a book, his glasses perched on the tip of his nose. "Hunter?" he said, his gaze shooting to me. He set his book down and rose to his feet. "How are you feeling?" "The same," I rasped. "I think." Harper walked over, taking my wrist in his hand to check my pulse. "We should probably check you out, just in case," he muttered. "But you're awake, which is far better than the alternative, so I'll take it." "I had a dream," I said, my head still a little foggy. "More strange than usual." Harper dropped my arm back at my side and eyed me carefully. "A nightmare?" "I get them often, but..." I glanced toward my room. "This was a little different." "Well, I can't say that I'm surprised. Most of us had pretty vivid dreams while we were sick, too. I should have warned you." "What did you dream about?" I asked, suddenly curious what Thea's had been, too. "Me? I had dreams about combat. I was a medic, so you can probably imagine the twisted things my mind put me through in those 24 hours I was under." Harper walked back to his desk and poured me a glass of water from the half-empty pitcher beside a framed family photo. "Here," he said. "Drink this. I don't want you to get dehydrated." I didn't bother explaining that Thea had already forced me to drink 3 glasses, but I drank it, and the water felt cool and refreshing against my parched tongue. When I finished, I handed Harper the empty glass. "Does your family lose you to this place a lot?" He set the glass on his desk. "Not as often as you'd think, and Chris knows how important this work is. She's actually helped with a couple of projects and would likely be here now, but she's at the house with our daughter." Harper glanced around his stark office. "This is no place for a 5-year-old to grow up." After a second, he nodded toward my room. "So," he said, "where's Thea? Still poring over her magazines?" "Sleeping," I told him. I could still see her curled up in the chair. Harper chuckled to himself and shook his head. "I haven't seen a magazine in years, let alone thought about the red carpet or the Grammys. I wonder if any celebrities survived, and how well they're faring now." I didn't know much about celebrities, even before everyone got sick. My father hadn't even let me attend school most days, and I'd had to rely on Ren to tell me what was going on in the world and get me my assignments. I used to feel bad for wanting my father to die, and then, finally, he did. He'd pissed off the wrong person and, in our lawless community in the middle of nowhere, was beaten to death one night. My mother mourned him, but I hadn't shed a tear. Hearing footsteps down the hall, Harper and I glanced back at Alex's broad frame and tired eyes coming toward us. "How's it going?" He straightened and gave me a once-over. "You look a little worse for wear, but not like you're dying. That's a good sign." "I'm okay," I told him. "The last thing we want," Harper added, "is to think we've got this damn virus figured out and let our guard down. We might as well check your fever again, make sure it's not getting worse. I'll go grab my thermometer and we can do it in my office so we don't wake Thea." Alex's dark eyebrows twitched, and he glanced down the hall. "She fell asleep?" "About an hour ago," I whispered. He cocked an eyebrow. "Really? Bert owes me an ale then," Alex said. "I knew she'd pass out. She was extra stubborn today, which means she was really exhausted." We headed toward the clinic room. I didn't want her walking back alone, so I thought I'd come collect her now so I can get some sleep. I followed his gaze back to her sleeping form. "I'm surprised she came at all," I thought aloud. Alex practically snorted. "Don't be." He looked at me skeptically, as if he had a secret. "Whatever's got you two pitted against each other half the time, it isn't enough to change the fact that Thea is the biggest softie, the one you can always count on to worry and make you smile, even if you bring out the fire in her most of us rarely see." I stared at her, imagining how long and lonely my night would have been without her. It was nice to have the company. I admired how delicate her features were, and how serene she seemed when her big, brown, emotive eyes weren't filled with every feeling that sucked you in, making you want to know what thoughts sparked behind them. Alex leaned against the doorway, his hands in his pockets as his gaze leveled on me. Two pale green orbs that conveyed a mix of things I couldn't quite decipher. I'd heard he was a troubled kid in another life, but now he looked like an observant, concerned older brother, which felt more threatening suddenly. "I'm glad to know you two are getting along these days." His insinuation was clear, and I shook my head. "We're just trying to be friends," I told him. "Trying? Is that all?" This time I frowned. "She's with Cal," I reminded him. Alex shook his head and his brow furrowed, like he was confused. "So she says." He watched Thea sleeping for a moment, before he continued. "I don't mind giving the guy a chance after what he did to Kat back in the day, but I still don't understand the connection." A sincere expression of curiosity crumpled his features, and he looked at me. "Is it one of those bad boy things?" "I don't know," I said. "I just know that I don't trust the guy." "Do you know something I should, or is that a protective, jealous comment?" "Jealous?" I shook my head. Harper came out on stealthy feet with a thermometer and stethoscope. "Come on," he said, heading toward his office. Alex pushed off the doorframe. "I guess I'll get Sleeping Beauty out of here so you can actually catch some Z's." I nodded, but hesitated to turn away as I watched Alex wake her. He was right. I wasn't sure when it had happened or how exactly. But if my dreams were any indication, I was protective of Thea, and though I hated to admit it, a little jealous of Cal, too. Chapter 28. Hunter. The morning after my second night in the clinic, after Harper checked my vitals again and made me swear I would take it easy and tell him if I started feeling worse or different in any way, I walked down the hill toward the apartment the others had been staying in. It was a loft on top of a detached garage, beige with white trim and hard to miss on the cliff's edge. The scent of the ocean was indescribable, salty and balmy and unlike anything I'd ever smelled before. The wind was crisp and cold, but felt immensely better than the stuffy clinic. I was still achy, but it was duller than before, more of an annoyance than an ailment, and I was glad to feel more like myself again. As I drew close enough, I noticed only one of the trucks was in front of the apartment, and I didn't have to wonder who had stayed behind to wait for me. Beyond the truck, Kat stood at a rickety fence, staring down at something. I dropped my backpack on the ground beside the stairs and walked over to her. My feet scuffed the pavement, and Kat glanced back at me. "Ah, look who survived," she teased. Kat winked at me as she took a sip from the mug in her hand. "Glad you're still sucking air." I huffed and tried not to laugh as I shoved my hands into my pockets. "Thanks, it's nice to move around." But the longest, most restless 2 days of my life were forgotten as I noticed the view. The gray-blue ocean stretched into the horizon, as if it was otherworldly and never ended. I could barely pull my attention from it. "Have you eaten anything today?" Kat asked, eyeing me over the brim of her mug. I shook my head. I didn't want to keep Harper any longer than I needed to. "Good. I'm going to make brunch," she said. "If I can ever get her back up here." Kat lifted her chin toward the water, and I stepped up to the cliff. Shoeless and with her jeans rolled up to her knees, Thea played with Littlefoot on the sandy beach below, the ocean lapping up onto the sand before it ebbed again. She threw a piece of driftwood for him to retrieve and brushed her wind-blown hair out of her face, only for it to whip around again. Thea laughed as she and Littlefoot barked and ran from the waves. "She's mad," Kat mused with disbelief. "Do you know how cold that damn water is? And she's frolicking in it." She chuckled to herself. "I forget she's an Alaskan girl. It probably feels like a bath." With a sigh of amusement, Kat turned back for the apartment, but I couldn't take my eyes off the view below. Littlefoot yipped and jumped through the water, running in the waves with Thea like they'd never been more free. As if she could feel me watching her, Thea looked up, her smile widening as she waved me down to the beach. "Come on," she shouted. "You wanted to see the ocean, didn't you?" Her voice was nearly lost to the wind, and with a final emphatic wave, she turned back toward Littlefoot as he dropped the driftwood at her feet. What was left of the vaccine's side effects dissolved to nothing, and following a narrow trail in the hillside, I headed down to the water. The scent of salt was thick in the air, and I noticed seaweed washed up on the shore. The sand was difficult to walk in, my feet sinking with every step, but I couldn't suppress a smile as I realized I was finally at the ocean, walking on the beach. "Take your shoes off," Thea called as she ran over. I stopped mid-step, staring down at her sand-covered toes. She rested her hands on her hips. "Do it. You have to, or you aren't really experiencing the beach. Besides, it's easier to walk anyway." She seemed very serious about it, so I didn't hesitate. Leaning against a rock, I unlaced my boots and pulled one shoe off, then my sock, and put my foot in the sand. My smile widened. The dry sand tickled the bottom of my foot. "Told you," Thea said, her cheeks rosy and her eyes glistening. Her gaze swept over me. "You look better today." "I feel better," I promised, sensing a skeptical lilt in her tone somewhere. I pulled my second boot and sock off and discarded them beside me as I eyed the sand, scrunching it between my toes. "Fun, huh?" Thea chirped. Her eyebrows danced. Then she glanced at the surf. Come on, the waves are the best part. Thea, she lurched forward and grabbed for my hand. Come on, she said more seriously. You'll regret it if you don't. Thea knew me well enough to know I didn't want to regret anything else in my life. And when she looked at me like that, I thought I might do anything. Don't let this be one of your regrets, she said. She squeezed my hand tighter and pulled me toward the waves. Now come on. We jogged back to Littlefoot, loping through the waves. Even if I should have been taking in the expansive ocean, the gulls cawing overhead, and the waves crashing against the rocky edges of the cliff, it was Thea I couldn't look away from. I followed her onto the wet sand, appreciating the firmness beneath my bare feet, and watched the way her eyes widened and her laugh turned almost impish with glee as the cold water crashed around our ankles. She tugged on my arm, pulling me deeper into the cresting waves, and as chills ran up my spine, my smile turned into a grin. I'd never felt more content in all my life.
Chapter 29. Thea. As our week in New Bodega drew to a close, it was time to wrap up what business we still had left. We'd had a group potluck and picnic, which was a nice treat given we'd been so busy most of the trip. And Danny and I had picked out Milo's Palomino mare, Sadie. But aside from horses and unloading, touring the settlement, and learning all we could about the vaccine and the virus, there was still trading to do. Alex, Kat, Hunter, and I headed into town, Sam joining us to show us the ropes. I surveyed the cramped city for what might be the last time as we drove through, the wind whipping at my hair and sending goosebumps over my skin. Stacked apartment buildings were cluttered between one bend in the road and the next, and the streets were narrow and winding. Colorful windsocks fluttered in the ocean breeze, and pinwheels glinted from hanging plants on balcony rails. There were people walking on the streets, watching us with interest, and we received a friendly wave here and there. As we stopped outside the food exchange, I noticed the chain-link fence and cement wall continued further down the road, though I only saw a couple of houses. I wasn't sure how far New Bodega continued along the cliffs, but the wall that lined the rolling hills protecting New Bodega from what lay beyond the mountains seemed to stretch on forever. I eyed an outpost at one of the wall joints off in the distance and tried to tally how many people it might take to monitor this place every day. "Do you have someone who can know?" I asked as Sam and I stood up in the truck bed. "I mean, how do you secure such a long wall?" "You met the lead of all New Bodega security," Sam said, offering me his hand as I jumped out of the back. The asphalt was pitted beneath my boots, like at home. "Jason," Sam explained. "It's why he's here in town so much. Just like you, we have our scavenging and security teams. And Jason runs a tight ship. He's ex-military." That explains a lot, actually, I thought aloud. "Yeah. He's a softie beneath all the gruff, though. Don't tell anyone." With a smirk, Sam leaned closer. "It's Grayson you need to worry about. He runs the warehouse now that he's retired from city council." Sam shook his head. "That's what he calls it, anyway." Hunter, Alex, and Kat opened their doors to climb out of the cab of the truck. "Anyway," Sam continued, "Grayson's a grumpy old goat these days, but he's like everyone's grandfather. He used to live here before the ending. He knew Zoe, Jason, and Danny from when they were his students." "Wow, he's been here a long time," I realized. Sam rolled his eyes. "Don't get him started. He likes to tell stories. Oh, and don't let his bushy, furrowed eyebrows and grumbles fool you. His bark is worse than his bite." "So, he's an ornery old coot, huh? We have one of those too," I told him, thinking of Took. "If things get rocky," Sam joked, "offer him an extra shipment of salmon.
He misses the annual Alaskan fishing trips he used to take during summer break.
Sam winked at me, as if he'd divulged a trade secret. Salmon. Noted. I glanced at Hunter, who was watching us, then at Kat as she slammed the passenger door shut. "Did you hear that, Kat?" She flashed me a knowing grin. "Sure did." Kat tipped her imaginary hat in Sam's direction. "Thanks for the intel, kid." "Kat's always haggling," I explained. Sam grinned.
Oh, trust me. I've heard.
Shivering, I followed him up the sidewalk toward the big red doors that led to a warehouse. I couldn't get out of the wind fast enough. Despite the warmer weather inland, the days were overcast, cold, and gusty along the coast. But inside, the warehouse was wind-free and smelled faintly sweet. A potent, herbal tinge was sharp in the air as well, and I noticed assorted bundles of dried basil and thyme hanging from the shelves lining the walls as we walked in deeper. The building was divided into a labyrinth of shelves on one side, and large bins and crates were stacked and spread out on the other. The building clearly housed New Bodega's food stores, and while a couple of townies milled around inside, putting produce and goods into their baskets, my gaze fixed on the bins bursting with colorful fruits and vegetables I'd only ever heard of, but never seen in person. Bananas. Avocados. I ran my fingers over their foreign skin. Pineapple? I gasped, eyeing its spiny exterior. I hesitated to touch it.
If it's sweet stuff you like, Sam said, you'll love a ripe pineapple.
You should try the grapefruit if you haven't had it before either. A girl with golden, waist-length curly hair and the most beautiful jade-colored eyes I'd ever seen stepped out from one of the aisles. That would be fun to watch. She wiped her hands off on her apron and smiled at me. "I'm Iris," she said, offering me her hand. Her attention shifted to Sam, then lingered on Hunter.
"Iris," Sam said, "these are our friends from Whitehorse."
Her eyes widened instantly. "Oh, is Alex here?" She peered behind us as he stepped into view with Kat. "Alex!" Iris called and hurried over to him. He barely registered her before she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I heard you might come." Alex chuckled.
"It's good to see you,"
he said. Iris rubbed his back before stepping away again. "It's been so long. I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again."
"Yeah, well,"
Alex blew out a breath.
"It does feel like a lifetime ago."
Kat leaned closer to me.
"I'm going to find Grayson so we can get down to business and back to the farm to start packing."
As she disappeared deeper into the warehouse, Iris clapped her hands. Once again, she stole everyone's attention. "So," she said, "I hear you're married now." She had an alluring confidence, and she was obviously beautiful. "And Alan says you have a baby girl now, too." Her eyebrows danced.
Fee's not so little anymore, but yes. Sophie and I have a daughter.
He pulled a family photo from his back pocket. I knew which one it was, from Fiona's birthday last year, and it was faded and paper-thin from being in his pocket all the time.
"Lucky for you, Elle is a photographer, so I always have a photo of her,"
Alex said with a smirk, and Iris fawned over the black and white image of his family. I imagined it was a bittersweet reunion for Alex to see Iris again. Not only did she likely remind him of a lifetime ago, before he and Sophie were together, but they hadn't seen each other since Alex, with Jake's regenerative ability, helped save Iris's father from a massive heart attack. Alex pointed to me.
"Did you meet my sister, Thea?"
"Your sister, oh yes. I didn't realize." Iris gave me a quick wave. "You're the one Woody requests extra honey for at the summits." "And you're the lavender honey girl that's stolen my heart," I said. Iris laughed and held up her palm. "Guilty."
"Hunter is a farmer in Whitehorse,"
Alex continued, and introduced the two of them more formally. "Hunter," Iris said, and I didn't miss the drawl in her voice, or the way she quickly scanned him up and down as if she'd never seen anything quite like him before. I supposed he was exotic in a way. I didn't imagine they got many First Nations folks down here. "I've heard about you," she said, and reached out to take his hand.
"Uh-oh," Hunter said offhandedly. "What have you heard?"
he asked and smiled. Hunter smiled. My chest cinched with annoyance. It had taken me over a year to get even the faintest of smiles from him, and he was flashing her one brighter than the northern lights on the clearest of nights. "Nothing bad," Iris promised, practically giggling as she batted her eyelashes at him. "You sound kind of mysterious, actually." I glanced away from them, feeling an unwanted spur of discomfort. "Come on," I told Sam, nudging him toward the back of the store. "Let's find Grayson and Kat so we can get this show on the road." We walked deeper into the warehouse where there were shelving units stacked 10 feet high. Everything had a label and was grouped accordingly. Small, stout jars of preserves were arranged on a row of shelves, while tall jars of dried fruit and grain lined another level. We had similar food hubs in Whitehorse, but the diversity of what we had paled compared to new bodegas. "You have so many different foods," I said with awe. My voice echoed in the warehouse. "Cherries? Rice?"
"We get a lot of goods from a community in Southern California, which is where Tom and Peter are now. In New Bodega, we are known for Iris's honey, Danny's herbal garden, beef, and the Regens like to tend to the vineyards. It's constant hard work, and I think they thrive on it. So, they've become our resident winemakers over the years."
Sam said it with an unexpected sort of pride.
"We trade with SoCal frequently, since they're our closest cohort, especially if you travel by boat, like a lot of us do, up and down the coast."
"Well, maybe you can all come visit us next," I told him. We heard voices before Kat and Grayson strode around an aisle. "The truck's this way," Kat said. Grayson looked bristly, just as I'd expected. An old man with long, salt and pepper hair and a shaggy beard. I tried to imagine him as a teacher from before, but the mountain man in front of me made it hard to fathom. "We brought cases of rhubarb jam, cranberry jelly, 50 pounds of moose jerky and caribou, in exchange for oranges, almonds, and rice. We even brought some potted Seneca snake root for you to try to grow. So if you're feeling extra generous, you can throw in some ale and—" Kat clapped him on the shoulder. "If you let me take a couple bottles of the wine I saw in the corner over there, I'll send extra smoked salmon home with Jake after this year's summit." Kat waggled her eyebrows, knowing the offer would be too enticing for him to pass up.
"I heard you were a haggler,"
Grayson said. Sam chuckled as we followed them back out into the wind to unload the truck. "It comes naturally. What can I say?" Kat lowered the tailgate. "Elle doesn't know it, but she wants to try that wine." Kat winked at the old man, and he shook his head, all perturbed-like, though I could tell he was happy to oblige her.
"All right,"
Grayson finally grumbled as they each took a crate of jam out of the back.
"Add a pound of the elk jerky in the fall, and you've got yourself a deal. The wine takes time to perfect, you know."
With a self-satisfied smirk, Kat agreed, and she and Grayson lugged the crates into the warehouse. As Sam and I unloaded the rest of the provisions onto the sidewalk, I tried to ignore the trill of Iris's laughter inside.
"Are you okay?"
Sam asked, a concerned expression pinching his features. "Yeah." I straightened and tugged the hem of my shirt down. "Why?" Sam lowered the crate in his hand and looked at me, confused.
"You're scowling."
Scowling? I wasn't scowling. But the way heat flooded through me as Iris's laughter met my ears again, I realized I most definitely was scowling. And I wasn't only annoyed, I was jealous. I could not be jealous. Not about Hunter or anyone else, because I had Cal. There was absolutely no reason for me to have any reaction to Hunter and Iris flirting. Or Hunter and anyone, for that matter. When I realized Sam was still staring at me, I heaved out a sigh and squatted down to lift a flat of caribou jerky.
"You could use your ability, you know,"
Sam reminded me as usual. "I like physical labor," I told him, more snippy than I'd meant it to be. I wanted to feel the strain and ache of lifting and moving. It gave me something else to focus on, instead of the looming reality of being confined with Hunter again, along with my startling realization. I needed to get myself in check before we got back on the road, before something even more unwelcome happened.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the first part of Thea's adventure in Unbroken. It's definitely not over yet. There's still another half of the audiobook to listen to. Be sure to like and subscribe, and the link to part 2 is below. I'll see you over there.